starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. Can't you have a reliable subordinate? The top leaders of Konoha felt that Uehara Naraku was probably a mentally retarded person. The terms in the alliance between Konoha village and the Hidden Rain village, the latter part can be done with money, but the former part, which requires Konoha to recognize Hanzo as the Rain Shadow and support the annexation of neighboring lands, cannot be done, no matter how much money is spent. In fact, the title of a Rain Shadow means that Konoha recognizes the Rain country as one of the great powers. Whether in terms of reputation or diplomacy, the Rain country has the same status as Konoha. This is probably the same as the 5 major gangsters in later generations. If a country is recognized by the 5 major gangsters to join the gangster club, I'm afraid it will rack its brains to jump up and down to join. If Hanzo knew that he had a chance to be recognized as the Rain Shadow by Konoha village, but was ruined by the ninjas of their village, he would definitely cut this ninja into pieces. Utatane Koharu and Mito Kadoen showed a weird smile behind their backs. The 2 old men who played politics secretly cursed Uehara Naraku as an idiot who was seeking his own death. After Uehara Naraku leaves Konoha, they will find a way to make the Hidden Rain village give up the title of Rain Shadow. This news will spread throughout the 5 major countries, and they will sit back and watch Hanzo kill Uehara Naraku, the rising star of the Hidden Rain village. Okay, then let's do as you wish. Utatane Koharu slowly took the alliance letter from Uehara Naraku's hand and whispered to the Anbu next to him, "Prepare a new agreement, just follow it." Yes. The Anbu turned and left. "You can take the funds for the orphanage back first." Utatane Koharu slowly sat down again and whispered, "As for the equipment for the establishment of the Biological Science Research Laboratory, we will prepare it in the near future, and we will deliver it when the Hidden Rain village envoys bring back the agreement signed by Hanzo. When that time comes, Hanzo will also send the head of this little bastard named Uehara Naraku as an apology." Uehara Naraku nodded and said with a newbie negotiating attitude, even a little reserved, "Sorry, it's really troublesome." "You're welcome." Utatane Koharu slowly played with his teacup. Supporting small and medium-sized ninja villages has always been our responsibility in Konoha. Obviously, this was just a false and empty talk. After a while, the agreement was sent back, and Utatane Koharu and Mito Kadoen asked Jiraiya to sign it again, obviously wanting to treat him as the 5th generation Hokage of Konoha. Uehara Naraku took the agreement, took a poverty alleviation fund for the establishment of an orphanage, and left directly. He was going to settle accounts with Yakashika Zuto. This bastard actually took the opportunity to make personal gains for himself. Although the orphanage and the biological science laboratory were indeed what the Hidden Rain village needed. After Uehara Naraku left the Hokage building, the smiles on Utatane Koharu and Mito Kadoen's faces suddenly became more intense. Mitomanan pressed his glasses and whispered, "It seems that we will receive the head of this brat soon." Hanzo of the Salamander has been dazzled by the title of Ninja Demigod. He has been wanting the title of Rain Shadow for decades. This brat is still too young. Utatane Koharu sighed quietly and whispered, "Let him taste the taste of being betrayed by his own ninja village before he dies." Using the life of a ninja in the village to exchange for peace is not uncommon in big ninja villages, let alone small countries. Obviously Jiraiya also realized this. So Jiraiya took the initiative to leave the Hokage building and sent Uehara Naraku to leave Konoha and whispered to persuade him, "Little brat, take care." "Thank you, Jiraiya-sama." Uehara Naraku nodded and turned to leave. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly came out from the corner of the Hokage building and said loudly, "Lecherous immortal, I will go and say goodbye to Uehara." Jiraiya was silent for a while and nodded. On the way out of Konoha, many people looked at Uehara Naraku and Uzumaki Naruto with hatred. Some hated Uehara Naraku for killing the 3rd Hokage and could not understand why the high-level officials let him go. Some hated Uzumaki Naruto so much that he almost went berserk. Uehara Naraku looked down at the yellow-haired boy beside him, sighed and said, "Naruto, are there still so many people in Konoha who are hostile to you?" It doesn't matter. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and showed an awkward smile on his face. I already know why this problem occurred, and I will make them recognize me. This time the Ninetales went berserk, making Konoha look at him with more hatred. However, Uzumaki Naruto no longer cared about this kind of thing. Anyway, the root cause of the problem was that Sarutobi Hiruzen had died in battle, and he believed that these things would change in the future. Even if there were still many people who hated Uzumaki Naruto, he might not betray him in the future. As long as Uzumaki Naruto still had a little bond and warmth in the village, he would desperately move closer to that warmth to warm himself up and walk towards the light. Uehara Naraku looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who turned a blind eye to everyone's hateful eyes. This time it was Namikaze Minato's chakra that saved the situation. He wanted to see who would come out next time. Forget it, this time he gained enough. After leaving Konoha, Uehara Naraku appeared in front of Kabuto Yakushi at the first moment, took out the agreement, and threw it at him. Do you know how much trouble you have caused me? Other things are fine, but you also asked Konoha to support the Rain Civil War and assist in the encirclement and suppression of the Akatsuki organization. Please listen to my explanation, Lord Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi sighed, lowered his head and explained, I thought such an agreement was impossible to reach. Konoha generally would not bow to a small ninja village that put forward such conditions. Then why this time? I don't know, but I will stay near Konoha to investigate for a while. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and whispered, if Konoha is really in any big trouble, maybe we have a chance to seize Uzumaki Naruto, the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Don't think about it, give up this mission for the time being. Uehara Naraku shook his head and whispered, how about this, you go and induce Orochimaru to let Uchiha Sasuke defect, and I will intercept Sasuke halfway. Kabuto Yakushi, why does this new boss always want to trick his old boss? Kabuto Yakushi lowered his head and pondered, if I remember correctly, Uchiha Itachi is also in the Akatsuki organization, right? In this case, will there really be no trouble? Don't worry. Uehara Naraku pinched his wrist and whispered, let's talk about the future later. Besides, it is also good for me to take Sasuke away, so that Orochimaru won't stare at Sasuke's body and drool every day, and it can also force him to take the initiative to study Zetsu. The Chunin exam came to an end. The next main task is to provoke Black Zetsu and Orochimaru to fight each other. Uehara Naraku will use the name of Orochimaru to expose the news of Black Zetsu, so that everyone in the ninja world will hate Black Zetsu. I understand. Kabuto Yakushi sighed and nodded. Uehara Naraku looked at Yakushi Kabuto and said in a deep voice, we can move a little slower on this matter, because Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame are near Konoha. Wait until they leave Konoha before we start the action. Yes. Let Haku and Kimimaro take Karin back to the Land of Rain first. It's too troublesome for them to stay here. Please help me prepare a hidden place. Uehara Naraku said softly, during this time, I will wait for the news of Sasuke's defection in the Land of Fire. By the way, please help me sign the name of Hanzo Salamander on the agreement. I'm also waiting to ask Konoha for the equipment of the biological science laboratory and bring them back to the Hidden Rain village. Yakushi Kabuto finally showed a smile on his face, pushed his glasses, and said bluntly, thank you for your hard work, Lord Naraku. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but glare at him. These subordinates are really bastards. If it weren't for the bastard Yakushi Kabuto who proposed these messed up conditions, why would he bother so much? Kabuto Yakushi took out a scroll nonchalantly and said sympathetically, does Lord Naraku need money? I heard that you have been using exploding talismans in Konoha, and Kakashi pays for your occasional outings. After all, it is a bit inconvenient to live outside. No need. Uehara Naraku frowned and said, I just got the funds from Konoha to support the construction of an orphanage, so it should be no problem to spend a little. Public funds should not be touched lightly. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head solemnly, and even took the initiative to replace the scroll containing money with his scroll. I'll give these to Lord Shiro secretly to Conan. Here are my private savings, which should be enough for Lord Naraku to spend. Uehara Naraku opened the sealed scroll of Kabuto Yakushi, and his eyebrows were twisted with anger. Your private savings? 500 taels? Is this worth sealing with a scroll? Kabuto, you want me to starve, eat guano in soil, and sleep on straw mats in the land of fire? Cough cough cough. Yakashi Kabuto coughed a few times and explained, I've been helping orphans recently, and I've spent all the money Orochimaru gave me. I'm a little tight on money. Forget it. Uehara Naraku sighed and whispered, I'll find a chance to borrow some money from others. I hope Ashigaki Kisame will be more generous. Chapter 152. Money is a bit tight, Kisame. In the land of fire, undercurrents are surging. After Konoha's high-level officials temporarily resolved all external enemies by peaceful means, they immediately freed up their hands to clean up the internal strife, and on the surface they were tracking down Orochimaru's spies. In secret, Jiraiya personally took action, and began to supervise and investigate the confidants of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking for the Enbu who claimed to have been monitoring Uzumaki Naruto, to prevent the dark privacy of the third Hokage from being used by others. This information must not be leaked. If it were a thick-skinned guy like the Wind Shadow, the Earth Shadow, and the Thunder Shadow, it would be fine. They don't care whether they can see what others can do, as long as it is beneficial to the village, they will do it. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's personality is different. It's just that, no matter how Jiraiya tracked down the Anbu who had been responsible for protecting Uzumaki Naruto, he never found this person, and Jiraiya could only temporarily define him as missing. Not coincidentally, Jiraiya found out a lot of Sarutobi Hiruzen's dark side, such as secretly supporting Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo in Konoha's human experiment research. These dark secrets have completely destroyed Sarutobi Hiruzen's image as a good guy. There is also a file of an Anbu who is responsible for Sarutobi Hiruzen's dark affairs. These files are written in great detail. The strange thing is that the code name of this Anbu is Orphan. Jiraiya and the Konoha high-level officials believe that this Anbu codenamed Orphan may be directly under Sarutobi Hiruzen himself and has been acting alone without any partners. After all, the code name is Orphan. By the small river in the wild, Kabuto Yakashi handed the grilled fish to Naraku Uehara. Lord Naraku, Konoha has been tracking down the Anbu who reported outside Naruto Uzumaki's window that night. It seems that the small gift I left for them when I left will be discovered soon. What gift? Some dark history of the third Hokage. Kabuto Yakashi pushed his glasses meaningfully and said softly, I have always believed that as a qualified spy, we must never let people notice that there are two more people who should not be in one thing. Otherwise, it is easy to suspect us. Even a trace of suspicion will bring hatred to those Anbu who do not need to talk about evidence. Both Lord Orochimaru and Lord Naraku have attracted too much hatred in the Konoha collapse plan. I can just use this to plunge Konoha into greater chaos. Kabuto Yakashi wanted to use a series of facts and evidence to prove that the people who blew themselves up by Naruto Uzumaki's window that night must be Sarutobi Hiruzen and an Anbu ninja. Kabuto Yakashi did not hide his plan. Since Konoha has started investigating this matter, he will soon arrange for a Konoha Anbu codenamed Orphan to defect and tell more people that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has died in the battle, directed the Nine-Tails Rebellion, and assassinated the fourth Hokage and his wife. After Kabuto Yakashi finished talking about his plan, he added a very philosophical saying, since it is a show, it must be done in full. You are really a talent. Uehara Naraku sighed. Kabuto Yakashi is worthy of being the real mastermind behind the scenes in the history of the ninja world. He will arrange everything carefully. Uehara Naraku suddenly raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, does the third Hokage really have such a dark history? More than what Lord Naraku compiled? Kabuto Yakashi nodded and whispered, how can a Hokage who has been in power in Konoha for nearly 40 years be a kind old man? Some people will whitewash the piece with a compassionate face when they get old. As a spy, Kabuto Yakashi knows a lot. It's just that such a highly intelligent subordinate makes Uehara, the mastermind behind the scenes, look less qualified. Uehara has so much information, but he is not as careful as Kabuto Yakashi. Uehara Naraku thought for a while, and the grilled fish in his hand became a little boring. He couldn't help but frowned and said, I don't want to eat it anymore. In the village, Teacher Conan makes grilled fish every day. You have to make grilled fish for me here too. Kabuto Yakashi's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. It's too late now. Shall I go to the nearby town to buy some meatballs tomorrow? No, I know a place that sells them. Uehara Naraku shook his head and said softly, I'll go directly to that guy Hashigaki Kisame. You do your own thing, and don't let me down. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi lowered his head respectfully, watching a stack of cards slowly appear at Uehara Naraku's feet, and then instantly disappeared in front of him. After a long time, Kabuto Yakushi slowly raised his head, holding the grilled fish in his hand, and said with some regret, Lord Naraku seems to be a little ignorant of the world. Those street children in the land of fire can't fish, so they can only pick up food in the garbage dump. However, Kabuto Yakushi touched the scroll in his ninja tool bag, and Uehara Naraku really didn't take the funds for building the orphanage. Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help but sighed and said, it's just that compared to Lord Orochimaru, Lord Naraku seems to be more pure. In the silent jungle, Hashigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi headed towards Konoha. They heard the news of the rebellion in the Land of Fire, and learned about the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Uchiha Itachi didn't know about the death of Danzo. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi planned to return to Konoha to warn Danzo, and by the way, he also wanted to see if his brother Uchiha Sasuke was safe. When passing by a roadside shop, Hashigaki Kisame saw a young man sitting on the steps of the shop, eating voraciously, with a meatball in his mouth. Mr. Itachi. Hashigaki Kisame grinned, looked at the young man with a chuckle and said, do you think that poor guy looks like an intern in our organization? Indeed, he does. Uchiha Itachi raised his head and looked carefully for a while. His face suddenly looked a little bad. Huh. That's Uehara Naraku, right? Why is he here? This doesn't seem right. It is said that this guy just assassinated the third Hokage of Konoha in Konoha, and even used the reputation of the ninja demigod Hanzo Salamander to force Konoha to sign an alliance agreement recognizing Hanzo as the Rain Shadow. Konoha is really not a good thing. The real agreement is only known to the Hidden Rain village in Konoha village. After the news came out, if Hanzo Salamander was really still alive, he would probably twist the head of Uehara Naraku, the person who signed the agreement, off. Whoosh! A bamboo stick pierced the foot of Hashigaki Kisame. Uehara Naraku looked at Hashigaki Kisame with a dark face and stretched out his hand. Senior Kisame, Mr. Itachi, I'm a little short of money recently. Can you lend me some money? To be honest, I dare not lend it to you. Hashigaki Kisame shook his head quickly, not caring that he was actually a spy for Uehara Naraku, and explained in a low voice, if something happens to you, and Senior Conan asks about it, I can't take the responsibility. Hashigaki Kisame grinned and continued, I heard that Tsunade, one of the three ninjas of Konoha, is very active in the Land of Fire recently. I dare not let my money go to waste. Uehara Naraku muttered a coward, and turned to look at Uchiha Itachi. If Uchiha Itachi was not here, he would definitely make a meal of grilled shark fin for Kisame to try. However, once in private, Hashigaki Kisame would be extremely respectful to Uehara Naraku, perfectly performing the life of a spy. But when they met on the surface, Kisame always liked to mess with his mentality, pretending that they were not familiar with each other. Uchiha Itachi directly avoided the trivial matter of borrowing money, and instead asked, Uehara, why are you still here, and haven't you returned to the Hidden Rain village? I don't have the money for the trip. Uehara Naraku smiled lightly. What kind of excuses, that you don't have the money for the trip? After a moment's silence, Uchiha Itachi unbuttoned his collar, took out his wallet, and abruptly changed the subject. You said you wanted to borrow money. How much do you need to borrow? 1 million taels? After Uehara Naraku said a big number, he continued, next time I can approve an additional 1.5 million taels for your activities. Not that much. Uchiha Itachi took out a stack of money and handed it to Uehara Naraku. I only have 100,000 taels here. Don't tell Senior Conan that I'll lend it to you. I understand. Uehara Naraku took the money obediently. What about you? Did Lord Pain assign any tasks? Is there anything I can do to help you too? As expected of you, you're the organization's treasurer. You're easy to talk to when you're paid. Hashigaki Kisame glanced at Uchiha Itachi meaningfully and laughed in a low voice. Hehehe. We want to take advantage of the chaos in Konoha to investigate Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki and see if we can capture him. This task is actually simple. Uehara Naraku glanced at the two people and lowered his voice and said, the whole Konoha is a mess now. If you expose the existence of Akatsuki and cannot bring back the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki for Akatsuki, does it mean that you have no value in existence? Uchiha Itachi's eyes moved slightly, and he sighed. This is the leader's order. We can only do it with our lives. Akatsuki will not tolerate incompetent people. Uehara Naraku blinked his eyes and said softly, if you fail, the organization should submit a new candidate for the job competition. But don't worry, this person's strength is much weaker than you. Uehara Naraku chuckled and continued, if Mr. Itachi is willing, you can kill the new member at any time. I believe that the people in the organization will not blame you. Thank you. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Thank you for the reward from Uehara. Thank you for the reward from Sayuboku 1. Thank you for the reward from Kanken Shengho 110. Thanks to book friend 201908311831166617 for the tip. Thanks to Zuan for the tip. Thank you all the book friends for hosting. Chapter 153, Hinata Hyuga succeeds the head of the clan. Uchiha Itachi was fooled. If he knew who the new trainee who was about to join the Akatsuki organization was, he would definitely regret lending Uehara Naraku a sum of money today. In the days to come, Uehara Naraku, with his identity as a green tea actor, in the name of doing good for Uchiha Itachi, constantly instigated Uchiha Itachi to kill the new trainee. Now Uchiha Itachi knew nothing. After he and Hishigaki Kasame sneaked into Konoha, he only felt that Konoha's security was a bit strict. Uchiha Itachi did not find the information about Shimura Danzo, and was even discovered by Hatake Kakashi and others. After a fierce battle, the two had to choose to retreat. In this battle, Hatake Kakashi suffered again. Faced with a Tsukuyomi illusion that he had never seen before, Hatake Kakashi, who had just been discharged from the hospital, was hospitalized again. But Konoha also learned that Akatsuki wanted to seize Konoha's Nine-Tails. After Uchiha Sasuke knew about this, his first thought was to go find Uzumaki Naruto to prevent him from encountering any danger. As a result, Sasuke went too late and learned that Uzumaki Naruto had been taken away by Jiraiya. Because Jiraiya wanted to find Tsunade to come back and serve as the fifth Hokage, which was a hot potato. As for taking Uzumaki Naruto with him, it was also for the convenience of protecting Naruto and teaching him to practice. This is good. Uchiha Sasuke hurried to catch up, hoping that Uzumaki Naruto could escape the pursuit of Uchiha Itachi and Hishigaki Kisame, but he was caught by Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi sent his brother at Tsukuyomi, and Sasuke was also hospitalized. However, Jiraiya forced Uchiha Itachi and Hishigaki Kisame to retreat by himself, and the two had to give up the task of seizing the Nine-Tails. Uehara Naraku watched all this happen, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. You are really something, Uchiha Itachi. Without doing anything, you rashly leaked Akatsuki's information to Konoha. Spies will be punished. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses speechlessly and walked out from behind Uehara Naraku. So this is why Lord Naraku wants to get Uchiha Sasuke. Is it because he hopes that Uchiha Sasuke can defeat Uchiha Itachi? After saying this, Kabuto Yakushi did not wait for Uehara Naraku's answer and took the initiative to continue. Excuse me, I don't think Uchiha Sasuke can defeat his brother. According to my understanding, Uchiha Itachi is the most talented ninja of the Uchiha clan, and his talent is second only to that of Shizu. Don't worry, I'm absolutely sure. Uehara Naraku shook his head and continued softly, are you ready over there? What is that Orochimaru doing now? Kabuto Yakushi bowed his head respectfully and said, Lord Orochimaru is studying the corpse of White Zetsu, but his body will soon collapse. The four sound ninjas have received orders and will soon arrive in the Land of Fire to take Uchiha Sasuke away. It seems that our plan is going well. Naraku Uehara glanced at Uchiha Itachi, who was covering his eyes and escaping with the support of Hashigaki Kisame, and whispered, while Jiraiya is away and Kakashi Hatake is seriously injured and hospitalized, I will re-enter Konoha tomorrow and take away the equipment from the biological science laboratory to avoid any trouble. Thank you very much. Kabuto Yakushi nodded and chuckled. After I finish the task with Lord Orochimaru, I will rush to the Hidden Rain village and give Lord Uehara enough experimental results. That's good. Naraku Uehara patted Kabuto Yakushi on the shoulder, looking very optimistic about him. You can rush to Orochimaru now, and help me keep an eye on him. I will visit you secretly regularly. Kabuto Yakushi nodded helplessly. Is this visit a proper visit? Uehara Naraku did not hesitate when he went to Konoha to take away the biological science laboratory equipment required by the agreement. Konoha is now weaker than before, and the only cage-level strongman who can still fight in the village is my guy. When Utatane Koharu and Mitokado and saw Uehara Naraku coming to exchange the alliance letter, they were a little surprised why Uehara Naraku could still come back alive, even as the messenger of the Hidden Rain. Is Hanzo of the Salamander too old to lift the sword? Your Excellency, the advisor seems surprised that I'm still alive. Uehara Naraku smiled and said softly, Hanzo of the Salamander was indeed furious when he learned that I gave up the conditions for him to become the Hidden Rain Cage. Unfortunately, the civil war in the Rain Country has not been resolved, so Hanzo allowed me to make meritorious contributions while serving my sentence. Really? Mitokado rubbed his forehead and said, we are very happy to meet such a genius ninja. What a joke. These two Konoha consultants are probably thinking that the envoy of the Hidden Rain village who is responsible for exchanging the alliance book will also bring back his head. I'm here to exchange the alliance book. Uehara Naraku was too lazy to pay attention to them. He put down the alliance book in his hand and whispered, and take away the biological science experimental equipment that Konoha supports the Hidden Rain village. There are some problems in Konoha. After taking the alliance book, Utatane Koharu said softly, we may need the signature of the new 5th generation Hokage to ensure that it will take effect for a long time. However, she is currently on business outside and has not returned to Konoha village to succeed. You may need to wait for a while. Uehara Naraku immediately frowned and said, are the signatures of the two Hokage consultants and Jiraiya-sama also invalid? Uehara Naraku didn't need Utatane Koharu to say it. Uehara Naraku had already guessed that the 5th generation Hokage of Konoha must be that woman Tsunade. He didn't want to see that woman Tsunade. What if Tsunade held him and didn't let him leave Konoha? What's more, at that time, Konoha will have 2 members of the 3 ninjas, and they might dare to turn against their promises, so the sooner Konoha's affairs are resolved, the better. No, we just think that after the 5th Hokage signs the alliance, our alliance can last longer. Utatane Koharu said slowly, pretending to be concerned about the peace between the Hidden Rain village and Konoha. What if, when both of us retire in the future, the 5th Hokage thinks that our alliance is not reasonable? I don't believe that will happen. Uehara Naraku interrupted Utatane Koharu and said in a deep voice, Mr. Advisor, the night is long and dreams are many. Who knows what will happen in the future? What if the 5th Hokage of Konoha refuses to sign the contract? How should I explain to Lord Hanzo? Uehara Naraku clenched his fists and continued, and recently I heard that there is a rebel ninja code-named Orphan who is publicizing the deeds of your excellency the 3rd Hokage of your village. I don't think many ninjas dare to believe in the credibility of the Hokage. Compared to that, I prefer to believe in Lord Jiraiya. Utatane Koharu's face suddenly changed. The Enbu codenamed Orphan is Sarutobi Hiruzen's confidant and the person they have been secretly investigating. How did the Hidden Rain village know about this? Did that guy defect? Sarutobi Hiruzen really left a big trouble behind. Utatane Koharu calmed down instantly and whispered, where did you get this news? Those are all slanders against the 3rd Hokage. I don't know if it's slander. Uehara Naraku shook his head and continued, but this will greatly reduce our trust in your village, and I must go back as soon as possible to participate in the civil war in the Land of Rain. I can't be delayed here for a day. I know. Utatane Koharu sighed and whispered, if the Hidden Rain village encounters that traitor, please assist us in arresting him or passing on the relevant information. We will give the Hidden Rain village enough feedback and support. Konoha can't be in chaos anymore. First of all, we must not let the Anbu traitor called Orphan roam around or join the enemy ninja village. If Konoha's many dark secrets are exposed, the blow to Konoha will be greater than the death of the 3rd Hokage. I'm afraid that Konoha will also have big problems. While the news has not spread completely, we must immediately send the Anbu to search and capture the traitor. That guy's more threatening than an S-level traitor. Since Utatane Koharu and Mitokado and have more important things to do, they no longer entangle with Uehara Naraku and directly give him a set of biological science laboratory equipment. Yakashika Buto knows Konoha too well. Just a traitor created out of nothing has made the two Konoha high-level officials panic. Who knows if this person really exists? When Uehara Naraku left Konoha, a piece of news made him raise his eyebrows. This is a weird hidden task. Hidden task, Hyuga Hinata becomes the head of the main family of the Hyuga clan. 1/1, the task has been completed, and the reward skill Golden Bell cover. Golden Bell, quickly rush to the side of the friendly army, and add a layer of shield to the main body and the friendly army. The skill consumes 50 chakra points and the skill cooldown time is 7 seconds. Compared with this reward, Uehara Naraku was more amazed at the fact that Hyuga Hinata succeeded as the head of the main family. This world is really getting more and more exciting. Hyuga main family. As the protagonist of today, Hyuga Hinata appeared in a gorgeous dress. This white-eyed girl was very calm at this succession ceremony. There was less cowardice on her face and more tenacity. If you hadn't seen Hyuga Hinata's previous appearance with your own eyes, it is estimated that no one could tell that she was still a cowardly ninja more than half a month ago. Sitting next to her was Hyuga Hayashi, who was paralyzed on the chair, but the former head of the main family had a caged bird curse seal on his forehead. It must be said that, because Hyuga Hayashi was unable to protect his white-eyed bloodline, he took the initiative to carve a caged bird on his head as a last protective barrier, and gathered the loyalty of many branch ninjas for his daughter. Hyuga Hinata lifted her robe, sat up straight, and waited for the last step of the succession ceremony. Rows of branch family Byakugan ninjas knelt on the ground respectfully, and saluted the 12-year-old young patriarch. Their voices echoed throughout the huge mansion of the main family. "Greetings, Lady Hinata. Please stand up." The soft voice of the Byakugan girl was obviously inconsistent with her status. It was not particularly majestic, which made people feel a little cute in contrast. Chapter 154 New members are coming. When Hinata Hyuga succeeded as the head of the main family and accepted the worship of many branch ninjas, Uehara Naraku hid in a small cave and sneezed loudly. "I have offended a lot of people recently." Uehara Naraku wrapped his black ninja uniform and sighed in a low voice. "I have cut a batch of leaks from Konoha. I have to be more low-key in the future. I can't stand being scolded every day." Uehara Naraku guessed correctly. Someone was scolding him. In the Land of Fire, Tansho Street, Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto finally found Tsunade and told her about the Konoha rebellion and the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and invited her to be the 5th generation Hokage. Tsunade's attention was quickly focused on the murderer who killed Sarutobi Hiruzen. She suddenly crushed her wine glass. "Wait. Is the guy who joined forces with Orochimaru to create the Konoha rebellion and killed the old man called Uehara Naraku?" She still remembered this name clearly. In the past few years, whenever Tsunade lost everything, she would miss the young rain ninja who gave her money. They had so much fun at that time. Unexpectedly, when she heard this name again, the shy kid had become an accomplice of Orochimaru in creating the chaos in Konoha. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table, clenching her silver teeth. "I should have killed him at the beginning. No wonder I kept winning when I was at the gambling table with him. At that time, fate reminded me that I should kill that kid." Judging from Jiraiya's words, the little guy named Uehara Naraku has grown at an amazing speed and can actually fight with Jiraiya, who is at the level of a 3 ninja. If she had killed Uehara Naraku at the beginning, Konoha might not have suffered such a big loss now, and Sarutobi Hiruzen might not have died. Jiraiya sighed and explained for Uehara Naraku. In fact, he was also helpless. After all, the little guy also got the instruction of Hanzo. This occasion is not suitable for detailed explanation. When the two of them were together in private, Jiraiya told Tsunade about the dirty deeds of the 2 old men, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The blonde female ninja was so angry that she punched Jiraiya and sent him flying. "Konoha is a mess now, and you want me to be the 5th Hokage? There is no one more suitable than you." Jiraiya sighed quietly, rubbed his chest, and explained in a deep voice, "Even if I become the Hokage, Konoha is in danger of falling apart. Tsunade, only you are the most suitable person." Because Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, and is also a well-known medical ninja in the entire ninja world. She is very respected. Except that she is a little bit unserious. She is undoubtedly the most suitable person to be the Hokage. Okay. Tsunade suddenly threw 2 dice and chuckled. As long as you lose to me, I will agree to your request. Jiraiya didn't respond to her. Tsunade frowned, crushed the 2 dice into pieces, and muttered unhappily, not as brave as that brat Uehara Naraku. It's a pity to have a gambling friend. When we meet again, we will be enemies. Don't think too much. Jiraiya interrupted Tsunade, and said in a deep voice, if nothing unexpected happens, you will never meet again. Uehara Naraku didn't know that Tsunade and Jiraiya were talking about him. When Uehara Naraku was hiding in a small cave and lamenting the difficulties of life, his ring received a communication. Nagato sent him an alarm. Kaguya Kimimaro and Haku are back. Konan wants to talk to you. She looks very angry now. I can't stop her. Nagato-sama, I'm in a cave. Uehara Naraku stroked the ring in his hand, input chakra into the ring, and whispered, the signal here is not very good. Can the chakra be transmitted? However, Nagato soon had no response. After a while, the voice of Konan suppressed her fury came from the ring. Naraku, where are you now? Come back to the village immediately. Teacher, I still have some things to deal with here. Don't say those useless and perfunctory words. You have become more and more courageous after growing up. You even dared to join forces with Orochimaru to assassinate the 3rd Hokage of Konoha. Konan didn't listen to his explanation at all. Even from a long distance, Uehara Naraku could imagine that Konan's expression must be very cold now, as if she didn't care about everything. And this is exactly her most angry state. Teacher. Uehara Naraku lowered his head, sighed and lied. If I didn't assassinate the 3rd Hokage, I wouldn't be able to see Shimura Danzo, who was behind the chaos of the Chunin exam. Just before that, I met Shimura Danzo and killed him. Shimura Danzo is defined as missing in Konoha. Uehara Naraku can make up such things. After hearing this, the other side of the ring fell into silence. Obviously, both Nagato and Konan were shocked by the news. Konan's voice seemed to have calmed down a lot, and she whispered, Naraku, come back first. It's too dangerous for you outside now. Although Konoha is in trouble temporarily, and has no time to hunt you down, once they recover, they will not easily let go of the murderer who killed the Hokage. Teacher, but there is a problem on my side. Uehara Naraku explained in a deep voice. Uchiha Itachi and Hashigaki Kisame failed to snatch the Ninetales from Konoha. The information about Akatsuki may have been leaked in Konoha. Konan heard the heaviness in Uehara Naraku's words, and whispered to comfort her disciple. It is impossible that there will always be an organization hiding behind the scenes. Besides, we will handle the affairs of Akatsuki. What you have to do now is to return to the Rain Country immediately. Konan, Uehara has grown up. After persuading Konan on the other side, Nagato said, don't worry, Uehara, you can do whatever you want. 6 Paths Pain is your backing. Summon 6 Paths Pain immediately when you encounter danger. I will prepare enough chakra in the body of Tendal. Nagato, don't spoil him too much. After Konan coldly rebuked Nagato, her voice suddenly became a little cold. I heard that Konoha's Hatake Kakashi gave you a few books. Uehara Naraku, why is that guy base so talkative? Can this kind of thing be reported to Konan? Pay attention to the 3 ninja prohibitions. After Konan warned in a cold voice, he continued, remember to be cautious in making friends in the future. That Hatake Kakashi who tried to lead you astray, when we go to Konoha to capture the Ninetales, I will not let him go. Uehara Naraku. What else can he say? Of course, let Hatake Kakashi fend for himself. Okay, I'll remember that. Uehara Naraku nodded seriously and promised softly, I found a kid who is suitable to be an intern. I will take him back after I find him in a few days. Pay attention to your own safety. After Nagato gave a warning, he suddenly said in a low voice, Uehara, thank you for helping me find my clansman. After saying this, Nagato cut off the connection of chakra. On the high tower in the hidden rain village, Konan frowned. Her face was cold as ice, and she looked at Nagato with some dissatisfaction. I still have a lot of things to tell him. Nagato shook his head and whispered, Uehara is at an adolescent age. If you say too much, he will have a rebellious mentality. Nagato saw Conan's suspicious eyes and continued to explain. In fact, Uehara is willing to take the initiative to do something. This is also a kind of training for him. At least we don't have to worry about the future of the Hidden Rain Village and Akatsuki. After Conan lowered his head and pondered for a while, he suddenly raised his head and said, "Then when Naraku comes back, let him serve as the leader of the Hidden Rain Village and govern the entire Hidden Rain Village and the Rain Country so that he won't always leave us." Nagato didn't want to communicate with Conan anymore. Conan always wanted to tie Uehara Naraku to himself like a child, for fear that he would have any problems. But how can a man know that life is difficult without going out to experience some hardships? And how can he know that home is the warmest harbor? Of course, Nagato would not really put Uehara Naraku in danger. After Conan left, Nagato immediately asked Tendo Pain to use the phantom body technique to issue an order, asking her Shigeki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi to go and assist Uehara Naraku to complete a task of recruiting new members, which was actually to protect Uehara Naraku's safety. This was simply outrageous. It was a pity that this order could not be refused. A few days later, Uehara Naraku saw her Shigeki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi coming to his side, and the three of them were huddled in this small cave staring at each other. Uchiha Itachi wanted to get information as soon as he opened his mouth. Is the new member we are recruiting a Konoha ninja? Is it the Konoha rebel ninja codenamed Orphan? The Konoha rebel ninja codenamed Orphan has been making a lot of noise these days, and even Uchiha Itachi and Shigeki Kisame have heard about him. Many people in the ninja world are paying attention to this matter. No. Uehara Naraku shook his head and explained softly, but it's almost the same. The ninja we recruited this time is an orphan whose parents died when he was young. And you, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are the murderer who made him an orphan. Uchiha Itachi nodded and began to figure out who to recruit. After all, the Akatsuki organization has always prioritized strength, and there are very few people in Konoha who can meet the requirements. Is it Mr. K or Mr. Kakashi? There are quite a lot of orphans in Konoha, and Uchiha Itachi thought of these two at once. After all, only these two people's strength can meet the standards of Akatsuki. This is not good. If it is my guy, it's okay, but if Hatake Kakashi betrays Konoha, it will be a fatal blow to Konoha. Unfortunately, Uehara Naraku has kept it secret and insisted on not leaking the news, which made Uchiha Itachi feel a little uneasy. Don't worry. Uehara Naraku chuckled and said, "Mr. Itachi, if you have any conflicts with the new members, I will help you." "Thank you." Uchiha Itachi began to think again. If this rebel ninja is harmful enough to Konoha, then he will be killed directly under the title of conflict. Uehara Naraku quietly opened the fade skill and hooked the corners of his mouth. "Okay, let's go to the Valley of the End. Just wait for our new members there." The Valley of the End. Everything is going as expected. When Uehara Naraku, Uchiha Itachi, and her Shigeki Kisame arrived at the Valley of the End, the canyon was still very calm. The huge statues of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood in the Valley of the End, looking majestic. As soon as he arrived here, Uehara Naraku had 500 gold coins in his account. Sure enough, starting with the Land of Fire or Konoha is the right way to open. What's the point of us coming to the Valley of the End? Because this is where old friends broke up. Uehara Naraku pointed to a figure running in the distance, and the person who was still chasing him from behind, and chuckled. "Did you see it? That's a new member." The person fleeing in front was Uchiha Sasuke. The person chasing him from behind was Uzumaki Naruto. History was forced into a predetermined track by him. Not long after Tsunade returned to Konoha to succeed the 5th generation Hokage, the Sound 4 appeared late one night and took away Uchiha Sasuke, and a group of Konoha genin chased them out. In order to cover Sasuke's escape, the Sound 4 were fighting fiercely with the Konoha genin, and Uzumaki Naruto also caught up with Sasuke under the cover of his friends. In the Valley of the End, a drama of former teammates breaking up took place. Uchiha Itachi looked at the two young men fighting below the Valley of the End, and his face suddenly became ugly. Whether it was his brother Uchiha Sasuke or Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki, it was not a good thing for either of them to be captured by the Akatsuki organization. How is it? Naraku Uehara looked down at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke who were fighting fiercely on the lake, chuckled and said, "Mr. Itachi, you choose one. Should we take your brother away, or take Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki?" Hashiga Kikisame grinned and expressed a different opinion. Oh. Little intern, does the leader have any special orders? Can't both kids be taken away? Of course. Naraku Uehara smiled happily. In this way, your team can also complete the task of capturing the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Naraku Uehara and Hashiga Kikisame sang the same tune here, which disturbed Uchiha Itachi's heart. He felt that he had encountered the biggest test since joining the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth. His eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He said in a deep voice, Uchiha Sasuke is too weak, and he has a deep hatred for me. Then kill him. Uehara Naraku glanced at Uchiha Itachi with a smile, and continued softly, Senior Kisame, kill Sasuke, capture Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki. It's okay to leave this to you, right? I'm happy to. Hashiga Kikisame carried his Sumehada sword, laughed very happily, and acted very realistically. This kid was not respectful to Mr. Itachi before, so I just let him vent his anger with his head. Uchiha Itachi. Damn, do you need to be so nosy with your shark face? Are Uehara Naraku and Hashiga Kikisame going to force him to death on the spot? Chapter 155. The psychologically tortured Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi was not driven to death. On the contrary, he was really driven crazy. Ever since Uchiha Itachi solved the threat of Uchiha Obito, he thought he could wait for his younger brother to grow up and become stronger. Who would have thought that his younger brother would be targeted by the psychopaths of the Akatsuki organization before he even grew up? Now when Hashiga Kikisame was about to rush down with his Sumehada sword to kill Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi finally couldn't hold back and called out to his teammates. Kisame. Uchiha Itachi stopped Kisame's actions and said softly, wait until they finish fighting, then go and deal with them. Hashiga Kikisame's mouth curled up immediately, and he tilted his head slightly to glance at Uehara Naraku next to him. Hey, intern, what do you think? Then let's continue and see. Uehara Naraku looked down at Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto who were fighting on the ground, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. I heard that the more intense the emotions of the Uchiha clan are, the more their Sharingan will evolve, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan is the highest level, is that right? Uchiha Itachi was silent for a while before responding. Yes, the highest level of Sharingan is the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Ha 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 ha. Hashiga Kikisame stood beside Uehara Naraku carrying a Sumehada sword, and praised, that's just a conventional saying. Itachi's Sharingan is a legendary Mangekyou Sharingan. The eye is possessed by Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world under our feet. Oh. Uehara Naraku acted quite curious, but he still shook his head gently and said, I dare not ask for the Mangekyou Sharingan, but I'm very interested in a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. Since Uchiha Sasuke and Mr. Itachi have a life and death feud, after killing Sasuke, Senior Kisame will dig out his eyes by the way. How does that sentence go? This should be called waste utilization? As Uehara Naraku spoke, he looked at Uchiha Itachi with a smile on his face. Mr. Itachi won't mind this kind of thing, right? After all, Uchiha Obito and Mr. Itachi are people that I dare not offend as an intern. If I want to get a pair of Sharingan as a gift for Teacher Conan, I can only dig out Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fingers suddenly, and the next moment he slowly relaxed and said softly, I don't think a woman would like such a bloody and evil gift. If you want to please your teacher, you might as well buy a bouquet of flowers. To be honest, I think so too. Hashiga Kikisame took over the conversation and nodded in agreement, saying, after all, the last time you gave Lady Conan the explosive blade, it was really hard to describe. That's where you're wrong. Uehara Naraku smiled and shook his head, explaining softly, the last time I gave Teacher Conan a gift, she should have liked it in private. After all, Teacher Conan's personality is different from other women in the ninja world. As long as you are happy. Hashiga Kikisame nodded speechlessly. Time is passing by little by little. The night is getting darker and the moonlight is getting brighter. Under the moonlight, the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto is completely over, and Sasuke, blessed by the 3 Magatama Sharingan, finally won. It's a pity that without the curse seal energy in history, Uchiha Sasuke had a very difficult battle. Not only did it take longer than in history, but he almost lost. Even after winning, Sasuke's body was almost exhausted. As the loser of the battle, Uzumaki Naruto simply fainted. Uehara Naraku, who was spying on their fight from the statue in the Valley of the End, stretched and whispered, "Okay, Senior Kisame, you can act now." "Very good." Hashiga Kikisame showed his mouth full of shark teeth, and when he was about to rush down with the Samehada sword in hand, he was stopped by a palm. Hashiga Kikisame became very alert, but his secret boss Uehara Naraku was right next to him. Kisame did not panic, but chuckled and said, "Does Mr. Itachi have a different opinion? Someone is coming." Uchiha Itachi looked at the black shadows running in the distance, and said in a deep voice, "It looks like they should be Konoha ninjas. Perhaps our actions should be temporarily stopped." The two young men at the Valley of the End, one is his only relative Uchiha Sasuke, and the other is Konoha's most important Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. There can be no mistakes no matter what. Fortunately, just when Uchiha Itachi was at his wit's end, and was planning to launch a sneak attack, to kill Hashiga Kikisame and Uehara Naraku, the Konoha ninjas who had chased him to the Valley of the End finally relieved Uchiha Itachi. At least he didn't have to be exposed. Facing the combination of Uehara Naraku and Hashiga Kikisame, even if Uchiha Itachi wanted to choose a sneak attack, he couldn't guarantee that he had a 100% chance of winning. Especially Uehara Naraku, as an intern who had been hiding in the Hidden Rain Village. No one could find out the real information about Uehara Naraku. They only knew that this guy had a brilliant record during the Chunin exam. Uehara Naraku really lived up to Uchiha Itachi's expectations, and said with great confidence, "Don't worry, the leaders are only Hatake Kakashi and my guy. Even if the Konoha-sanin chase us, we have to continue the action and capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Then should I go and kill Uchiha Sasuke?" Hashiga Kikisame asked at the right time. Uehara Naraku looked at Hashiga Kikisame as if he was an idiot, since Mr. Itachi doesn't agree with Sasuke becoming a member of our Akatsuki, and this kid has chosen to defect, and can no longer stay in Konoha, of course we should kill him. Uchiha Itachi finally couldn't bear it anymore, and he took back the kune in his sleeve little by little. Uehara Naraku was right. Since Sasuke defected, if he returned to Konoha, only punishment and prison would be waiting for him. Uchiha Itachi had seen the methods of those people in the Anbu torture class with his own eyes, especially Marino Ibiki, who had been tortured by the rebel ninja. It is said that he likes to torture the Konoha rebel ninjas who were captured the most. Forget it, let Uchiha Sasuke join Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi slowly closed his eyes, as if he had made an extremely difficult decision. He continued to add, "In the ninja world, only the power of the Sharingan can fight against illusions. It just so happens that I can use his Sharingan to hone my eye skills." According to what Uehara said, just treat him as a waste that is still useful. Uehara Naraku and Hashiga Kikisame looked at each other. As the two of them who knew the truth about the relationship between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, everything was self-evident. Very good. Uehara Naraku raised his head and looked at the figures chasing from a distance and said softly, "Senior Kisame, Mr. Itachi, go and entertain the ninjas chasing Sasuke. I'll go to clean up the mess." "Well, it's really Might Guy's precious beast that's coming." Hashiga Kikisame chuckled and held Samehada in his hand, jumped down from the tall statue, and rushed towards Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy. "I'll go stop Hatake Kakashi." Uchiha Itachi frowned. He had figured out Uchiha Sasuke's situation, so he had no choice but to dive in the direction of Hatake Kakashi. It was obvious that Uchiha Itachi didn't seem to use all his strength this time. He just rushed up and tangled with Hatake Kakashi for a while, deliberately letting go of masked Anbu ninja, and rushed towards the direction below the Valley of the End. Uchiha Itachi knew every powerful Anbu ninja in Konoha, and that Anbu codename seemed to be Yamato. It is said that Yamato's mission completion rate in the Anbu is very high. As a Konoha spy, Uchiha Itachi can't do much. If he lets too many Anbu go, perhaps he can only let Uehara Naraku slaughter them. He hopes that the Anbu named Yamato can live up to his expectations and at least take back Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Uehara Naraku had been paying attention to the battlefield. He glanced at an Anbu who rushed over and couldn't help but chuckled and said, "A spy is a spy." Sure enough, they will still let him go. After laughing a few times, Uehara Naraku suddenly stretched out his palm and whispered, "The secret of the shadow. Clone." As Uehara Naraku's voice fell, his body suddenly split into a dark shadow, which flew down along the statue and landed beside Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. I will recommend 2 books first, so as not to forget them. One is I'm Really Not Her Apprentice written by Lan Beishai and Aleo. One is I'm Really Not My Master written by Liu Daolon Samzerafist. Thank you for Emma Wasisu's reward. Thank you for Shianaya Washang's reward. Thank you for Liangai Beijiang's reward. Thank you for my reward. Thank you for Cheyenne Huang Dish's reward. Thank you for the reward with a special style. Thank you for Wasp's reward. Thank you for the reward from book friend 201804041123368802. Thanks to Harley Baby for the tip. Thanks to Yelizing Hay for the tip. Thanks to Zaraxiaki for the tip. Thanks to all the book friends for their support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Brothers Meet. Under the moonlight, Uchiha Sasuke barely supported himself to stand up. Looking at the black shadow that fell beside him, Sasuke could not tell that this shadow was a ninja. However, Orochimaru has many talented people under his command, and each of them has some unique skills. Uchiha Sasuke asked directly, "Are you sent by Orochimaru to pick me up? Is it so important to send you to pick you up?" The black shadow seemed to have no mouth, but spoke in a muffled voice inside his body. "As long as it can make me stronger, it's enough, right?" Uchiha Sasuke was immediately suspicious, and a cruel smile flashed across his face after a moment. "That's right, as long as it can make me stronger, it's enough. Then follow me." The black shadow nodded slowly, looked at the unconscious Uzumaki Naruto not far away, and walked over step by step. "This kid seems to have extraordinary power in his body, which can be used by us. Don't touch him." However, Sasuke suddenly took out a kunai and flew into the heart of the black shadow, but Sasuke felt as if his kunai pierced into the air. This made Sasuke's heart tremble. The body of this guy in front of him was really a corpse without any sense of existence. How could there be such a person? The black shadow slowly turned around, stretched out his arm, grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's neck, and lifted the boy up. "You want to kill me? No. No." Uchiha Sasuke tried desperately to pull off the black shadow's arm, but he only grabbed nothing. This ninja who came to greet him seemed to be made of pure shadow. What's going on? Obviously this guy can stretch out his arm to grab his neck, but his palm can't touch this guy's body no matter what. The next second, this group of black shadows threw Sasuke to the ground. Uchiha Sasuke reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief, and after coughing repeatedly, he explained, "Cough cough cough. I just want to test whether you are qualified to let me join." "Really?" The voice of the black shadow suddenly became a little unpredictable, with a bit more condescending majesty. "The power of the two of us now is like the clouds in the sky and the mud on the ground. Don't use your life to test the temper of a strong man, remember?" "I know." Uchiha Sasuke nodded hatefully. Even though his current strength is weaker than the person in front of him, Uchiha Sasuke still wanted to negotiate terms. "The person you need is me, not this yellow-haired brat, right? Leave him here, and I will go with you." After the black shadow was silent for a while, he suddenly chuckled. "It seems that, even if you betray Konoha for power, your feelings are still inclined to." "No." Uchiha Sasuke turned his head and looked at the unconscious Uzumaki Naruto and said coldly, "I will kill him in the future. Now I keep his life, just to use him to test the power I can get from you, so that I know that joining you is not a wrong choice." After the black shadow was silent for a while, he looked at Uchiha Sasuke and nodded. "Hehehe. I hope you can do this in the future." Sasuke snorted coldly and urged in a low voice, "Let's go. It probably won't be long before someone from Konoha will catch up with us." The black shadow raised his head and looked at a figure running towards them quickly and chuckled. "They are already here." Wood release, tree wall. Just as they were leaving, wooden vines suddenly blocked their way, and a masked Konoha blocked their way. It was Yamato. Yamato looked at the shadow and Uchiha Sasuke and said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Sasuke, follow me back to Konoha immediately. Don't go further and further on the wrong path." Would release. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the tree wall blocking them in surprise, then turned to look at the Anbu blocking the way. His face gradually turned cold. He pointed at the shadow and said, "Okay, as long as you kill this guy, I will return to Konoha with you. Little devils are trouble." Yamato frowned, then suddenly stretched out his palm towards the shadow and shouted in a deep voice, "Wood release, great forest technique." His arm instantly turned into countless wooden boards and rushed towards the shadow. However, those wooden boards instantly passed through the shadow without causing any damage. This scene shocked Yamato. He had never encountered such an enemy before. The next moment, the shadow slowly stretched out his palm and grabbed the wooden boards, whispering, "We shouldn't stop a man's choice, right?" Fire style, flame storm. A ball of scorching flames quickly ignited the wooden boards and gushed towards Yamato, forcing Yamato to dodge. However, the flames were like a thorn in the tarsal bone, chasing closely behind Yamato, and the scorching fire waves were almost within reach, forcing Yamato to retreat. Wood style, wood ingot wall. A series of curved and sturdy wooden pillars emerged from the ground, wrapping Yamato tightly in them. The flame storm directly hit the wood ingot wall, and the flames splashed. Is the chakra used too little? The shadow flipped his palm, stretched out his palm towards the defensive Yamato, and whispered, "Fire style, flame pillar." A ball of flames gushed out from the ground. Yamato, who was hiding under the defense of the wooden pillar, had never thought that there was such a fire style ninjutsu, and the flames gushing out from the ground directly hit his body. Yamato was covered in burn marks all over his body. He lay down on the roadside with an ugly face, watching the black shadow taking Sasuke away. This guy is so strong. Yamato gritted his teeth. Fortunately, the wood release bloodline in his body brought him a strong ability to recover and resist damage. Otherwise he would have been killed directly. But now it is impossible to bring Uchiha Sasuke back. Yamato slowly turned his head and looked at the unconscious Uzumaki Naruto. He was barely relieved in his heart. At least he could save Uzumaki Naruto. Compared with Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto's identity is more important. After following the black shadow for a long time, Uchiha Sasuke finally couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? Are you Orochimaru's subordinate, or someone from another ninja village?" "Really?" The black shadow suddenly turned into a young ninja. He slowly turned his head and looked at Uchiha Sasuke with a smile on his face. "You are still so impatient, Sasuke. Uehara Naraku." Uchiha Sasuke's expression changed drastically, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. "Why is it you?" If I remember correctly, Uehara Naraku is from the Hidden Rain village. Although Uehara Naraku's strength is indeed strong, after assassinating the third Hokage, he was able to fight against Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, Jiraiya and other powerful Konoha ninjas, but his name is not as loud as Orochimaru. Why can't it be me? Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Sasuke. His smile was extremely kind. "Sasuke, only by joining us can you hope to kill Uchiha Itachi." After saying that, Uehara Naraku tilted his head and chuckled. "Hey, do you think I'm right, Mr. Itachi?" "What?" When Uchiha Sasuke was a little confused, two figures suddenly walked out of the darkness. They were Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, who had just left the battle. Uchiha Itachi slowly raised his head, looked at his brother and whispered, "We meet again, Sasuke." Uchiha Itachi. Even though Uchiha Sasuke was exhausted, he still plucked up the courage to support his body and attacked Uchiha Itachi. "I will kill you." Bang. Uchiha Itachi crouched down and punched Uchiha Sasuke in the abdomen, then kicked him to the ground. He said in a cold voice, "You still haven't made any progress. I really don't understand why the leader wants to recruit a waste like you to join our Akatsuki. Bastard." Uchiha Sasuke could only cover his abdomen in helplessness and rage. As expected of Mr. Itachi, he is so cold-blooded to his own brother. Hoshigaki Kisame, who was standing next to him, spread out his palms and chuckled. "Since Mr. Itachi thinks this kid is useless, why don't we just kill him now?" After that, Hoshigaki Kisame explained somewhat complacently, "Itachi, just so happens that a strong enemy has died. My Samehada can taste fresh blood, and Uehara Naraku, the intern, can get a gift for senior Konan." Uehara Naraku touched his chin, nodded at Hoshigaki Kisame and said, "I think what Senior Kisame said makes sense. What do you think, Mr. Itachi?" "Not very good." Uchiha Itachi just stared at Uchiha Sasuke on the ground, frowned and said, "Okay, let's take him back to the base first." To be honest, Uchiha Itachi really didn't want to stay with Uehara Naraku and Hoshigaki Kisame, the two bastards, any longer. These two people seem to be doing it for your own good, but do you understand what I think? It's so infuriating. Uchiha Itachi was afraid that he couldn't bear it anymore. TSK. Uehara Naraku sighed, then squatted down and patted Uchiha Sasuke on the shoulder, chuckling. "What do you think? Am I right? As long as you join us, you will have plenty of opportunities to kill Uchiha Itachi." Chapter 157. Sasuke is really useless and unnecessary. Uehara Naraku, what is going on? Uchiha Sasuke looked at everyone present and finally decided to focus on Uehara Naraku because he thought that Uehara Naraku should be the weakest among the three. "Allow me to introduce you." Uehara Naraku extended his hand towards Uchiha Sasuke in a friendly manner and explained kindly, "Uchiha Sasuke, on behalf of the Akatsuki organization that is committed to maintaining peace in the ninja world, I formally invite you to become one of our interns. You all don't look like good people." Uchiha Sasuke stared at Uehara Naraku with a gloomy face and said, "I thought you were a good person. It turns out that you and Uchiha Itachi are in cahoots." "I have always been a good person." Uehara Naraku's smile did not diminish, and he was even a little smug. "You will know when you get along with me for a long time. Now tell me, are you willing to join?" Although the Akatsuki organization prohibits internal fighting, it does not prohibit brothers from killing each other. Uchiha Sasuke was silent for a while, turned his head, and looked at Uchiha Itachi. "What is the status of Uchiha Itachi in your organization?" "Mr. Itachi is an official member of Akatsuki." Uehara Naraku chuckled and pointed at himself, then at Uchiha Sasuke. "We are just interns in the organization. When we are strong enough, the leader will allow us to become official members." This explanation is very easy to understand. Uchiha Sasuke instantly understood the difference in status. He couldn't help but sneered at Uehara Naraku. "You were so arrogant during the Chunin exam. I thought you were a great guy. I didn't expect you were just an intern." Uehara Naraku's smile froze on his face. Obviously, Uchiha Sasuke's words hurt him. Over the years, Uehara Naraku has applied to become a formal member many times, and each time he was rejected by Konan, even Nagato's plea. Whenever Uehara Naraku saw the red cloud and black robe school uniform, he couldn't help but think of the side quest with rich rewards. However, the side quest of becoming a formal member of Akatsuki is as difficult as betting against Tsunade and making Naruto black. It has become Uehara's heart disease. This is too ridiculous. What exactly is the problem? Uehara Naraku has worked very hard in order to let Konan see that his strength is getting stronger and stronger. Uehara Naraku pretends to practice hard almost every day. No matter what Konan asks him to do, he will try his best to complete it. As a result, every time he mentions becoming a formal member of Akatsuki, Konan will only coax him to practice obediently in the village and learn to govern the Hidden Rain village with her. It's just like coaxing a child. The smile on Uehara Naraku's face was overflowing again, but he turned his head to look at Uchiha Itachi and asked softly, "Mr. Itachi, can I discipline your brother on your behalf? In order to prevent him from speaking without restraint in the organization and offending other seniors." "Whatever." Uchiha Itachi turned his head casually. Crack. A crisp bone fracture sounded. Uehara Naraku suddenly twisted Sasuke's arm with force. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but screamed. Uchiha Sasuke's cry was so painful that Uchiha Itachi turned around involuntarily, staring at Sasuke's wound and frowning slightly. Uehara Naraku's palm was green, and while treating Uchiha Sasuke's wound, he chuckled and persuaded, "Although I'm also an intern, you joined Akatsuki after me. Remember to call me senior in the future. Do you understand?" Uchiha Sasuke just gritted his teeth and said nothing. Just when Uehara Naraku wanted to continue, a big knife wrapped in bandages fell beside him, stopping his action. Hoshigaki Kisame smiled and whispered, "After all, we have to give Mr. Itachi some face. Although the two of them are mortal enemies, they are still brothers after all." Uchiha Itachi looked at Hoshigaki Kisame with a hint of gratitude. Uehara Naraku looked at Hoshigaki Kisame with a hint of danger. What's wrong with this spy? Is he a little drifting? Because he is far away. Uchiha Sasuke was totally unappreciative and even said in a cold voice, "Who is his brother? Since he killed my father, mother and all the tribe members, he is my enemy who I wish I could chop into pulp." "Mr. Itachi, look." Hashiga Kikisame immediately put on a helpless look. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and whispered, "Don't pay attention to him. Uchiha Sasuke has been vulnerable since he was a child. He can only be arrogant with his mouth," I said. Uchiha Itachi's words suddenly stopped because he felt that if he said that Uchiha Sasuke was not suitable to be a member of Akatsuki again, Hashiga Kikisame and Uehara Naraku would probably say something cruel like, "Since Sasuke was not suitable, then kill him." This is really worrying. Uchiha Itachi didn't know what to say. Uchiha Itachi gradually gathered his collar and whispered, "Forget it, let's go. Hurry back to the organization's base as soon as possible, so as not to encounter Konoha's pursuit again." At this point, Uchiha Itachi could only try to have fun in the midst of suffering. After Uchiha Sasuke joined Akatsuki, he was able to see Sasuke often and personally protect Sasuke's safety, so things didn't seem to be particularly bad. The only pain was Sasuke's hateful look, but this time wouldn't be too long. Just now, when Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto broke up and fought, he had evolved from a double Magatama Sharingan to a triple Magatama Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi began to think in his heart he should pick an opportunity to let Sasuke open the main Manjaki Sharingan, then he could die peacefully. Uchiha Itachi didn't even mind using his own death to help Sasuke resolve his knot. But before dying, he had to arrange Sasuke's life. If Sasuke was still in Akatsuki at that time, he would probably be bullied all the time. Unfortunately, this was just Uchiha Itachi's wishful thinking. When passing by a dessert shop, Hashiga Kikisame suggested having lunch in this shop. Uchiha Sasuke immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. "I hate natto and sweets, but Mr. Itachi likes sweets very much." Hashiga Kikisame curled his lips and looked at Uchiha Sasuke with a very bad smile. He seemed to be helping Uchiha Itachi, so he especially liked to bully Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi was quite helpless watching from the side and could only turn his head to look at an outsider. What would Uehara want to eat for lunch? Uehara Naraku glanced at Hashiga Kikisame casually. "Recently, my taste is a bit strange. I want to eat shark fin." Hearing Uehara Naraku's words, Hashiga Kikisame's face suddenly looked bad, and he obviously became a lot more honest. After the group had eaten and drunk enough, Uchiha Sasuke saw the opportunity for Uchiha Itachi to drink water, and a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in his palm and rushed towards Uchiha Itachi. Chidori. Bang. Uchiha Sasuke was kicked to the ground by Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi stepped on Sasuke's wrist tightly and broke it. Then he slowly said, "Uehara, this injury should be fine, right? I don't want to make Sasuke a complete waste," before squeezing out his remaining value. "Don't worry." Uehara Naraku chuckled and waved his hand to heal Sasuke's wound. "As long as you don't twist Sasuke's head off, I can heal him." On the way back to the Rain Country, before they even left the border of the Fire Country, Uchiha Sasuke sneaked and assassinated Uchiha Itachi more than 3 times a day, and was easily defeated by Uchiha Itachi every time. Along the way, Uchiha Sasuke's assassination was not successful once, but instead it was alienated by Hashiga Kikisame and Uchiha Itachi's uneasiness. Uchiha Itachi felt that Sasuke didn't know how to be patient. Kisame felt that Sasuke was really inexperienced and troublesome, while the Akatsuki organization was extremely disgusted with Uchiha Sasuke. Another ninja who liked to adopt orphans was furious. In the Yanine village, having sacrificed the 4 sound nin, but still without any news about Sasuke, Orochimaru's temper became noticeably more agitated. "What's going on? My current body is about to reach its limit, and Kidomaru and the others haven't brought Sasuke back yet. Maybe there's something wrong with our plan." Kabuto Yakashi pushed his glasses and persuaded helplessly, "Lord Orochimaru, why don't you perform an on-corpse reincarnation first? Moreover, Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan bloodline may not be the best choice for Lord Orochimaru, but he is the most suitable one now." Orochimaru punched the experimental table. Due to excessive force, he could only lie down on the chair next to him tremblingly. "Go and help me prepare for this non-corpse reincarnation. A new body can last for 3 years, and it's just right for me to capture and study White Zetsu during these 3 years." After speaking, Orochimaru slowly turned his head, with a hint of danger and gratitude in his snake pupils. Kabuto, thank you for bringing back a white Zetsu body, which has allowed me to find a new possibility. When Kabuto Yakushi was about to leave, he suddenly stopped, his face becoming more respectful. No, I want to thank Lord Orochimaru. Because of your existence, I can see the most suitable path for ninjas. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru slowly smiled and held his forehead, whispering, yes, I have found a new path. As long as we can catch enough white Zetsu, impure world reincarnation. Reincarnation of corpses can be further improved. Orochimaru slowly turned his head and looked at a coffin with the word engraved on it beside him. A trace of obsession flashed in his eyes. As long as I get white Zetsu, I will soon have the power of the first Hokage. Since Orochimaru began to study the corpse of white Zetsu, he quickly discovered the wonderful structure of this creature. This creature is not like a ninja at all. Their bodies seem to be able to accommodate the existence of any chakra. This is very magical. As long as it can be compatible with chakra, it means that it can accommodate any bloodline limit. For Orochimaru, the bloodline he hopes to obtain can be integrated into the body of white Zetsu. As long as he can get a living white Zetsu, and as long as that white Zetsu can accommodate the wood release bloodline, Orochimaru believes that he can completely gain a foothold in the ninja world with the power of wood release. The most important thing is that the body structure of white Zetsu is very unique. Orochimaru discovered that creatures like white Zetsu might be able to be used as vessels for sacrifices for impure world reincarnation, and might be able to allow the dead to exert powerful powers. The only problem is that powerful impure world reincarnations are not easy to control. And where should we find white Zetsu? Orochimaru tapped his fingers lightly, his cold pupils slightly tightened, and he murmured slowly, I remember that Zetsu has always been an intelligence officer of Akatsuki, and these white Zetsu should all be his clones. But Zetsu's whereabouts are uncertain on weekdays. It seems that we have to find a way to get his information from a member of Akatsuki. Chapter 158. Are you kidding me? Akatsuki's base. Because Conan was too nosy, Uehara and Naraku hadn't been to Akatsuki's base for a long time. He actually felt a little familiar with this place. This dangerous thought was immediately suppressed by Uehara. Could it be that he had been a villain for a long time recently and was a little addicted? After entering the base, Uehara and Naraku and his group found that there were a lot of people today. It seemed that all the relevant members were gathered here. Official members, Bean, Conan, Scorpion, Deidara, Main Zetsu, Zabuza Momochi, Kakuzu, Hidden, Zetsu, plus Ashigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi who just arrived. All the official members are here. Uehara Naraku is the only intern. Perhaps from today on, Uchiha Sasuke will also become an intern of Akatsuki. As for the non-staff liaison personnel Kagura Kimimaro and Haku, they are also here. Today, there is another Karen in their team. Wait, something is wrong. Uehara and Naraku couldn't help but take a look at Kagura Kimimaro and Haku's clothes. Why did they both wear Akatsuki uniforms? According to the strength, except for Kagura Kimimaro and Shiro, there should be no one who is qualified to become a formal member of Akatsuki, right? Could it be that Akatsuki's uniforms are being given away and official membership positions are being opened? Uehara Naraku couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. Even Kagura Kimimaro and Shiro can join. Doesn't this mean that he is also qualified to become a formal member of Akatsuki? Uehara slowly walked to his seat and couldn't help but chuckled and said, why is the organization doing a team building today? The Red Sand Scorpion lifted up the head of Kirayuko and said in a cold voice, what team building? Didn't they say that they welcome a new member today? Could it be this kid? Deidara looked at the unfamiliar Uchiha Sasuke with a grin on his face. It seems that the strength of this kid is not very good. Is he qualified to stand with us? Kakuzu glanced at Uchiha Sasuke with dissatisfaction. Akatsuki is not something that can be joined by just any cat or dog. Don't always recruit these 10-year-old kids. Do you want to turn this place into a kindergarten for little kids? Upon hearing this, Deidara immediately became unhappy and retorted, that's much better than turning it into a senior activity center. After all, Deidara joined the Akatsuki organization at the age of 12, and he is only about 15 or 16 years old this year. The generation gap with an old man like Kakuzu is too big and they really can't get along. After finishing speaking, Deidara even kindly tried to win over another person of his age. Hey, Uehara, am I right? Cough 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 cough. Uehara Naraku coughed a few times, and when he was about to say something, he looked up at Conan beside him and saw that Conan's cold face was getting colder and colder, which made him close his mouth subconsciously. Since Uehara entered the Akatsuki base, Conan has not spoken a word, which is quite different from her attitude towards Uehara. Moreover, silence is usually a precursor to Conan's anger. This is normal, after all. Conan has always disliked Uehara Naraku's involvement in Akatsuki's affairs, but Nagato has the opposite opinion from her. Seeing that Conan was rarely so angry, Uehara Naraku felt a little abnormally happy in his heart. Is it because he is going to become an official member of Akatsuki today? Okay. Pin interrupted everyone's noise and shifted his gaze to Uehara Naraku and said in a deep voice, Uehara, introduce the new member you recruited for Akatsuki? Instead of letting me introduce him, why not let Mr. Itachi introduce him? Uehara Naraku suppressed the smile on his lips, fearing to arouse Conan's anger. He slowly raised his head and looked at Uchiha Itachi and said softly, perhaps in the entire ninja world, no one knows our new members better than Mr. Itachi. Uchiha Itachi was silent for a while, turned to look at Sasuke, and said softly, this is Uchiha. I'm Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke interrupted Uchiha Itachi coldly, and said loudly, the only member of the Uchiha clan. My purpose of joining Akatsuki is to kill Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. Deidara immediately said dissatisfiedly, what? Another Uchiha? Are all you Uchiha people going to run to Akatsuki? As a defeated general of Itachi Uchiha, Deidara undoubtedly hates Uchiha the most. It just so happens that Akatsuki has a connection with Uchiha. A few years ago, a man named Uchiha Obito was forced to defect, and it is said that he has always wanted to join. Now another Uchiha Sasuke has joined. If you count it this way, the few Uchiha in the ninja world are all inextricably linked to Akatsuki. The members of Akatsuki turned their attention to Sasuke, and everyone's brows frowned involuntarily. After a moment, they fell on Itachi Uchiha, as if they wanted to see his reaction. However, Itachi Uchiha's face was calm, and he didn't seem to care what Sasuke Uchiha was talking about in his sleep. This is the confidence of an absolutely strong man. The enthusiasm of the members of Akatsuki to watch the show suddenly subsided, and then they turned to look at Uehara Naraku. Scorpion of the Red Sand couldn't help but ask first, Uehara, what are you doing? Recruiting the enemies of the official members to join Akatsuki? Hey, Senior Scorpion, this is not my idea. Uehara Naraku hurriedly shook his head, a smile appeared on his face. This was mentioned by Mr. Itachi himself. Actively recruiting Uchiha Sasuke just became a rebel ninja. Senior Kisame and I were strongly opposed. Yeah. Uchiha Itachi nodded and responded, my illusion requires the use of a person with huge spiritual energy to practice. It just so happens that Uchiha Sasuke has opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan, which has certain value. Oh. He seems to be a little genius. Scorpion of the Red Sand immediately changed his attitude and slowly educated Sasuke in the tone of a senior. Hey, kid, remember not to be too arrogant in front of people in the future. If you are like the guy Deidara next to me, you won't live long. Uchiha Sasuke was too lazy to pay attention to him. Instead, Deidara was furious. Hey, Scorpion Dinner, I have always respected you. But you also blow up a lot of my puppets. This proves that my art is one level higher than Scorpion Dinner's. Do you want to die? Deidara, Scorpion, stop arguing. Pin interrupted their quarrel with a cold voice and said in a deep voice, I will announce the new members of the organization. Kaguya Kimimaro and Shiro will become official members of Akatsuki from today, codenamed Bones and Snow. Yes. Kaguya Kimimaro and Shiro agreed seriously. After Pin nodded with satisfaction, he turned to look at Uehara Naraku, but when Pin saw the expression on Conan's face next to him, he suddenly fell silent, as if he was a little stuck. After a long time, Pin seemed to have made up his mind, and said in a deep voice, originally, I wanted to delay for a while, but since Uehara has recruited Uchiha Sasuke, he will be an official member and work with Uchiha Sasuke in the future. I don't agree. Konan slowly raised her head, looked directly at Pin and said, Naraku has more important tasks, and he almost got into trouble this time when he went out. I object to. Uchiha Itachi said in a deep voice, although Uehara Naraku is very strong, I suspect he may have some connection with Orochimaru in this Chunin exam. He should still be under the supervision of senior Konan. After saying this, Uchiha Itachi added, and I need to keep Uchiha Sasuke by my side during this time. On the one hand, I can use him to practice, and on the other hand, it is convenient to monitor him, so that this guy doesn't defect like Uchiha Obito. These words couldn't be more reasonable. Hashiga Kikisane curled his lips and chuckled. Actually, I'm against this, but I'm not against Uehara Naraku becoming a formal member, but I think Uchiha Sasuke is not qualified to form a team with him. I think so too. I don't agree either. Kakuzu looked at Uehara Naraku coldly and said in a deep voice, I think this kid Uehara Naraku should just be an accountant who counts money in the Hidden Rain Village. Akatsuki already has enough people. To be honest, after Uehara Naraku left, Kakuzu still missed him a little. Although Uehara Naraku always collected money quickly, he was also very straightforward when allocating activity funds every time, which was much better than his teacher Konan. I agree with Kakuzu senpai's opinion. I also think what Kakuzu senpai said makes sense. I also agree with Kakuzu senpai's opinion. At one time, several teams expressed their agreement with Kakuzu's opinion. It seems that there are many victims who were tortured by Konan's allocation of activity funds. After all, Xiaonan, who had lived a hard life since childhood, naturally didn't like other people to spend money lavishly. Xiaonan naturally didn't care what they thought. Hearing a group of people supporting her opinion from the side, Xiaonan's cold face showed a little smile. Her palm fell softly on Uehara Naraku's shoulder, embraced her disciple, and whispered, then let Naraku study with me for a while. Tendo Pain was silent for a while, looked at the people present, and nodded slowly, then let Uehara continue to study with you, and let Uchiha Sasuke follow Uchiha Itachi and Hashiga Kikisane team for the time being. Uehara Naraku slowly raised his head, looking at Tendo Pain with a hint of doubt in his eyes. You said so much today, but you are playing tricks on me again. Xiaonan held Uehara Naraku's hand, and the smile on her face slowly faded. She regained her cold look again. Naraku, come with me, I have something to talk to you about. Xiaonan was still angry. Chapter 159, The Mission to Destroy the Hidden Grass Village. On the lakeside, Konan looked up at Uehara Naraku. This disciple was taller than her, which reminded Konan of Nagato's words, to persuade her and Jiraiya's teachings. The anger in Konan's chest slowly subsided, and she reached out to help Uehara Naraku tidy up his clothes. Naraku, tomorrow I will arrange a succession ceremony for you to become the leader of the Hidden Rain Village. You are a ninja from the Rain Country, so learn to shoulder the responsibility of a leader first. Uehara Naraku's face drooped immediately, and he shook his head weakly and said, Teacher Konan, Pain is the most suitable leader for the Hidden Rain Village. Uehara Naraku already knew it in his heart. Konan didn't want Uehara Naraku to get involved in the current Akatsuki, but to become the leader of the Hidden Rain Village according to the established route she had set. This was also the disagreement between Uehara Naraku and Konan, and also the disagreement between Nagato and Konan. Perhaps because of too many hardships, Konan always wanted to arrange a bright and smooth path for him, but Uehara Naraku didn't want these. In the future, he will be confined to a small ninja village every day, and protected by Konan and Nagato. Is this what he, a mastermind behind the scenes, should do? Uehara Naraku grabbed Konan's hand, and said in a deep voice, Teacher, I have been training in the village for 4 years. I have researched a lot of ninjutsu. This time, I even fought with Lord Jiraiya, and did not lose. I know, you are too brave. Konan slowly raised his head, and looked at Uehara Naraku, and said in a deep voice, and you actually assassinated the third Hokage in Konoha this time. What if something happens to you? Isn't there a problem? Uehara Naraku patted his forehead helplessly, and said in a deep voice, anyway, I refuse to succeed the position of leader of the Hidden Rain Village. Konan slowly stretched out her palm, and stroked his cheek. Her hot breath fell on Uehara Naraku's neck. Her voice became lower and lower. Naraku, we want to give you the best things, why do you always refuse? Maybe there is a generation gap in our concepts. Uehara Naraku blinked, staring at Konan's eyes close at hand. His orange-yellow pupils were somewhat beautiful. He spoke softly and changed the subject. That, teacher, I brought you a gift. You will definitely like it. Huh. There was some confusion in Conan's eyes. Uehara Naraku quickly took out a scroll from his ninja tool bag and placed it in Conan's palm. He chuckled and said, didn't I tell you before? After assassinating the third Hokage, I contacted Danzo. This was of course a lie. In fact, the assassination of Danzo took place even earlier. But except for Kabuto Yakushi, no one else knew the truth. Conan's eyes were hesitant for a moment, and she looked at the scroll in her hand with an expression that was difficult to describe. So what's in it is? Uehara Naraku nodded, with a smug smile on his face. Yes, it's the body of Shimura Danzo. Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed, and continued to explain. Shimura Danzo seems to have mastered a forbidden technique. A bunch of Sharingan have been transplanted into his body. Every time a Sharingan is closed, he will not be hurt for a period of time. It took a lot of effort. This is also to give a shot of prevention. When Konan or Nagato meet Uchiha Obito in the future, they must know that having the Sharingan means a period of Izunage's invincibility. Uehara Naraku said with a little regret on his face. That's why I didn't catch him alive, and could only bring back his body. Conan's expression was a little dazed. At this moment, her mood was particularly complicated, and she didn't know what to do. Every time this disciple went out, he would bring her some strange gifts after returning. Although these gifts were in line with her wishes, they always felt a little weird. Yes, she did hate Shimura Danzo. But more important than Shimura Danzo is Uehara Naraku's emotional intelligence. In any case, Uehara Naraku brought a corpse as a gift. Isn't her emotional intelligence a little low? Is her education wrong? Okay, I have to go to treat Lord Nagato first. After waving her hand, Uehara Naraku took this opportunity to interrupt the chat with Conan and turned away. Xiaonan nodded hesitantly, and her eyes fell on the scroll in her hand again. A trace of hatred flashed in Xiaonan's eyes, and she saw that there was an extra detonating talisman on the scroll. Xiaonan threw the scroll with the detonating talisman into the lake and quickly closed her palms. Spiritual communication multiplication detonating talisman technique. Countless detonating talismans instantly blew the scroll to pieces. Obviously, both the scroll and the body inside were turned into fragments. After doing all this, Xiaonan's eyes slowly flashed with a trace of relief, and a pair of wings opened and fell on her back, driving her slowly into the sky. In the Hidden Rain Village, on top of the tower, Nagato was still polishing Shadow Pain. After hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned around with a smile and said, "How is it? Is Conan still angry? What happened today?" Uehara Naraku waved his hands helplessly, and his eyes immediately fell on Shirado. "Hey? Does Shirado have any new ideas?" "Well, didn't you advise me before? I have now made Shirado into a disposable puppet that can self-destruct in a crisis. The self-destruction can directly destroy everything within a radius of dozens of kilometers as Pain's last resort." Nagato casually put away Shirado Pain and said softly, "Take Shirado with you when you go out in the future. If Shirado has no chakra, you can also use your own healing method to input chakra into its body." Uehara Naraku shook his head speechlessly and brought up the previous topic again. "What happened today? How did Kimimaro and Haku become official members of Akatsuki?" Hey, Lord Nagato, you promised me before. I also want to wear a uniform." Those two kids were brought up by Conan, so naturally they listened to Conan's orders more. "Didn't I just help you get rid of the two people who were secretly monitoring you?" Nagato glanced at him and sighed. "Uehara, if you hadn't assassinated the third Hokage this time, you would have become an official member of Akatsuki when you came back." Uehara Naraku couldn't help but twitch his eyes. "But I assassinated the third Hokage. Doesn't that just mean that I have become stronger? But you are too brave." Nagato shook his head and said in a deep voice, "The 5 great ninja villages are not as simple as we thought. Don't do such dangerous things in the future. Even if you want to do it, you must summon the 6 paths Pain in advance. Got it?" Uehara Naraku waved his hand and said, "Why are you the same as Teacher Conan now, Lord Nagato? We two are in the same camp. It's too dangerous to be in the same camp with you." Nagato glanced at Uehara Naraku and shook his head dully. "If I had known you were so brave now, I would." "Oh, Okay, that's enough. Uehara Naraku hurriedly interrupted Nagato and said loudly, anyway, you promised me during the chakra communication that you would let me wear the Akatsuki uniform and become a formal member of Akatsuki. It's just a small matter. Nagato patted Uehara Naraku's arm and said in a deep voice, after I have dealt with everything, you will be the new generation leader of Akatsuki. Uehara Naraku. The thoughts of Konan and Nagato are outrageous. One wants him to become the leader of the Hidden Rain Village, and the other wants him to become the leader of Akatsuki. He just wants to wear a uniform to complete a task. Hurry up and give me a task. Uehara Naraku patted Nagato's arm and urged, I'm worried that teacher Konan will force me to succeed the position of village leader tomorrow. If I succeed, it may be difficult to leave the village in the future. I will go out and hide for a while today. To be honest, Uehara was a little afraid to come back. Konan and Nagato had placed too many high hopes on him, but he just wanted to be a mastermind. Of course Nagato refused to agree and shook her head to reject him. If Konan can't find you, she will make trouble for me. Will you help? Uehara Naraku crossed her arms. Nagato supported his forehead and whispered, okay, I just happen to have a mission here. You go to attack and destroy the Kusagakure village. I originally wanted to give this mission to Sasori and Deidara, but now I'll treat it as a test for you. Are there any reasons? Yes, and the reasons are very sufficient. Nagato nodded and explained in a deep voice, the area of the Land of Grass happens to be connected to the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. After the destruction of the Kusagakure village, the two countries will definitely have disputes over the ownership of the land of the Kusagakure village. Moreover, since the Kusagakure village has no armed forces, the personnel of Konoha and the Iwagakure village who infiltrated the Rainland will also be sent to the Kusagakure village to reduce our chances of being exposed. Nagato slowly closed his palms and continued in a deep voice, the last reason. Tendo Pain heard something from Karen. Her mother was also a descendant of Uzumaki, but died under the abuse of the Kusagakure village. Perhaps this reason is the most important. As the relationship between Uehara Naraku and Nagato got better and better, Nagato gradually became more human. He gradually learned to be gentle and angry again. Karen and her mother were descendants of the Uzumaki, and in a sense, they were also members of Nagato's clan. Naturally, he also wanted to get back this debt. Okay. Uehara Naraku nodded solemnly. He glanced at Shirado in the room again and said softly, when I get there, I will summon Shirado to act together. Okay. After Nagato nodded seriously, he added, I heard that the Hidden Grass village has been waging war against foreign countries recently. Maybe you can find evidence that they are trying to start a war against the Hidden Rain village, and you can also make Xiaonan think that you are doing the right thing. Got it. I'll bring you gifts when I come back. Uehara Naraku left Nagato's room in an instant, and his face had become solemn. If he remembered correctly, there should be a base hidden by Uchiha Obito in the Land of Grass. That's where Uchiha Madara lives. I wonder if there are still some white Zetsu entrenched there? Ever since I learned that Mr. Huankeo recommended it, I've been feeling panicky. Okay, I'll add another chapter over the weekend. I won't die, I will make it through. Chapter 160 How widely used is Sage Mode. After Uehara and Naraku left, pieces of origami flew into the high tower of the Hidden Rain village and landed in front of Nagato's room, where Konan appeared. She pushed the door open and walked in, then frowned and said, Nagato, why are you alone here? Where's Naraku? Cough 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 cough. Nagato coughed violently a few times, then said softly, didn't we get news about unusual movements in the Hidden Grass village some time ago? I asked Uehara to deal with it. Konan frowned, looking a little unhappy. Just as Konan was about to turn around and leave, Nagato advised, Konan, don't push him too hard. At this age, Uehara wants to do something big on his own. Yes, I know. Konan nodded and said softly, I just want to tell him that I allow him to become a member of Akatsuki, but he must conceal his identity and actions, because the future leader of the Hidden Rain village cannot be tainted by darkness. After that, Konan added, forget it, since he has left, let's wait until he comes back to tell him. Nagato's face was wonderful, and his eyes had a hint of pity. It seems that Uehara's luck is not very good. I hope that little guy Uehara will not cause any more trouble. Destiny is always magical. Naraku didn't know what happened in the Hidden Rain village. He was still looking for the secret base where Uchiha Obito and Zetsu were hiding. As a result, he had just left the Hidden Rain village and met Zetsu, who was waiting for him. Black Zetsu stopped Naraku in a sinister manner and asked, "Uehara, after going to Konoha, did you find out any information about Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki?" "Yes, I have already obtained the information about the Ninetales Jinchuriki and the One-Tails Jinchuriki." Naraku nodded, and his face gradually became serious, "But I also got another piece of information here. I believe that Senior Zetsu should have also received the news about the code-named Orphan Rebel Ninja. Is Senior Obito really not a Konoha spy? How is it possible?" Black Zetsu shook his head and said with a sinister smile, "Obito is very concerned about the Moon Eye project. How could he be a Konoha spy?" "Then I feel relieved." Naraku nodded. Of course, he was not saying nonsense seriously, but it was natural to take precautions in Black Zetsu's mind in advance. Although Uchiha Obito is not a Konoha spy yet, but when Naraku returns from Kusagakure, Black Zetsu will probably believe that Uchiha Obito will become a Konoha spy, and maybe Uchiha Obito will be a spy for Orochimaru. At that time, Uchiha Obito, Black Zetsu and Orochimaru will soon start a big fight. Naraku dare not say what will happen, but Black Zetsu will definitely be a loser. Black Zetsu didn't know that Naraku wanted to sell out its information, but nodded with appreciation. "Very good. As long as we collect enough information, we will be one step closer to the plan of getting the Eye of the Moon." "Yeah." Naraku nodded seriously and continued softly, "Senior Zetsu, don't tell anyone else about the Eye of the Moon project we are carrying out behind the scenes. Don't worry, I will pay attention." Zetsu's body slowly shrank back into the ground. Naraku's mouth curled up slightly. "If we don't reveal the news, then it can only be Uchiha Obito who revealed the news. But this matter needs to be handled well. It's better to arrange the time earlier." According to the Shadow's ultimate clone skill that Naraku experimented with last time, as well as his natural illusion skill, he could find ways to reveal the information in a subtle way. It's just a pity for Uchiha Obito. Naraku always felt that Uchiha Obito was under pressure that he shouldn't have. Now in the Konoha Ninja, Uchiha Obito is a black-handed traitor who assassinated the 4th Hokage and his wife for Sarutobi Hiruzen and caused the Ninetales Rebellion. On the side of Nagato and Konan, Uchiha Obito is a murderer who murdered his own juniors, and there is a certain suspicion of being a Konoha spy, which has not been cleared yet. When he is in the future with Black Zetsu, Uchiha Obito will become a snitch, a despicable Uchiha, a traitor of the Moon Eye, and so on. Let's do the business first. Naraku's body slowly floated in the air, flying slowly towards the direction of the land of grass, and by the way, he also checked the reward for defeating Yamato before. Side quest, defeat Yamato, 1/1. The task has been completed, and the reward is a hidden inheritance task once. Hidden inheritance mission. There are many surprises in the forest. Say a correct name. Naraku did not hesitate too much. After all, there are very few heroes with similar wood attributes. Thorns in Gila. Mission completed. Hero inheritance is open. Fatal bloom. After releasing a group of thick vines in the target area, the vines will explode and release countless wooden thorns in the area. The skill consumes 70 chakras at the minimum and the skill cooldown time is 3 seconds. Entangling roots. Release vines in front to quickly restrain the enemy's actions. The skill consumes 70 chakras at the minimum and the skill cooldown time is 5 seconds. Strangling vines. Summon the wrath of nature and release dense vines in a wide area. The vines will automatically attack targets in the area. The skill consumes 100 chakras at the minimum and the skill cooldown time is 45 seconds. These all belong to the category of wood release. Naraku actually looks forward to the genuine wood release. After finishing his business in the land of grass this time, if there is a chance, he can find trouble with Orochimaru and see if he can get a more powerful wood release skill. After defeating Orochimaru's reincarnation of the impure world reincarnation of the Senju Hashirama. In addition to Hashirama Senju, there is also the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, who is known as the strongest water escape technique. In addition, Orochimaru needs to hand in the 2 powerful forbidden techniques of impure world reincarnation and corpse reincarnation. These are all precious leaks. It has only been a short time, and Orochimaru can harvest another crop of leeks. Of course, you can't just know how to harvest, you also have to learn how to cultivate, and by the way, see if you can let Kabuto Yakushi find a way to learn the Sage Mode of Ryochi Cave. According to Uehara's guess, the way to advance his Sage Mode to the Long Steps of God should be to defeat the Sage Mode of the 3 Holy Places. Sage Mode open. Uehara Naraku's fingers fell on the spell of the winged sword on his arm, and the natural energy contained in it almost rushed into his body quickly, and in an instant he felt the power in his body expand rapidly. It was a little numb and itchy on the back, as if something was suppressed. A moment later, 2 pairs of white wings suddenly grew out of Uehara Naraku's back. In an instant, Uehara Naraku felt that the power in his body had undergone a qualitative change. All the chakra in his body had been converted into Senjutsu chakra. Sage Mode, the second form of the long stage of ascension. With the Sage Mode activated, Uehara Naraku was somewhat doubtful. After the Sage Mode was activated, his state improvement was simply unbelievable. Second form ascension, enabled. Chakra automatically converts to Senjutsu chakra. All skill cooldowns reduced by plus 100%. Life energy increased by 400%. Life energy recovery effect increased by 400%. And Senjutsu energy recovery effect increased by 400%. Life energy 57,124 points. Sage Mode. Senjutsu chakra energy 14,765 points. Sage Mode. Life energy recovery 36 points/second. Sage Mode. Senjutsu chakra recovery 24 points/second. Sage Mode. Sage Mode minimum chakra consumption 10 points/second. Uehara Naraku frowned and glanced at his skill panel. Except for the disappearance of all cooldowns, there was no change in skill consumption. This meant that, if he used some powerful skills to bombard, Sage Mode would probably not last too long. It seems to be used for flying. It can also be used for physical combat. Uehara Naraku manipulated the 2 pairs of white wings behind him to fly up, and his speed almost increased by about 4 times, which made him feel as if he had been strengthened. It would be nice if the 2 pairs of wings behind him could be folded up. Wouldn't he be able to maintain the Sage Mode state forever? However, these 2 pairs of white wings are the symbol of Uehara Naraku's Sage Mode. Just like the Todais of the Maiboki Mountain Sage Mode, they cannot be retracted at all. This is a bit of a pity. Apart from being handsome, these 2 pairs of wings are of no use. Wings are actually the dream of mankind. Because there is the ground under their feet, humans always yearn to fly. Uehara Naraku sighed and flew towards the direction of Kusagakure village at a super high speed, almost leaving an after image in the air. After flying for a while, Uehara Naraku suddenly realized a problem. He seemed to think too narrowly about things. In the state of Sage Mode, his skills have no time limit at all. They can not only be used to bombard the enemy, but also to speed up the journey. For example, the destiny that has a cooldown time has no cooldown now. Destiny. Uehara Naraku's face suddenly showed an elusive smile, and then his body suddenly disappeared in the air. A continuous long-distance march and reconnaissance finally began. A few minutes later, Uehara Naraku scouted the entire Grass Kingdom and the border near the Grass Kingdom, and finally locked the location of a person and a group of white Zetsu. Uehara Naraku stood on a big tree, overlooking a closed cave. Uehara's eyes faintly glowed with a hint of gold, which was the perception skill of the hunting rhythm that was activated. He looked carefully at the ground under the cave, and the smile on the corner of his mouth could hardly be concealed. It's been a long time since we last met, Uchiha Obito-senpai. The thanks list is in chapter 3. Chapter 161. Aren't you just throwing dirty water on others? Uehara Naraku is very busy. Now Uehara Naraku is squatting on the outskirts of this secret base, eagerly waiting for the white Zetsu clone to show up and be captured by him. By the way, he uses his very rough painting skills to draw the map logo of this base. The map drawn by Uehara Naraku himself is more abstract than the maps he bought in some small shops. Basically, he wrote down the approximate location data and drew a few iconic hills. When drawing the geographical location, Uehara Naraku would occasionally turn on the hunting rhythm and destiny to explore whether there is a white Zetsu. After a long time, a white Zetsu clone appeared under the ground of this secret base. It used the mayfly technique to swim towards the distance. According to observation, the destination of this white Zetsu should be the direction of the nearby town. When this white Zetsu just emerged from the ground and turned into an ordinary person, someone suddenly patted its shoulder and put a scribbled map in front of it. "Friend, can you find your home with this map?" White Zetsu frowned immediately and it turned around to see a strange face, so it lowered its head to look at the map with peace of mind. "What is this drawing?" "A map. I'm asking where this sign is drawn." White Zetsu glared at the strange man behind him with an unhappy look and began to spray at the scribbled map. "What is this? A mountain? What is this? A lake? What is this? A forest? What a mess this map is drawn on. Who can find a small hillside in the forest? It also marks about a few kilometers." White Zetsu's voice gradually lowered as he spoke. It seemed to have figured out where this place was. This was the secret base they and Uchiha Obito were hiding. White Zetsu instantly turned his head to look at the stranger, only to see a mysterious smile on the stranger's face, which made him feel a little cold. White Zetsu felt something was wrong, and the next moment he was about to break free and escape. When he rushed back to the base to report the news, his body was tied up by vines. White Zetsu's face suddenly changed, and he asked in a deep voice, "Would release? Who are you? How can you use would release if Hashirama sent you?" "Oh, I'm just a draughtsman." The stranger's face changed again, returning to the original appearance of Uehara Naraku. He chuckled and said, "Well, now it seems that there is nothing wrong with the map I drew, Uehara Naraku." This white Zetsu immediately recognized this person who was often circulated in the base. It even secretly monitored Uehara Naraku in the Hidden Rain village for a period of time. It is said that every quarrel between Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito was because of this guy. This person should be their ally. This white Zetsu saw Uehara Naraku speak well of Uchiha Obito in front of Konan and Nagato a few years ago, but Konan and Nagato were very stubborn and refused to accept Obito again. The white Zetsu tried to comfort himself and whispered, "Uehara Naraku, what do you mean? Why did you capture me and remember the location of our secret base? Are you a spy that Nagato and Konan have planted around us? Are all white Zetsu as nagging and annoying as you?" Two pairs of white wings suddenly spread out from behind Uehara Naraku, and he suddenly flew into the sky with the white Zetsu tied tightly by vines in his hands. Because this white Zetsu has been living underground, it seems to be a little afraid of heights, and has been cursing in the air. Uehara Naraku thinks he has a high quality, and he knows that this white Zetsu will not live for too long, so he doesn't care about the cursing of white Zetsu. This white Zetsu is going to be given to Kabuto Yakushi. Uehara Naraku spread his wings and flew all the way to the vicinity of a Togakure village, taking the white Zetsu who was cursing all the way with him. After landing, the white Zetsu said in a deep voice, "This is a hidden sound village, Uehara Naraku. What are you bringing me here for? You've been to a lot of places." Uehara Naraku chuckled and began to open the destiny skill. He soon found the location of Kabuto Yakushi, but Orochimaru was not in the village now. Since the Konoha collapse plan, Orochimaru didn't seem to care much about the existence of the hidden sound village. The number of ninjas in this village has become fewer and fewer, and even the guards are not sound. This is normal. After all, Konoha has been tracking Orochimaru. They have recently been tied up by the so-called Anbu rebel ninja codenamed Orphan. When they come to their senses, they will definitely find a way to send people to wipe out the hidden sound village. At least in name, they want to destroy the hidden sound village. Orochimaru will not care about Konoha's actions. The foundation of the hidden sound village is Orochimaru himself. As long as Orochimaru is still alive, he can build a new hidden sound village in the future. Uehara Naraku found Kabuto Yakushi without much effort. It happened that Kabuto Yakushi was carefully doing experiments in the laboratory. When Kabuto Yakushi saw Uehara Naraku, he was not particularly surprised. He had seen the magic of this new boss many times. But what did Uehara Naraku mean by staring at the laboratory table with a curious look in his eyes? Was he planning to do another explosion experiment? Ahem. Lord Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi hurriedly interrupted Uehara Naraku's thoughts. He looked down at the white Zetsu beside Uehara Naraku, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Is this the white Zetsu? Yes, alive, or freshly caught. Uehara Naraku spoke of the white Zetsu, as if he were talking about a fish. He took out a map from his ninja tool bag and handed it to Kabuto Yakushi. "This is the map I drew. It shows the bases where the white Zetsu are entrenched. You have to find a way to guide Orochimaru to catch them." "Understood." Kabuto Yakushi looked at the map for a while. He was born as a spy and had seen all kinds of sloppy maps, but the map that Uehara Naraku gave him was really hard to describe. Fortunately, Kabuto Yakushi knew most of the terrain in the ninja world. He obediently accepted the map without saying anything rude. Instead, he focused more on the living white Zetsu. After these days of research, Kabuto Yakushi and Orochimaru have become more and more eager for the white Zetsu. The role that a creature like white Zetsu can play is too great. Kabuto Yakushi pushed up his glasses, his eyes flashing with a thirst for knowledge. "I will use this white Zetsu to conduct a human experiment on Hashirama cell transplantation." "Are there Hashirama cells here?" Uehara Naraku's eyes suddenly lit up. "Please prepare a portion of Hashirama cells for me. I want to transplant Hashirama cells to a descendant of Uzumaki." Originally, Uehara Naraku wanted to try getting a portion of Hashirama cells for Nagato. Since there are Hashirama cells here, he might as well take one away from here. "Is it Karin?" Kabuto Yakushi's brows suddenly frowned, and his brain seemed to have figured out something. "Yes, the Uzumaki clan is born with strong vitality. They are also the easiest carriers of Hashirama cells, and they are even very likely to awaken would release bloodline. It's a pity that the descendants of Uzumaki are scattered all over the ninja world. It's really too difficult to find them. It's too wasteful to use them for experiments. Don't mention these theories." Uehara Naraku glared at Kabuto Yakushi with dissatisfaction and whispered, "This white Zetsu has seen my true face. We can't let this guy survive. You will finish the experiment on Hashirama cells and twist his head off." "Uehara Naraku, you bastard, you despicable and shameless bitch." White Zetsu immediately started a series of curses. In just half a minute, this white Zetsu used all the curse words he knew in his life to describe Uehara Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi was ashamed when he heard it. In fact, Orochimaru would occasionally secretly curse Uehara Naraku. However, compared to this white Zetsu, Orochimaru's curse words seem very refined, and he kept repeating a few words about villains who took advantage of others and inhuman monsters of Akatsuki. Uehara Naraku listened all the way, scratched his ears, and ignored white Zetsu. He just looked at Kabuto Yakushi, who was going to help him get Hashirama cells, and asked, "Kabuto, where is Orochimaru? Does he have any conspiracy again?" "No." Kabuto Yakushi took a sealed bottle, sealed it with a scroll, and handed it to Uehara Naraku. "Lord Orochimaru has a deal to deal with the Kusagakure village. Over the years, many of the experimental funds earned by Orochimaru came from transactions with small ninja villages, small country daimyo, and powerful and wealthy people. The Kusagakure village is also one of his partners." "Oh, then I hope he finishes it soon." Uehara Naraku shook his head and said with emotion, "I will destroy the Kusagakure village after I leave. If Orochimaru doesn't get enough money from the transaction, he will have a debt that he can never get back." Yakushi Kabuto. "Oh, isn't this going to be cheated again?" A few days ago, Orochimaru accidentally developed a tool that seemed to be used in war. In order to make a fortune from the Kusagakure village, Orochimaru went to negotiate the price and collect data these days. However, now it is estimated that this deal will be directly cancelled. Orochimaru didn't even take the advance payment from the Kusagakure village this time because he was too confident in his own strength, and the small ninja village didn't dare to default on Orochimaru's debt. But if this small ninja village was destroyed by Uehara Naraku, it would be a real force majeure factor, and even Orochimaru couldn't do anything. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Uehara Naraku speechlessly and didn't know what to say. Why did Uehara Naraku, the new boss, always cheat his old boss? Uehara Naraku put away the sealing scroll, kicked the still living white Zetsu, and whispered, "As for how to lure Orochimaru to attack the base where Uchiha Obito and white Zetsu are entrenched, I don't need to help you think of a reason, right?" "Of course not." Kabuto Yakushi chuckled and shook his head. "I can easily solve this little thing by myself. After all, I have enough reasons." After that, Kabuto Yakushi looked at the white Zetsu with regret and said, "It's a pity for this white Zetsu. If Lord Orochimaru was here, he could make more use of it. Okay, we will catch more later. Uehara Naraku patted Kabuto Yakashi on the shoulder, with a look that said I'll see you. You just stay hidden here with Orochimaru. He is just a tool man. Your potential is endless. Work hard to learn the impure world reincarnation and the sage mode of the Ryochi cave. Do you understand? Throughout the history of the ninja world, only Kabuto Yakashi has learned the Ryochidang sage mode. If Uehara Naraku wants to evolve his own sage mode, he can only temporarily pin his hopes on Kabuto Yakashi, otherwise he will have to try to kill the White Snake Sage. And Kabuto Yakashi can also master the skillful impure world reincarnation, which is a potential stock. Kabuto Yakashi is also the one with the highest future achievements among Uehara's 3 subordinates, much stronger than the Shigeki Kisame and main Jetsu. Understood. Kabuto Yakashi nodded hesitantly. To be honest, Uehara Naraku has high hopes for him, and Kabuto Yakashi himself dare not even think about it. Oh, by the way, there are a few more things. Uehara Naraku suddenly turned around, grabbed Kabuto Yakashi's shoulder, and asked softly, I want to frame Uchiha Obito for the leak of the White Zetsu base. Anyway, he is alone now, and no one will believe him if it is framed on him. Do you have any ideas about this? Okay. Kabuto Yakashi pushed his glasses and whispered, I will handle this matter, Lord Naraku, don't worry. In addition to these, there is information about Zetsu. Uehara Naraku patted Kabuto Yakashi on the shoulder, and continued to ask, Zetsu has black Zetsu and white Zetsu. White Zetsu is just a group of trash with low combat effectiveness, but black Zetsu claims to be the will of Uchiha Madara. It exists for a huge plan. As for this plan, I will tell you after I figure out how to compile it. But you can find a way to leak it to Orochimaru in advance. This was also leaked by Uchiha Obito. This matter is also handed over to you. Is there any problem? Uehara Naraku found that it was really good to have a spy ranged next to Orochimaru, so that he could directly hand over the information to Kabuto Yakashi, and let Kabuto Yakashi find a way to leak it to Orochimaru. In this way, he didn't have to rashly use Orochimaru's identity to cause trouble, so as to avoid revealing any flaws in the middle. Kabuto Yakashi looked at Uehara Naraku speechlessly, and he still had to think about how to make it up. Aren't you just trying to throw dirty water on black Zetsu? However, the qualities of a subordinate made Kabuto Yakashi know when to ask, and when not to ask, when to answer, and when to shut up. After being silent for a long while, Kabuto Yakashi slowly turned his gaze to the white Zetsu that was about to die on the experimental table beside him. Lord Naraku, I want to know more about creatures like white Zetsu. Do they have human thoughts, or are they appendages of black Zetsu? You mean to ask, does this white Zetsu have a better relationship with Uchiha Obito, or with black Zetsu? Uehara Naraku touched his chin, looked at the increasingly irritable white Zetsu, and whispered, things like white Zetsu should be brainless. They do whatever they want. Maybe their brains are full of water? You bastard have no brains. The white Zetsu who insisted on cursing next to him was angered again. Uehara Naraku, you despicable villain. Shameless and vulgar, your brain is full of water. Kabuto Yakashi slowly pushed his glasses and whispered, it seems that we can regard this white Zetsu as a messenger sent by Uchiha Obito to cooperate with Lord Orochimaru. If they really cooperate, will it be a threat to Lord Naraku? Don't worry. Uehara Naraku smiled confidently and spread out his palms. There are not many people in the entire ninja world who can be my opponent. I can have any means of counterattack. This is the confidence after the sage mode. When you meet a strong opponent, you will be stronger, and when you meet an even stronger opponent, you will be even stronger. Chapter 162. This is God's will to destroy you. Orochimaru hasn't come back yet. Uehara Naraku simply sat in the corner of the laboratory to rest, and observed Kabuto Yakashi conducting a human experiment of transplanting Hashirama cells into white Zetsu. If Orochimaru came back, Uehara Naraku would definitely slip away. Now is not the time for him to meet Orochimaru, because the main purpose now is to frame Uchiha Obito and throw dirty water on black Zetsu. This ninja world is always so magical. Uehara Naraku, the creditor, can't even wait at Orochimaru's house to collect the debt. He feels uncomfortable just thinking about it. He can only wait until he sees Orochimaru again and adds some interest to his debt. In addition to the impure world reincarnation technique and the corpse reincarnation technique that were agreed to be taken away, I also want to take a copy of the summoning Rashomon and the Shikifujin technique. Uehara Naraku, you bastard. You are a piece of bird shit. Sooner or later, you will die a miserable death. When I leave here, I will suffocate to death in the desert. The white Zetsu on the experimental table was still cursing, and a series of curses from various countries in the ninja world came out of its mouth. It seems that this guy has been to many places. Uehara Naraku glanced at the busy Yakushi Kabuto on the experimental table and picked his ears. Can you block its mouth? Sorry, I'll think of a way. After nodding, Yakushi Kabuto hurriedly grabbed the plastic gloves on the experimental table and stuffed them into the mouth of the white Zetsu, blocking the broken mouth. Yakushi Kabuto's time is actually very urgent, because according to Uehara Naraku's instructions, he must kill this white Zetsu before Orochimaru arrives. But in line with the principle of waste utilization, Yakushi Kabuto has to do another round of experiments and simply collect data. Kabuto carefully took out a bottle of Hashirama cells while chatting quietly. By the way, Lord Naraku, do you need me to help with the transplant of Hashirama cells? Don't worry, some people can perform surgery on themselves. Uehara Naraku shook his head, thinking of Nagato and Six Paths Pain, and whispered, it should be possible. After all, he is very good at machines and human puppets. However, Uehara Naraku was still a little worried, and added, I'll ask again, when I get back. Before that, find an opportunity to perform a transplant operation on Karen, which should greatly enhance her strength. Understood. Kabuto nodded, picked up a scalpel, and cut open the arm of white Zetsu, stuffed Hashirama cells into the body of white Zetsu, and began to sew it up. Time was urgent, and he didn't have time to do too much. The fact was, just as Uehara Naraku expected, white Zetsu was the most suitable creature for Hashirama cell transplantation. White Zetsu's wound quickly fused. The next second countless wooden thorns suddenly grew out of the body of this white Zetsu. A hint of madness flashed in Kabuto Yakushi's eyes. Even the most difficult would release Kekkei can be awakened. Maybe we can try to transplant Sharingan for it? Don't even think about it. Uehara Naraku twisted the neck of white Zetsu with one hand, and the body of this white Zetsu instantly turned into a bunch of trees, causing Kabuto Yakushi to be surprised. Uehara Naraku whispered and added, except for the Manjuki Sharingan, other Sharingans are of little value. Okay, that's it. You guys prepare well. After breaking through that base, be careful of those white Zetsu escaping. After all, the Mayfly technique is a very troublesome existence. Before leaving, Uehara Naraku gave another shot of prevention. By the way, Uchiha Obito's ability has spread throughout the ninja world, right? In case you encounter Uchiha Obito's counterattack, you can try to let the reincarnated second Hokage try to crack his ability. Anyway, there is no one in the entire ninja world who hates Uchiha more than Senjutsu Birama. Maybe the reincarnated Senjutsu Birama will take the initiative to cooperate? Yes, thank you, Lord Naraku. Yakushi Kabuto nodded respectfully. Uehara Naraku chuckled and patted Yakushi Kabuto's shoulder and said, okay, I can't contact Orochimaru now, to avoid revealing any flaws. When Orochimaru comes back from Kusagakure village, you can just tell him the good news, that you can catch white Zetsu, so that Orochimaru can be happy for a few more days. After all, when I meet Orochimaru next time, his mood may become very bad. Yes. Yakushi Kabuto's expression was very helpless. Why does Orochimaru become so upset after you meet him? Isn't it obvious that he wants to bully him? Isn't it better to be a good person? Kabuto Yakushi really hopes that Uehara Naraku can cooperate with Orochimaru sincerely once, so that he doesn't have to worry too much. Neither of them seems to be able to be inferior to others. And the mastermind behind the entire ninja world can only be one person. The Land of Grass. In the Hidden Grass Village, Orochimaru actually didn't just come to discuss the deal. He also wanted to get information about Zetsu from the Hidden Grass Village, because Zetsu's identity in Akatsuki was a rebel ninja from the Hidden Grass Village. Except for Konan, Nagato and Uchiha Obito, the other members believed that Zetsu was a rebel ninja from the Hidden Grass Village. After all the members of Akatsuki were S-level rebel ninjas, so Zetsu naturally made up such a rebel ninja identity. Unfortunately, nothing was gained. According to the information Orochimaru got from the leader of the Hidden Grass Village, Zetsu only joined the Hidden Grass Village halfway and then quickly withdrew from the Hidden Grass Village to become a rebel ninja. Zetsu seemed to be wearing a layer of Kusagakure traitorous ninja identity for himself. Then its true origin is worth pondering. After Orochimaru left Kusagakure village, he couldn't help but frowned. It seems that we can only find a way to get Zetsu's information from the members of Akatsuki organization. This body can only last for 3 years at most. We must catch a white Zetsu as soon as possible for experiments. The question is, which team of members can he easily deal with? The members of Akatsuki organization are not weak. Each member has his own unique skills, and even their own information is well hidden. Forget it. Orochimaru sighed quietly and shook his head to himself. Although I didn't get any information about Zetsu here, I also got an order from Kusagakure village, which can supplement funds and scarce resources. Orochimaru didn't know that someone was spying on him underground. After he left Kusagakure village, a figure slowly emerged. It was Uehara and Naraku. After leaving the underground, Uehara and Naraku looked in the direction where Orochimaru left inside. A creditor actually hides from a debtor. Is he still a human being if he doesn't add some interest? After saying that, 2 pairs of wings slowly spread out from behind Uehara and Naraku, slowly driving him to fly into the sky of Kusagakure village. Uehara and Naraku looked down at the Kusagakure village below, which was brightly lit by candlelight, and slowly spread out his palm, and a fireball appeared in his palm. Just as the ninjas of Kusagakure village looked up at the sky in doubt, and shouted loudly about the enemy attack, a dull voice rang in their ears. Sucking the blood of a little girl for your own life will bring your life to an early end. This is the will of God. Destroy you. Uehara and Naraku threw the huge fireball down with one hand, and after watching the fireball detonate a tall building, he touched his chin. It feels too shameful. How did Teacher Conan endure it? Boom. The fireball detonated the tall building, and the fire was bright. This ball of fire opened the prelude to the destruction of a ninja village. The Kusagakure ninjas and villagers screamed and ran around. Some Kusagakure captains commanded their subordinates to put out the fire and attack Uehara and Naraku in the air. Attack the winged birdman above. You're just in time. Hurry up and take out the weapons that Orochimaru just told us. It's just right to use them to test his weapons. A strange looking cart was pushed out by the Kusagakure ninjas. On the cart were a bunch of strange warhead weapons, which made Uehara and Naraku's eyelids tremble. Funny, right? Is this guy a missile or a bazooka? This kind of thing is not in the ninja world at all. Uehara and Naraku raised his eyebrows and thought of Shirado Pain, who was tinkering in the room every day. It seemed that Shirado also had a bunch of missiles on his body, and almost all modern individual weapons were installed. It seemed that a laser weapon was also installed. These things are indeed in line with the common sense of the ninja world. After all, the technology tree of the ninja world has always been crooked. The advanced modern weapons on the ground are using the most primitive carts in the ninja world. Uehara and Naraku slowly stretched out his arms, looked at the Kusagakure village on the ground, and his voice gradually became low. Fire style, flame pillar. The underground flames suddenly erupted. Uehara and Naraku's skills and sage mode have no cooldown at all. One after another, underground flames gushed out. In just a few seconds, the entire Kusagakure village turned into a sea of fire. Whether it is the so-called weapons or the resistance of the Kusagakure ninjas, they were completely defeated under the advantages of air supremacy and fire-style ninjutsu coverage. Uehara and Naraku looked at the Kusagakure ninjas running away under the light of the fire. A larger ball of flames appeared in front of him and suddenly fell down, completely detonating the entire Kusagakure village. The chakra in his body also tended to be exhausted. Side quest, destroy a ninja village, 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the reward skill Arcane Comet. Arcane Comet, when attacking, you can summon a comet in the target area. The skill consumes a minimum of 100 chakra points and the skill cooldown time is 15 seconds. Uehara and Naraku took a look at this skill, which was roughly equivalent to Uchiha Madara's Heavenly Shockstar, but to reach the level of Heavenly Shockstar, it seemed that a lot of chakra would be wasted. However, Compared to the gains from this mission, Uehara and Naraku valued the huge benefits of Dark Harvest after destroying Kusagakure village more. Dark Harvest, passive skill. After defeating each ninja, a part of the power will be obtained from the enemy, and each time it increases life energy by 10 points, chakra energy by 10 points, and natural energy by 10 points, providing a total of 13,420 points of life energy, 13,420 points of chakra energy, and 13,420 points of natural energy. I wrote the thank you list a few minutes late. Thank you for the reward from Westhausen. Thank you for the reward from Master Brother and Master being captured by monsters. Thank you for the reward from Fengwu Yingluo. Thank you for the reward from Yizengaiu. Thank you for the reward from that year of ruthlessness. Thank you for the reward from the Big Brother 30 to 22. Thank you for the reward from Forget Minotu Ayu. Thank you for the reward from Seraphine. Thank you for the reward from Yewuhuanfui. Thanks for the reward from Ziao. I don't know the last word. Thanks for the reward from King Graojiuli. Thanks for the reward from King Jinfeng. Thanks for the reward from Ram_Raz. Thanks for the reward from Wings. Thanks to all the book friends for their support and the reward from the big guys. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, Abato. Are you going to help Uehara? The flames shot up to the sky. Uehara Naraku stood on the flames, casually took out a ring, and put it on his hand. After inputting chakra into the ring, he whispered, "My mission here is completed. There will be no Kusagakure village anymore. Then come back." Nagato's voice sounded a little relaxed. He whispered, "After you come back, Conan and I have arranged a surprise for you." Surprise. Uehara Naraku smiled coldly and whispered into the ring, "I found that they have some collusion with Orochimaru in Kusagakure village. I want to see if I can find Orochimaru's trace again. My chakra is almost exhausted. Let's talk when we get back." What is a surprise? Do Nagato and Conan know what a surprise is? According to his understanding of Nagato and Conan, after he returns, he may have to succeed the leader of both the Rain Village and the Akatsuki. Now that he rarely comes out, isn't it fun to honestly plan the things between Orochimaru, Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito? Besides, now that Kusagakure village has perished, it won't be long before Iwagakure and Konoha get the news, and they will probably send a large number of ninjas into the land of grass. Uehara Naraku can still stir up some trouble here, and doing something is much more interesting than going back to the Hidden Rain village and just sitting there distributing activity funds to people. Uehara Naraku retracted the wings behind him and reopened his attribute bar. Dark Harvest had increased his basic attributes by more than 10,000 points this time, which was much more than what he had gained during the Konoha collapse plan. Life energy. 27,101, normal state, not within the normal standard. Chakra energy. 27,585, normal state, not within the normal standard. Natural energy. 27,585, normal state, not within the normal standard. Life energy recovery. 9/second, normal state, chakra recovery. 6/second, normal state, natural energy recovery. 6/second, normal state, skill cooldown. 60% remaining gold coins. 4830. Although the strength and chakra have become stronger, the basic recovery seems to be a little bit insufficient. At the current speed, if Uehara Naraku wants to slowly recover his chakra, it will take at least more than an hour. My style secret. Zayazen. A mist instantly covered the surroundings of Uehara, and also made Uehara Naraku's chakra recover quickly. Uehara Naraku quietly opened the Fade skill, watching the whereabouts of Orochimaru above, and curled the corners of his mouth. Orochimaru is really fast, so get ready to receive the good news I give you. In the Year 9 village, after Orochimaru came back, he immediately announced the good news to Kabuto Yakushi. "Kabuto, I have reached an agreement with the Kusagakure village. Recently, we can make some weapons in exchange for the resources and money we need. Kabuto Yakashi's face was not very good. If Kabuto Yakashi had not made any mistakes in his own time calculation, it is estimated that Uehara Naraku would have arrived at the Kusagakure village, and that ninja village should have been gone. Lord Orochimaru is really miserable. He just made a big deal, but before he could complete the transaction, his client was completely destroyed by Uehara Naraku. Kabuto Yakashi sighed in his heart and did not answer Orochimaru's words directly. Instead, he led him to the side of the experimental table and changed the topic of the Kusagakure village. Lord Orochimaru, come and see what this is. What is this? White Zetsu. Kabuto Yakashi slowly raised his head, looked directly at Orochimaru, and said in a deep voice, a man named Black Zetsu suddenly sent a white Zetsu and asked me to use this living white Zetsu to conduct a transplant experiment of Hashirama cells. I fought it once, but I couldn't do anything to it. The Black Zetsu seemed to know what experiment we were doing. It invited us to come here to kill Uchiha and gave me a map, telling me that there were many white Zetsu hidden here for us to use. Kabuto Yakashi pointed to the corpse of the white Zetsu on the experimental table and whispered, so I could only conduct a Hashirama cell transplantation experiment in advance at its invitation. What's the result? Orochimaru's expression was a little anxious, but when he saw the wooden thorn on the experimental table, a cold-blooded smile suddenly appeared in his snake eyes. Now it looks like the experiment should be successful, right? That's right. Kabuto Yakashi pushed his glasses and untied his sleeves. There was a sharp wooden thorn on it. He whispered, the recovery ability of wood release is very strong, and the ninjutsu is also very strange and terrifying. Hehehe. The smile on Orochimaru's face was unusually strong. After just awakening wood release, does it have the combat power comparable to yours? It seems that there is nothing wrong with our research. It's a pity that we lost a living white Zetsu. That Black Zetsu has already given us information. Kabuto Yakashi slowly took out a scribbled map and a precise map. The former was left to him by Uehara Naraku, and the latter was redrawn by Kabuto Yakashi. This is probably the rigor of a scientist. Kabuto Yakashi placed the two maps on the table and whispered, this is the place where Black Zetsu invited Lord Orochimaru to kill Uchiha. As long as we get rid of Uchiha, we should be able to get information about White Zetsu. After that, Kabuto Yakashi added, but what I can't judge is whether there is any conspiracy here. After all, we don't know who Black Zetsu is. Does it want to cooperate or take the opportunity to ambush you? After all, the locations above are a bit secretive. Orochimaru laughed and said, Kabuto, how many people in the entire ninja world can defeat me now? No one. Kabuto Yakashi pushed his glasses and agreed. Since the end of the Konoha collapse plan, every powerful ninja in the ninja world should know that Lord Orochimaru has perfected the impure world reincarnation technique. The existence of the first and second Hokage alone can make Orochimaru's combat power at the top of the ninja world. Now I can even attack the Rain Country, kill Akatsuki's Pain, and seize his Samzara. We'll know if we go to this location. Orochimaru licked his lips and chuckled. Even if someone wants to choose to cooperate with me to kill Uchiha, I just want to ambush him and seize his Mangekyou Sharingan. Plus, there is something we need, such as White Zetsu. Understood. Kabuto Yakashi nodded seriously, but Uchiha's ability is too weird. We may be able to reveal Black Zetsu. On the one hand, try to obtain information about Black Zetsu from Uchiha, and on the other hand, find an opportunity to kill him. Maybe I guessed who Black Zetsu is. Orochimaru touched his arm, thinking of the Zetsu of the Akatsuki organization. He lowered his head and chuckled, but this suggestion is good. If you want to fight against space-time ninjutsu, only space-time ninjutsu can work. The attraction of White Zetsu is too great for Orochimaru. Whether it is impure world reincarnation or reincarnation without corpse, these all require creatures like White Zetsu. After Orochimaru learned the location of White Zetsu, he couldn't bear it immediately and planned to go to the marked location on the map with Kabuto Yakashi. Although Uchiha has strange abilities, Orochimaru has some forbidden techniques on hand, plus the first and second Hokage. He is not afraid at all. Creatures like White Zetsu are related to immortality in science. Orochimaru dares to risk his life to get them. Anyway, he has many lives. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi don't need to make too much preparation. They only brought 2 coffins that sealed the first and second Hokage, and went directly to the marked location on the map. The base of White Zetsu. Uchiha Obito is still living in seclusion here. Except for visiting Nohara occasionally on Memorial Days, Uchiha Obito is too lazy to care about those troubles. All he has to do is wait. Simply wait. When the Moon Eye project begins to capture the tailed beasts, Uchiha Obito will leave here and find a way to cooperate with Black Zetsu to let the Akatsuki people capture the tailed beasts. Uchiha Obito was flipping through a scroll in his hand. Next to him was a flower pot with a thorn planted in it, and on the thorn was a blooming white flower. How could there be a white flower in a base buried deep underground? This was raised by Uchiha Obito when he was practicing wood release ninjutsu. It must be said that the secluded life in the past few years is not without benefits, making Uchiha Obito stronger. Obito, there is a problem. A white Zetsu drilled into Uchiha Obito's room and whispered, "We just sensed 2 chakras approaching here. One of them is Orochimaru." Huh? Uchiha Obito slowly raised his head and asked curiously, "How did he find this place? Are you sure he didn't pass by here?" "No, because his direction is our base." White Zetsu immediately shook his head, because there were still many white Zetsu who were sleeping and had not been awakened. The only apparent combat power in this base was Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito raised his eyebrows and slowly put down the scroll. "It's okay, I will deal with him, but you guys go and find out why Orochimaru discovered our base." Just as Uchiha Obito wanted to get up and leave the base to fight, another white Zetsu came in. "Wait, someone just sent an information. It seems that someone is tracking Orochimaru. It seems to be that kid Uehara Naraku." Uehara Naraku? Uchiha Obito's face suddenly had a hint of complexity. Back then, he was kicked out of the Akatsuki organization by Nagato and Konan because he wanted to kill Uehara Naraku. Even Black Zetsu couldn't stand his stupidity. Later, he heard that the little guy Uehara Naraku often praised him and repeatedly said that for the sake of the Moon Eye project, he had forgiven Obito for murdering him. Judging from Uehara Naraku's various actions, this kid seems to be a person who is very easy to persuade, and from his performance, he doesn't seem to have his own opinions. So for Uchiha Obito, he doesn't have any hatred for Uehara Naraku. Of course, Uchiha Obito doesn't like Uehara Naraku either, because he thinks Uehara Naraku is just an idiot kid with no brains, and especially good luck. Well, even if he has a little cleverness and talent in ninjutsu. After all, even Black Zetsu has praised Uehara Naraku's talent many times. You know, a little guy without any bloodline and secret technique actually has the strength to kill the shadow of a village. Moreover, when the 4th Kazekage was killed that year, Uehara Naraku was only 12 years old. Now he is 16 years old, and he dares to assassinate the 3rd Hokage, and succeeds. These don't matter to Uchiha Obito. As long as he is willing to do it, he can do it. After all, the 4th Kazekage has always been a waste, and the 3rd Hokage is already old, and it is said that after the fierce battle between Orochimaru and the 3rd Hokage, Uehara Naraku took advantage of it. Uchiha Obito suddenly turned his head and said, "That brat Uehara Naraku is one of ours, right? Why is he tracking that guy Orochimaru? He is indeed one of ours." A white Zetsu thought for a while and responded seriously, "Could it be a mission from Akatsuki? After all, Orochimaru is a traitor to Akatsuki. It is indeed possible." Another white Zetsu also nodded and took over the conversation. "It should be after the Konoha Chunin exam that Uehara Naraku discovered the whereabouts of Orochimaru, so he tracked him in secret. The current Orochimaru is not easy to deal with." The first white Zetsu shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I heard that Orochimaru completed the impure world reincarnation technique and resurrected the 1st and 2nd Hokage. I guess that's why Uehara didn't dare to take action." Then, the 2 white Zetsu turned to look at Uchiha Obito. "Obito, will you go to help him?" They happen to be nearby. Uchiha Obito sighed softly and slowly put on a light black coat. Uchiha Obito straightened his clothes and sighed, "Then I'll help him this time. After all, he has been helping me explain in front of Nagato and Konan before, and I haven't seen this lucky kid for a long time." On the ground, Uehara Naraku did not hide his whereabouts. Not only did Naraku deliberately let the white Zetsu discover him, he even greeted a white Zetsu that appeared cordially, as if they were old friends. "Where is this place?" Naraku looked lost and asked softly, "Why did Orochimaru come to this place?" The white Zetsu thought for a while, and decided to tell him foolishly, "This is a secret base. Uchiha Obito is also here. Do you want to see him? He almost killed you once. Do you still hate him?" I was scared and hated him at the beginning. Naraku smiled and shook his head and continued, "But Senior Zetsu mentioned that we are now working together for the Moon Eye peace plan. For the success of the Moon Eye, it doesn't matter, even if he kills me." The white Zetsu was stunned for a while, sighed and said, "You are so nice. Unlike Obito, he is too narrow-minded." In fact, this white Zetsu wanted to say that Naraku was really stupid. Uchiha Obito wanted to kill Naraku just for his own selfish desires. What does it matter if his identity is exposed? As long as the Rinnegan is still there will be no problem with the Moon Eye project. Just at this moment, another white Zetsu jumped up, patted Naraku on the shoulder and said, "Obito wants to see you. He seemed to say he wants to help you." "Really?" There was some surprise in Naraku's eyes. He looked at the previous white Zetsu and chuckled. "In fact, Senior Obito is not what you said. He is still very enthusiastic, just like when he was codenamed Afei in Akatsuki." The two white Zetsu didn't know what to say. Is this Naraku in front of them a fool? Forget it, as long as they are happy. Human beings are indeed too stupid. In the underground base, when Naraku came in, Uchiha Obito was picking his weapons on the wall. He hadn't fought for a long time, so he planned to take this opportunity to test his strength. Naraku greeted with a smile. "Obito-senpai, long time no see. I didn't expect you to live here all the time. Are you here?" After Uchiha Obito frowned, he took down the round fan on the wall and said loudly, "Are you chasing Orochimaru? It just so happens that this guy came to my territory. Now I will go out and help you kill him." "Thank you, Senior." Naraku nodded hurriedly and reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief. Orochimaru was reincarnated into the first and second Hokage by the impure world reincarnation. "I'm really powerless. Don't worry." Uchiha Obito's mouth curled up, revealing a confident smile. "In this world, no one can defeat the power of the Sharingan." Naraku looked at the confident Uchiha Obito and didn't know what to say. Didn't the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who was reincarnated by Orochimaru, once beat your Uchiha clan? "Thank you for the reward from Uehara. Thank you, big brother. Thank you for the reward from Nishiiran. Thank you for the reward from King's father. Thank you for the reward from Rascal Boy who met nothing. Thank you for the reward from Yingling01. Thank you for the reward from Liu Angluan. Thank you for the reward from Pretend I'm a Big Brother. You are the big brother. Thank you for the reward from Metaverse 27. Thank you, old friend. Thank you to all the genuine book friends for their support. Thank you, big brothers, for the reward." Chapter 164. The Dark Hand named Naraku. The plan went more smoothly than expected. Since Uchiha Obito was going to take the initiative to appear, Naraku certainly would not stop him, and even looked quite grateful. Before leaving the underground base, Naraku showed a trace of worry on his face at the right time. "Senior, is there really no problem with what you said? I saw with my own eyes that the first and second Hokage, who were reborn by Orochimaru, suppressed the third Hokage. This is normal." Uchiha Obito slowly opened the stone door and explained softly, "The first and second Hokage may be the two strongest Hokage in history. The third Hokage is old and weak, and even you can sneak attack and kill him. It is normal for him to be suppressed by the two Hokage." Naraku's eyelids twitched, and he felt that the slight shame he had always had against Uchiha Obito immediately dissipated. This guy really can't talk. Naraku clenched his fingers and whispered, "No wonder I think it's easy to kill the third Hokage. His power is indeed much weaker. It even feels more troublesome than fighting Mr. Kakashi. His Sharingan can actually put away my ninjutsu." Uchiha Obito's body stiffened for a second. After taking a step forward, he interrupted Naraku's words with a cold voice. "Okay, I'll go out first. You wait here for me, so as not to hold me back." Uchiha Obito felt that Naraku really couldn't speak. I wonder if the Eye of Attack Kakashi was given by him? Since Kakashi learned to use the Mangekyou Sharingan, that has brought him a lot of trouble. There are always more inexplicable things in the Kamu space. The last time Uchiha Obito entered the Kamu space, several cards flew out for nothing, and some of them even exploded. Damn, all kinds of messy things are sent in. Uehara Naraku didn't seem to care about Uchiha Obito's temper. He smiled and calmly watched Uchiha Obito step out of the stone door. He said softly, "Then I'll leave it to you, senior." On the ground, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi slowly watched the stone door in the cave open. A figure walked out of the stone door. This scene made Orochimaru a little happy, because the person who came out was Uchiha Obito. When Orochimaru saw the round fan in Obito's hand, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Kabuto, go talk to him." Although I don't care, Uchiha Obito's space-time ninjutsu is still very troublesome. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi's figure stiffened for a second. Obviously, Orochimaru's attitude was to let him die. This is Orochimaru's character. When he encounters danger, he will stand in the safest position and push those who are willing to sacrifice their lives for him into danger, until there is no one willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Suddenly, there was an extra detonating tag in Kabuto Yakushi's hand. He could not help but slowly turn his head to look at Orochimaru, who handed him a detonating tag. Orochimaru smiled mysteriously at him. Obviously, Orochimaru also thought of a way to use the multiplication detonating tag to restrain the Kamu space. As long as he could summon infinitely, the multiplication detonating tag technique was still very useful. Hundreds of summoned detonating tags were enough to make Uchiha Obito have nowhere to escape. Kabuto Yakushi sighed in his heart, stepped forward to meet Uchiha Obito, and said softly, "Mr. Uchiha Obito, we are here to seek cooperation, not to seek war. I believe that cooperation will always be more beneficial than war." "Just you?" Uchiha Obito grabbed Kabuto Yakushi's neck with one hand. Since he got the Mangekyou Sharingan, Uchiha Obito has never looked down on other people in the ninja world, except Uchiha, who also has the Mangekyou Sharingan. However, Kabuto Yakushi did not dodge, but whispered something that made Uchiha Obito's figure freeze. "Mr. Uchiha Obito, aren't you curious about who leaked your identity and information 4 years ago?" After that, Kabuto Yakushi added in a low voice, "And this time we got your hiding place. Aren't you curious about who gave us the news?" Uchiha Obito's eyes gradually revealed a hint of ferocity, and he squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. "Isn't it you? Where can we get the news from?" Kabuto Yakushi's words made Uchiha Obito fall into silence, and he continued to add, "I don't know if Mr. Obito has heard of a person who claims to be Madara's will, and has been guiding us to act. This time it is here, to guide us to cooperate with you." Uchiha Obito's first thought was that Kabuto Yakushi was lying. How could Black Zetsu betray him? Wait, how could Black Zetsu not betray him? Since 4 years ago, no, even earlier, Black Zetsu began to complain that he was too reckless, such as directly claiming to be Uchiha Madara to Konan and Nagato, instead of hiding their identities and joining Akatsuki to guide them secretly. But what was the reason for Black Zetsu to betray him? Forget it, I'll catch you first, and then go to Black Zetsu to question you. Just when Uchiha Obito was about to put Kabuto Yakushi into the Kamu space, he saw Kabuto Yakushi not evading, but suddenly took out a detonating talisman and stuck it on him. This scene made Uchiha Obito's eyes twitch. The next moment, Uchiha Obito suddenly stopped the Kamu absorption ability. He seemed to think of something not so good, such as a fireworks display 4 years ago. "Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto Yakushi flew back and shouted, "Mission accomplished." This plan was also in line with Kabuto Yakushi's wishes, but he felt a little unhappy. After all, the biggest hobby of a spy is to deceive people first, and then reveal the truth, watching the enemy feel the despair of betrayal, so that people can get double happiness. It's a pity that Orochimaru wanted to do it directly. Orochimaru outside the cave was also unambiguous. He quickly closed his palms and made a hand seal. Ninjutsu, mutual multiplication detonation talisman technique. The bombing of the detonation talisman sounded again, but this time the ending was different from the past. Uchiha Obito had learned a lesson once and had enough of the pain of being treated as hundreds of millions of fireworks and firecrackers. He had already prepared himself mentally An ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eye socket immediately glowed faintly, and he activated I's energy neatly. Uchiha Obito took advantage of the time brought by I's energy to rush towards Orochimaru. Anyway, this is a secret base, and he can replace the Sharingan at any time. Don't think about escaping. Uchiha Obito looked at Orochimaru, who was closing his hands and making a seal, and turned into a space-time vortex and appeared beside Orochimaru, wanting to solve this threat first. However, Orochimaru's arm was like a mollusk. His arm fell softly to the ground and dodged this move, which made Uchiha Obito's face a little speechless. Damn, how could there be a creature like Orochimaru in the ninja world? Although Uchiha Obito's sneak attack did not hit, he was not panicked. After all, I's energy could provide him with an invincible time of 5 minutes. This time was enough to kill anyone. However, the next moment, a coffin appeared beside Orochimaru, and a trembling person walked out of the coffin. It was a second-generation Hokage, Senjutsu Berama. This was also the trump card that Orochimaru dared to deal with Uchiha Obito. Senjutsu Berama slowly raised his head and looked at Uchiha Obito. His eyes were slightly dull, and he unconsciously said, "Well, is this the evil guise of Uchiha?" "Yes." Orochimaru smiled very proudly. "This is a traitor of Konoha. It is said that he killed the 4th Hokage of Konoha and caused the decline of Konoha." Humph, Senjutsu Berama. Uchiha Obito looked at Senjutsu Berama with disdain. Just as Senjutsu Berama couldn't stand the Uchiha, not many people in the entire Uchiha could stand Senjutsu Berama. Even though Uchiha Obito had betrayed the Uchiha long ago, he had been influenced by the clan for so many years, and was taught by Uchiha Madara, so he naturally didn't have a good impression of Senjutsu Berama. The next moment, Obito was about to reach out and grab Senjutsu Berama into his own Kamu space. However, Senjutsu Berama's figure turned and disappeared, and he actually used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, leaving Uchiha Obito's palm in the air. A war between Uchiha and Senju reappeared here. On one side, Uchiha Obito possessed the Kamuai technique and Aizunage's 5-minute invincibility, while on the other side, Senjutsu Berama possessed the Flying Thunder God technique and the immortal body of impure world reincarnation and infinite chakra. If the battle continues like this, it is unknown when there will be a result. However, Orochimaru added, "Second Hokage, I have a lot of information about Uchiha Obito here. Give it to me." Senjutsu Berama paused and immediately accepted it all. Of course, after receiving the information from Uchiha Obito, Senjutsu Berama still cursed Orochimaru. "You evil little devil are not a good thing." Hehe. Orochimaru was in a very good mood. He didn't care about Senjutsu Berama's scolding. He just looked at Uchiha Obito and said, "Obito, let me remind you that, even if the caster is killed, the impure world reincarnation will continue to operate. Don't worry, I will deal with this old thing Senjutsu Berama first." Uchiha Obito looked at Orochimaru coldly. He knew what Orochimaru meant, but he said coldly, "I will come to you after I deal with him." 5 minutes later, Aizunage's invincible time ended, and Uchiha Obito still didn't touch Senjutsu Berama's body. Cold sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Uchiha Obito finally realized a problem. It was not unreasonable for Uchiha Madara and the Uchiha clan to always scold Senjutsu Berama. This guy's really disgusting. Especially after the impure world reincarnation. Berama Senju is estimated to be 100 times more difficult to deal with than when he was alive. 10 seconds later, Uchiha Obito finally found an opportunity and grabbed Berama Senju's shoulder at a foothold of the Flying Thunder God. The Kamu Manger key was activated frantically, trying to put Berama Senju into the space. "Kid, do you know why I developed the impure world reincarnation?" Berama Senju was fearless, and a detonating tag fell from his body, because only the immortal body of the impure world reincarnation can cooperate with the use of the mutual multiplication detonating talisman technique. Boom. A sky-shattering explosion resounded in everyone's ears. Even Orochimaru was somewhat unable to avoid it, and even though he had been on guard, he was injured by the aftermath of the mutual multiplication detonating talisman. When Kabuto Yakushi looked at the shockwave of the explosion in fear, a golden light shield appeared on his body, which made him feel a little relieved. It seems that his real boss did not intend to abandon him. How could Uehara Naraku abandon such a useful chess piece as Kabuto Yakushi? As for Uchiha Obito in front, even though he interrupted the Camus space and time and put himself in a hollow state, half of his body was still blown up by the first wave of detonating talismans. The most troublesome thing is that he doesn't have Ice energy this time. After a long time, the whole land was blown into a big pit by Senjutsu Berama's mutual detonating talisman, revealing the densely packed sleeping white Zetsu underground, and even some white Zetsu corpses. After all, under such a powerful explosion, even Uehara Naraku used a life-saving skill. How could some white Zetsu who were watching the excitement survive? Senjutsu Berama's body was slowly recovering, and Uchiha Obito fell to the ground with scars all over his body. It seemed that he had already lost. Even if he could barely use Camus, he couldn't launch any attacks, and could only stay where he was and wait for death. The seriously injured Orochimaru also opened his mouth and spit out another self, using the snake-style substitution technique to recover all his injuries. Now that he had secured victory, Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle with some smugness. It seems that nothing is beyond my control. It's really a battle that exceeded expectations. A familiar voice made Orochimaru's eyes tighten. Orochimaru's eyes suddenly looked towards a ruin, and the smugness just now instantly faded, and the expression on his face gradually became a little solemn. Uehara Naraku, how come you are here? If it wasn't me, how could you be here? Uehara Naraku pushed away the rubble of the collapsed cave, slowly climbed up, looked at the desolate battlefield, and his eyes slowly stopped on Uchiha Obito. Follow the order of senior Zetsu, kill Konoha spy Uchiha Obito. This sentence was chilling, and everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. What Konoha spy? Uchiha Obito, who was lying on the ground, changed his eyes, looked at Uehara Naraku, and asked in a deep voice, Uehara Naraku, is this really the conspiracy of Black Zetsu? Why did Black Zetsu betray me? It's over. Uchiha Obito's heart dropped. The reason why he didn't choose to use his Camu Manger Key to activate Ice Energy was because he knew that Uehara Naraku was nearby, and maybe Uehara Naraku would come out to save him. Unexpectedly, Uehara Naraku came to kill him. Maybe it's because you always fail to accomplish things and always cause trouble? Uehara Naraku tilted his head, grinned and chuckled. Senior Obito, times have changed, and you are no longer of any use. The progress of Uehara's main quest has never moved forward because of targeting Uchiha Obito, which means that Uchiha Obito is no longer of any use. Uchiha Obito's people can die, but Uchiha Obito's identity can be retained and used. A Kyuune suddenly shot at Uehara Naraku. Flying Thunder God Slash. The figure of Senjutsu Berama appeared beside Uehara Naraku following the Kyuune, grabbing the Kyuune and about to pierce Uehara Naraku's body. Although the second Hokage didn't know the exact identity of Uehara Naraku, he had seen Uehara Naraku assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen with his own eyes, so he must be an enemy of Konoha. Crack. Senjutsu Berama's head was smashed by Uehara's punch, turning into countless dust and debris. Don't use this trick in front of me, okay? Uehara Naraku patted the ashes on his hands, smiled at Orochimaru and said, Mr. Orochimaru, take care of your things. After all, we still have a debt to pay. Don't add too much interest to yourself. Chapter 165 Death of Uchiha Obito. Too fast. Uehara Naraku's speed was too fast. Even Orochimaru could clearly see Uehara Naraku's speed just now, which seemed to be twice as fast as before. He couldn't even catch the afterimage, and saw Senjutsu Berama's head was beaten into dust. Orochimaru slowly stepped back step by step. Just when he was about to leave here, Uehara Naraku suddenly called him again. Mr. Orochimaru, there's no need to run away. Go underground to revive a few white Zetsu as your own experimental materials. After a while, these white Zetsu will be cleaned up by Uehara. What white Zetsu will be needed in the future Ninja World War? He can beat 100,000 by himself. However, these white Zetsu will not perish. As long as the white Zetsu body can still use the spore technique, it can split into new white Zetsu. After Orochimaru nodded, he looked at the still alive Kabuto Yakushi in surprise, and was slightly surprised why this guy survived the explosion. However, Uehara Naraku suddenly said, by the way, Orochimaru, I like your subordinate Kabuto Yakushi very much. Why don't you treat him as the interest on my debt? After all, I just saved his life. Hehe. Orochimaru chuckled and looked at Kabuto Yakushi meaningfully. Kabuto Yakushi nodded slightly, indicating his loyalty to Orochimaru. After doing this, Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and replied, "If it is to be loyal to Lord Naraku, I have always been willing." Uehara Naraku laughed without comment and waved his hand to signal them to go about their business. Orochimaru was also very grateful and directly put away the impure world reincarnation body of Tobirama Senju. After all, Uehara Naraku is a typical guy who is soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. Orochimaru thought that he had seen through Uehara Naraku's true nature a long time ago. He now had to learn to be patient like Jiraiya, the idiot. When he becomes powerful in the future, he will take back all the sufferings from Uehara Naraku one by one. Uehara Naraku was too lazy to pay attention to Orochimaru. He flew to Uchiha Obito's side and checked his injuries. It seemed that Obito's body had been destroyed for the second time. If the white Zetsu could not be reimplanted, he would not be able to recover. Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm and grabbed the Sharingan in Uchiha Obito's eye socket, but saw that his palm fell into the air. Obito was still trying to maintain the hollowness of Kamu. Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Obito's unyielding eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Don't resist, Obito-senpai, you can't hold on for too long with this kind of injury, so why not give me your Sharingan obediently?" Uehara Naraku. Uchiha Obito's mouth was oozing blood, and he looked at Uehara Naraku with gritted teeth. "Did Black Zetsu choose you?" Uehara Naraku touched his chin, and after thinking for a while, he determined that Uchiha Obito would never be able to escape from his palm. After all, he has the skill of destiny, which can detect Uchiha Obito's position at any time. Now even if the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze is reborn, he can't save Uchiha Obito. "You are wrong, Obito-senpai." Uehara Naraku shook his head and said softly, "It's not Black Zetsu who chose me, but I chose it." "What do you mean?" Uchiha Obito's eyes showed a trace of confusion. Uehara Naraku frowned, looked at Uchiha Obito with some disdain in his eyes and said, "Your IQ is not good, Senior Obito." "Asshole." Uchiha Obito was immediately furious. He had always been insulted about his IQ in his life, but he didn't expect that he would be insulted by a little kid before he died. "I have actually found out everything a long time ago." Uehara Naraku squatted down and asked word by word, "But why should I tell you? If I tell you the real plan of Black Zetsu, will you take the initiative to hand over Kamu to me? Do you think I will have any other choice?" "Yes." Uehara Naraku nodded and chuckled. "You can activate Izanagi and escape, and then I will catch up and kill you, so that your eyes will be useless. Tell me the truth." Uchiha Obito pounded the ground violently, and a trace of madness gradually appeared in his only eye, and he said, "Even if I activate Izanagi, I can't escape too far. I want to know the so-called truth. The truth is, everything is fake." Uehara Naraku slowly approached Uchiha Obito and chuckled. "Everything Black Zetsu said is fake, and what Uchiha Madara said is also fake. The Moon Eye project is not used to create the world, but to completely destroy this world and erase everything in this world. Do you see those white Zetsu underground? That's what humans used to look like. The Moon Eye project will turn everyone into white Zetsu, making them forget all their pasts, and degenerate into this kind of brainless war weapon. There is no such thing as sleeping forever in a dream world, but they will gradually die in a dream and become soulless white Zetsu." After saying that, Uehara Naraku added, "Oh, there will also be an old woman who looks a bit smelly." Uchiha Obito fell into silence. What a mess this is. He barely understood some of it, but the last sentence was a little incomprehensible. There is no doubt that Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara both lead to him. Or rather, Black Zetsu lied to him and Uchiha Madara. In any case, the Moon Eye project is an illusory dream. It is impossible to bring permanent peace to the ninja world, but permanent extinction. Then what is the meaning of everything he did? Then why should he stay in this world? Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Obito's expression and didn't care. He just let him think about it. Anyway, he had told Obito the truth. In order to prevent Uchiha Obito from going back on his word, Uehara Naraku threatened again. "By the way, Obito-senpai, don't lie to me, otherwise I will let Orochimaru resurrect Nohara-in, and then you won't be able to meet her when you go to the Pure Land in the underworld. Orochimaru is a very well-behaved guy, he will definitely be willing to listen to what I say." "What?" Uchiha Obito's face suddenly changed. Nohara-in was his Achilles heel, and Uehara Naraku's words hit his sore spot. After a long time, Uchiha Obito slowly said, Black Zetsu trusts you very much. Did he tell you everything? No. Uehara Naraku fiddled with his fingers and said softly, Black Zetsu never trusts anyone, whether it is you, Uchiha Madara, or me, we are all the same. Even if we squeeze in, we are just outsiders. Then where did you know the truth? Uchiha Obito raised his head again, with a hint of hope in his eyes. Is your purpose to destroy Black Zetsu's plan? If it is the ultimate goal, you can understand it this way. Uehara Naraku smiled and nodded, and continued, Senior Obito, there is no need for us to waste time anymore, right? Uehara Naraku glanced at Uchiha Obito's eyes and said softly, your eyes are very beautiful. I will let people make good use of this eye, and will not tarnish your reputation. This eye may be given to Kabuto Yakushi. As long as Kabuto Yakushi performs a Shirama cell surgery and Sharingan transplant surgery on himself, he can also use the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan to impersonate Uchiha Obito's identity. Uchiha Obito slowly asked, I have one last condition. Don't put forward too many conditions. Uehara Naraku raised a finger and shook it, and said softly, I don't care about your Sharingan, and I don't even need to care about your opinion. If you don't want to give me your Sharingan, I won't care either. This condition is very simple. Uchiha Obito looked at Uehara Naraku. His voice gradually weakened, and even Uehara Naraku had to get close to him to hear it. That is, you go to hell. Uchiha Obito's remaining palm suddenly approached Uehara Naraku's body, and was about to put him into the Kamu space. Before he died, Uchiha Obito had thought it through. Uehara Naraku, the guy who let Black Zetsu do what he wanted, obviously had a bigger conspiracy hidden than Black Zetsu. This kid's acting skills have always been very good, and he has fooled everyone. The harm that Uehara Naraku can bring is greater than Black Zetsu. Before he died, he wanted to get rid of the brat Uehara Naraku. Even if it was because of the threat of Nohara-in being controlled by the impure world reincarnation, he had to use up his last strength to get rid of Uehara Naraku. Snap. Uehara Naraku slowly looked at the crazy smile on Uchiha Obito's face, and let Uchiha Obito take him into the Kamu space. In the Kamu space, Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows, and activated his own space-time ninjutsu, space-time rupture. This was the reward he got when he defeated Shimura Danzo. It can return himself to the position and state 4 seconds ago, and form a space explosion. The next moment, his body turned into a light blue light, suddenly flashed out of the Kamu space, and returned to the previous position. Uchiha Obito looked at the reappeared Uehara Naraku in disbelief. His body was almost shattered into a ball of rotten meat by the space-time explosion. Uchiha Obito tried to hold on to his spirit. His face slowly darkened. Even Kamu can't limit your power. You little brat really can hide your power. I never thought about hiding myself, but I didn't expect you to be so useless that you can't even beat Senjutsu Birama. Uehara Naraku stretched out his hand and grabbed Uchiha Obito's neck. Ignoring Uchiha Obito's furious eyes, he twisted his neck with one hand and shook off the blood on his palm. After doing all this, Uehara Naraku looked at Obito's body and smiled. I almost forgot to tell him that, although I promised not to resurrect Nohara-in, I didn't promise not to resurrect you with the impure world reincarnation. Enjoy your time in the underworld. When I launch the Ninja World War, I can't do without the help of my predecessors. Chapter 166 Orochimaru, I know your secret. Uchiha Obito is dead. Although his body is dead, his spirit will live forever in the ninja world, continuing to cause chaos in the ninja world, and ruining his reputation. Uchiha Obito will continue to be active in the ninja world like a ghost, popping up from time to take the blame. This is the cycle of cause and effect, right? Uchiha Obito used to be called Uchiha Madara, and did all kinds of bad things. Now it is someone else's turn to do bad things under his name. Uehara Naraku sealed Uchiha Obito's body, and planned to hand it over to Kabuto Yakushi in a while, so that Kabuto Yakushi could choose whether to transplant his Mangekyou. Now it's time to receive the reward. Uchiha Obito has appeared as a villain many more times than the last 2 villains, Uchiha Madara and Kaguya Akatsuki. The 4 remaining Uchiha in the ninja world are not unpopular, and the mission rewards should be very generous. Side quest, defeat Uchiha Obito. 1/1. The mission has been completed, and the reward skill is reincarnation of desperate situation. Reincarnation despair, Create an absolutely closed space domain. Exile the target and yourself into the space domain and fight one-on-one. It can be removed actively. The skill consumes 100 chakra points and the skill cooldown time is 56 seconds. This skill is a bit like Kaguya's American English no Michu, and it seems to be specifically aimed at those who use time and space techniques. In the future, he finally has a ninja who can limit the Flying Thunder God technique. Unfortunately, all the ninjas who are good at Flying Thunder God techniques are dead. This makes people feel very subtle. If one day Orochimaru gathers the 2 Flying Thunder God techniques of the 2nd Hokage and the 4th Hokage to attack Uehara, he will definitely give Orochimaru a big surprise. However, compared with this reward, the next reward obviously made Uehara Naraku's eyelids tremble. How much is Uchiha Obito hated? Side quest, kill Uchiha Obito. 1/1, the task has been completed, and the reward is a hidden inheritance task. Hidden inheritance task, justice will be served. Say a correct name. Uehara Naraku was getting excited, his hands were even trembling slightly. After seeing this line, he had already guessed what the reward he would get was. Void Walker Kassadin. Uehara Naraku said the name without hesitation, because he already knew how generous the reward would be. Mission completed. Hero inheritance is open. Void Walker Kassadin. Void Serve. Launch a Void Serve at the target, prohibiting the target from using any ninjutsu within 3 seconds. The skill consumes 70 chakra points and the skill cooldown time is 4 seconds. Void Blade. Obtain a Void Blade condensed with chakra. Each time you use the Void Blade to attack the target, it will absorb 20% of the existing chakra energy in the enemy's body. The skill cooldown time is 0 and the skill consumes no chakra. Void Walk. Instantly teleport to the target area through space. The longer the teleportation distance, the higher the chakra consumption. The skill consumes a minimum of 50 chakra points and the skill cooldown time is 2 seconds. From now on, other skills should be discarded, such as the ultimate. The useless skills of the Dusk Blade all go into the trash can. What kind of divine inheritance is this? Damn it, from today on, no one can speak loudly to him. Now that Uchiha Obito has been dealt with, it is natural to deal with the other person present. As long as Orochimaru is willing to hand over a few of his ninjutsu, and then ask Kabuto Yakushi if he can get Orochimaru's power. If he can, Uehara Naraku will deal with Orochimaru on the spot. From now on, let Kabuto Yakushi take on the position of the head of the Orochimaru style and the responsibility of Uchiha Obito alone. Before that, another trouble needs to be solved. 100,000 white Zetsu sleeping under the ground. Uehara Naraku flew and landed beside Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. The two had already obtained a few white Zetsu, but they still felt that they didn't get enough, and they were obviously unusually greedy. This is also normal. A scientist discovered a treasure that could change the world's scientific progress and naturally wanted to take it all into his own pocket and use it to do all kinds of messy experiments. Okay, stop picking. Uehara Naraku flew and landed in the middle of them, chuckled and said, there will be opportunities in the future. Just take a few of them with you, and when you go back and activate them with chakra, they will wake up from their slumber. Really? Orochimaru's palm couldn't bear it anymore, and a light blue chakra emerged between his palms, which made people addicted. After finishing speaking, Uehara Naraku looked at Orochimaru's irresistible temptation and continued to add, don't let them revive now, otherwise I will have to work hard to get rid of them. If killing them is too easy, I might also get rid of you. Okay. Orochimaru stopped his palm, turned to look at Uehara Naraku and smiled. Naraku-kun, it seems that both of our goals have been achieved. You killed Uchiha Obito, and I got white Zetsu. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Goodbye. What are you thinking about? Uehara Naraku patted Orochimaru on the shoulder, and his palm suddenly squeezed Orochimaru's shoulder with force. Chuckling, have you forgotten what you owe me? Uehara Naraku continued to increase his strength little by little, and his smile gradually began to become a little terrifying. No one in this ninja world can owe me something and not pay it back. If you still want to delay, I will kill you now, and even the Six Paths Sage can't keep you alive. Sir Naraku, please let go of Lord Orochimaru immediately. We can discuss any problem. Kabuto Yakushi stretched out his hand nervously, the light green chakra scalpel floating in his palm. He seemed to be eager to rescue Orochimaru. Uehara Naraku glanced at Kabuto Yakushi next to him and chuckled. Kabuto, your little strength can't save your lord Orochimaru. If you want to save him, hand over all his skills, otherwise you two will die here today. Kabuto, stop it. Orochimaru waved his hand to stop Kabuto Yakushi's actions. Orochimaru knew very well that it was almost a pipe dream for Kabuto Yakushi to want to compete with Uehara Naraku with his strength. But Orochimaru was still somewhat relieved in his heart. At least Kabuto Yakushi was still willing to fight for him. Orochimaru kept smiling and let Uehara Naraku pinch his shoulder until a trace of blood appeared. He looked at Uehara and whispered, but I was a little anxious when I came out, and I didn't bring the technique you wanted with me. Then start writing now. Uehara Naraku loosened his hand and said slowly, didn't I prepare the materials for you? Just start writing with your own blood. Even if Orochimaru was well-mannered, his eyes became a little unfriendly, forcing him to write a ninjutsu scroll with his own blood. Can this little bastard Uehara Naraku be a human being? He is one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. How can he be bullied like this? The most important thing is that the reincarnation of the living corpse and the impure world reincarnation are the foundation of Orochimaru's foothold in the ninja world. How can they be taken away so easily? Orochimaru didn't expect to deceive Uehara Naraku by writing a fake scroll. Orochimaru's fingers quietly closed in his wide sleeves, intending to directly summon the first and second Hokage to fight with Uehara Naraku. Want to fight to the death? Uehara Naraku twisted his fingers, rubbed his wrists, and put his palm on Orochimaru's head. His voice was a little gloomy. Be good, don't make trouble, or I will pull your head out and kill Mitarashi Anko. Orochimaru, what kind of logic is this? Uehara Naraku's first sentence is very easy to understand, but what does the second sentence mean? What happened between them? How could this person kill Anko? Unless this bastard Uehara Naraku knows a secret. Heaven's curse seal. Uehara Naraku approached Orochimaru little by little, chuckled and said, I found a very interesting secret when I met her last time. There is a fragment of your soul in her heaven's curse seal. Am I right? Orochimaru slowly closed his eyes. Although Orochimaru has always acted as if he doesn't care much about Mitarashi Anko, his disciple, this is just his disguise. No one wants Anko to live longer than Orochimaru, because Anko has his heaven's curse seal on her. The power of the heaven's curse seal cannot be completely sealed by the sealing technique. In addition to allowing him to be reborn without a corpse, the heaven's curse seal can also allow him to slowly accumulate enough chakra through the heaven's curse seal after his death, allowing him to be resurrected again. This time may be very long, but it is the safest way. Everyone thinks that the heaven's curse seal is a symbol of Orochimaru's evil power, but in fact it is his proud means of resurrection. When Mitarashi Anko saw Orochimaru, she wanted to cut her former teacher into pieces, but in fact she didn't know that she was carrying the key to Orochimaru's resurrection. This is Orochimaru's biggest secret. The next moment, Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes and looked at Uehara Naraku next to him, his eyes gradually becoming a little cold. Uehara Naraku, you know too much. A person who knows too many secrets will not live too long. Uehara Naraku spread out his palms, curled his lips, and chuckled. Yes, but what can you do to me? Orochimaru clenched his teeth, thinking about the possibility of killing Uehara Naraku, the bastard. Although the strength of the first and second Hokage is strong, their strength has not reached the peak. The possibility of killing Uehara Naraku directly here is very small. Even if the second Hokage has the Flying Thunder God technique and can chase Uehara, his performance just now is a bit hard to describe. As for the suicidal method of the mutual multiplication detonation talisman technique, Uehara Naraku has personally proved that it is ineffective against him. And this little bastard Uehara is much more skilled in using the mutual multiplication detonation talisman than them. In addition, Uehara Naraku has a summoning beast that devours souls, especially restraining the impure world reincarnation. If he is not careful, the first and second Hokage may be swallowed. Orochimaru's expression gradually relaxed. Even if Uehara has a slight chance to escape, or even counterattack in the battle, he cannot choose to turn against him. Of course, if Orochimaru really tries, he may find that the possibility of the current Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama defeating Uehara Naraku is also very small. After a moment, Orochimaru squeezed out a smile on his face again. Naraku-kun, what ninjutsu did you say you wanted before? TSK, Orochimaru, do you know what I like most about you? Uehara Naraku knew that Orochimaru agreed to compromise. He slowly stretched out his palm and patted Orochimaru on the cheek, like a bully, smiling and praising. You are tactful, more tactful than anyone else. I went on a blind date yesterday, so the third chapter may be a little late. Thank you for the reward from Wenjungui 7 Weir 7. Thank you for the reward from Want to Drink Coke today. Thank you for the reward from Book Friend 160,512,172,332,930. Thank you for the reward from Book Friend 201701130848395992. Thank you all book friends for your support and thank you for your awards. Chapter 167, Orochimaru, you would be wasting your talent by not becoming the best actor. Orochimaru has lived for more than 50 years. Over the years, he has endured many humiliations. Orochimaru once thought that the most humiliating moment was when they were awarded the title of the Three Ninjas of Konoha by Hands of the Salamander. However, compared to the little bastard Uehara Naraku, Hands of the Salamander was too gentle. However, since he had already made a choice in his heart, all the humiliations he had endured now did not matter. Orochimaru just regarded it as a child who was ignorant and needed to be disciplined. He had to endure it. He had to endure it. Orochimaru slowly stretched out his hand towards Kabuto Yakushi and asked Kabuto Yakushi to tear off his clothes to use as the material for making the scroll. You owe me a total of 3 ninjutsu and 2 contracts. Uehara Naraku slowly watched Orochimaru making a blank scroll and whispered, these 5 forbidden techniques are clearly the impure world reincarnation technique, the living corpse reincarnation technique, the Rashomon summoning contract, the 8-headed technique and the Raichi cave summoning contract. Wait, Naraku. Orochimaru's movement suddenly stopped, and the expression on his face looked a little bad again. I remember that the only things I promised to give you were the impure world reincarnation and the living corpse reincarnation, right? Oh, you remember it very clearly. Uehara Naraku squatted in front of Orochimaru and chuckled. Then why didn't you give it to me? Orochimaru, you are Tsunade's friend. Haven't you heard from her that if you don't repay your debts, you have to pay interest? Orochimaru slowly said, this kind of thing should be considered a gift, right? Besides, I can't possibly make the summoning contract scroll you want. These techniques and summoning contracts are basically all he has. If all these techniques are handed over to Uehara Naraku, wouldn't it be equivalent to that all his combat weaknesses will be controlled by Uehara Naraku? Then will he have room for a comeback in the future? Should he wait for a few decades to develop a new powerful forbidden technique? Even if he can choose to endure it, what if this little bastard Uehara Naraku comes to blackmail him with this secret every now and then? It will be unbearable. After returning, Orochimaru decided to find a way to put the Heaven's Curse seal on more people. He absolutely cannot accept blackmail like this again. And he must continue to study soul forbidden techniques and find ways to avoid being restrained by Uehara Naraku in the impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru said slowly, I can give you the impure world reincarnation technique, the corpse reincarnation technique and the 8-headed technique. As for the summoning contract, I really can't do anything. I can only tell you how to obtain the summoning contract. Orochimaru agreed very readily, even surprising Uehara Naraku. These ninjutsu are all his signature skills, and he gave them to him so easily. Although he was surprised, he still wanted the things. Okay. Uehara Naraku nodded, looking very easy to talk to, and said gently, of course, I hope that it is not too difficult to obtain the summoning contract, otherwise, I may turn hostile at any time. The summoning contract of Raichi Cave cannot be easy. The summoning contract scroll is next to the White Snake Sage. Orochimaru shook his head and said in a deep voice, and Raichi Cave is one of the 3 holy places in the ninja world. If you want to obtain the summoning contract of Raichi Cave, you must accept the test of the White Snake Sage. Uehara Naraku touched his chin and asked a question. Do you think that, after I defeat the White Snake Sage, it will give me the summoning contract? Orochimaru choked immediately, and after a moment he answered unhappily, at that time, if you ask to be its master, it will not object. Damn, it's really wishful thinking. With a little bit of strength, how arrogant he is. Orochimaru boasted of his strength, but he did not dare to challenge the authority of the White Snake Sage rashly, because that would mean making an enemy of a holy place. Does this little thing, Uehara Naraku, know what a sage means? Do you know what a sage means? Have you heard of sage chakra? Have you seen how powerful the sage mode is? Uehara Naraku nodded indifferently, with a simple look. Okay, just tell me the location of the Ryochi cave. You are welcome to visit the Ryochi cave in the future. Maybe that place will be my place in the future. Okay. Orochimaru smiled obediently. Orochimaru just likes these arrogant little ghosts to be arrogant, and then challenge those unpredictable enemies, and then add something to the scroll later, and send Uehara Naraku directly to the underworld. Orochimaru didn't know that Uehara Naraku really planned to challenge the authority of the Ryochi cave. The 3 sacred places of the ninja world, except for Miyaboki Mountain, have always been a mystery in the ninja world. Even his side quests have several explorations of sacred places. As for the summoning contract of Rashomon, Orochimaru frowned and slowly explained, this contract scroll should be in the forbidden technique room of Konoha. It was left by the first generation of Hokage. If you want to get it, you can only go to Konoha. Uehara Naraku stared at Orochimaru, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. I don't care about those, I just care about you. Since you know the place, help me get it back. Orochimaru looked at Uehara Naraku in confusion. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to take out the summoning contract scroll from Konoha. I don't know the way. Uehara Naraku spread his hands as a matter of course. Although there are many forbidden techniques in the forbidden technique room of Konoha, there is no doubt that those forbidden techniques should all have defects. Even as strong as the impure world reincarnation and the reincarnation of the corpse, they were perfected by Orochimaru bit by bit. Uehara Naraku was not curious. He didn't like those messy forbidden techniques. No matter how powerful the forbidden techniques were, could they be more powerful than his skills? Okay, I'll find a way to get it for you. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and thought of Tsunade, the newly appointed 5th generation Hokage of Konoha. This was his old friend. Since Tsunade came to power, she has been targeting him purposefully and sent people to explore the hidden sound village, as if she was ready to attack at any time. Plus Tsunade is not weak. It is not an easy task to get the summoning contract scroll from Konoha under Tsunade's protection. After seeing Orochimaru agree, Uehara Naraku made an even more outrageous request. By the way, Orochimaru, I heard that Konoha has a sealed book where all the generations of Hokage would write their ninjutsu. Do you want to? Don't be too much. Orochimaru clenched his fingers and said in a deep voice, the difficulty of stealing the sealed book is roughly equivalent to the difficulty of destroying Konoha. In fact, that book is the foundation of Konoha's strength, not some ridiculous will of fire. Among them, the 2nd generation Hokage Senju Tobirama has developed countless ninjutsu, and the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is also known as the Professor of Ninjutsu and the Doctor of Ninjutsu. The filling, supplementation, and improvement of the sealed book by these 2 Hokage have given Konoha a huge reserve of ninjutsu. As long as every ninja sees the sealed book, he can find the ninjutsu he is good at on it, and powerful ninjutsu happens to be the fastest way to change the combat power of an ordinary ninja. It is precisely because of the existence of the sealed book that Konoha will stand firm. Okay. Uehara Naraku blinked and nodded slowly. When you go to get the scroll of the summoning contract, I will go with you to protect your safety. Humph, if you want to die, then go ahead. Orochimaru snorted coldly. Obviously he saw through Uehara Naraku's thoughts. This brat really doesn't know the importance of things. Konoha is very different when Tsunade is in power and when Sarutobi Hiruzen is in power, but it doesn't matter. This jumpy brat won't live long. Uehara Naraku didn't care. This sealed book has to be stolen. When Uehara Naraku was in Konoha before, he had never found the location of the sealed book, not to mention that the protection of the Hokage building was very strict, and it was not easy to do anything. Since Orochimaru is going to steal things from the forbidden technique room, it's just right to sell him out and search carefully for the location of the sealed book. Anyway, whether he can get it or not, the blame will definitely be put on Orochimaru. Orochimaru naturally didn't know that Uehara Naraku was so shameless. He put down his bloody fingers and handed the scrolls to Uehara Naraku one by one. Okay, these are the 3 forbidden techniques you want. I hope you won't appear in front of me from now on. Uehara Naraku nodded perfunctorily while putting away the 3 scrolls, waiting for the system to respond to him. The system really didn't let him down. After Uehara Naraku got the scrolls, it gave him a prompt directly. Side quest, get the double snakes cannibalism technique, 1/1, the task has been completed, and the reward is 100 gold coins. Side quest, get the 4 symbol sealing technique, 1/1, the task has been completed, and the reward is 300 gold coins. Side quest, get the Shiki fusion technique, 1/1, the task has been completed, and the reward is a soul contract soul warden thresh. Soul contract, summon soul warden thresh, consuming 3000 chakra points. Very good. Worthy of being Orochimaru. As expected, there was no forgery on the scroll. These are all genuine forbidden techniques, but there is no doubt that none of them are what Uehara Naraku wants. That alone would be fine. What's even more annoying is that each one is a suicide skill. In other words, no matter which forbidden technique Uehara Naraku wants to experiment with, he may die. The 2 snakes kill each other and die together with their opponents. The 4 symbol sealing technique, Shimura Danzo's favorite ninjutsu, directly uses his own body to seal everything, which is almost equivalent to self-destruction. The Shiki Fujin technique, let alone this, as long as you dare to use it, the god of death will dare to come out and reap your soul. Except for Orochimaru, the ninja who can block the god of death bug. Anyone else who dares to use this ninjutsu can basically be declared unsalvageable even by the impure world reincarnation. If you want to save him, you still have to rely on Orochimaru. Damn, Orochimaru, this bastard really wants him to die. Every forbidden technique is to kill himself. Come here, Mr. Orochimaru. Uehara Naraku held 3 scrolls, waved at Orochimaru in a friendly manner, and said softly, I don't know much about these, can you introduce them to me? Orochimaru pointed to the first scroll of 2 snakes killing each other, and explained seriously, Naraku-kun, this is the 8-headed snake technique, which can directly transform into the 8-headed snake and become immortal. It is also a forbidden technique that I have always been proud of. Uehara Naraku took a look at the serious Orochimaru and couldn't help but praise him in his heart. Damn, what a talent. He can even make up this. What about this? This is the reincarnation technique. Orochimaru pointed to the second scroll of the 4-element sealing technique and continued to explain seriously. Naraku-kun, the reincarnation technique is also the basis for my eternal life. You need to write the curse seal on your body in advance and then prepare a suitable container. After the curse seal is activated directly with chakra, your body will disintegrate after success, and your soul will enter the container. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but look at Orochimaru again. It's really an underestimation to say that he is a talent. He is obviously a genius. Orochimaru can introduce such a tricky ninjutsu in a very attractive way, and introduce the spell of the 4-element sealing technique in a serious manner. The smile on Uehara Naraku's face became more and more intense, and his eyes slowly narrowed. It seems that the last one is the impure world reincarnation? Yes. Orochimaru's face suddenly became serious. He pointed to the god of death on the Shiki Fujin technique, and introduced in a deep voice, this is the impure world reincarnation technique. The practitioner uses his own chakra to communicate with the god of death in the underworld, allowing the god of death to lead the dead back to the world, and then the dead can be resurrected. Uehara Naraku looked at Orochimaru's expression and couldn't help but applaud him. He didn't expect that Orochimaru could actually make sense. Under his explanation, the Shiki Fujin technique actually looked like the impure world reincarnation. If an uneducated person came, he might really believe it. After all, no one knows how to use these forbidden techniques. HMM, HMM, HMM. Uehara Naraku nodded with satisfaction, handed the 3 scrolls to Kabuto Yakushi, and said with a smile, Kabuto, come and see if there is anything missing here. After hearing what Uehara Naraku said, the smile on Orochimaru's face broke for a moment, but he looked at Kabuto Yakushi with trusting eyes. Kabuto Yakushi slowly looked at the 3 scrolls, and his expression gradually became a little surprised, because he had touched some of them. At least the double snake killing and the 4-elephant seal were certain to die. After a while, Kabuto Yakushi looked at Uehara Naraku's smile, slowly pushed his glasses, and said in a deep voice, "Sorry, I haven't touched these forbidden techniques, but I believe that Lord Orochimaru will never lie to you." Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction. Uehara Naraku nodded and understood the subtext of Kabuto Yakushi, because anyone in this world can be trusted, but you can never trust Orochimaru. What a pity. In such a small place, there are actually 3 movie stars acting. Orochimaru looked at Uehara Naraku, chuckled and said, "Naraku-kun, didn't you just clutch a Harabato? It just so happens that here are the most suitable materials for the impure world reincarnation sacrifice. How about you experiment here?" At this point, Orochimaru is still acting. If Uehara Naraku is really greedy and directly uses the Shikifujin as the impure world reincarnation, it will be really fun to watch. Uehara Naraku tilted his head and looked at him and said, "Mr. Orochimaru, can't you demonstrate it?" Orochimaru kept smiling and continued, "Naraku-kun, do you really want me to get another powerful impure world reincarnationist? You know, the dead resurrected by the impure world reincarnation are all controlled by the caster. You just like to come up with some new tricks for me." Uehara Naraku sighed, turned his head to look at the smiling Orochimaru, then looked at the serious looking Kabuto Yakushi, and kicked them both out. The next moment, Uehara Naraku appeared beside Orochimaru, grabbed his throat, and waved the scroll with the words Shikifujin in front of him. "Come on, show me how you can get the soul harvesting god of death to transfer souls to you." Chapter 168. What's the point of talking about love? Wouldn't it be better to be the mastermind? Discovered. This was Orochimaru's first thought. This was a little unreasonable. After all, these forbidden techniques had always been sealed in the forbidden technique room of Konoha, and no one had ever seen them. Uehara Naraku was just a little ninja from the rain country, so how did he discover them? Just when Orochimaru began to doubt Kabuto Yakushi, he suddenly said, "Naraku-sama, Orochimaru has already given you the forbidden technique. If you doubt us, you shouldn't have made this deal." "I don't doubt it." Uehara Naraku looked at Orochimaru and chuckled. "I just asked Mr. Orochimaru to help me experiment. Is there any problem? Forget it." After a hint of ferocity appeared in Orochimaru's pupils, he slowly raised his head and looked at Uehara Naraku. "But there is a trouble with impure world reincarnation. Some powerful ninjas will show their more powerful combat power after impure world reincarnation, and I can't control them with my chakra." The expression on Uehara Naraku's face was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I can kill Kabuto now and let you perform the impure world reincarnation technique on him. You are still stubborn until now, so show me. I can do it myself." Kabuto Yakushi glanced at Uehara Naraku, pushed his glasses, held his chakra scalpel, and could cut his throat at any time. "Stop it, Kabuto." Orochimaru stopped Kabuto Yakushi with an extremely ugly expression. Because what was on the scroll was fake. Once he really used the seals of the Shikifujin to perform the impure world reincarnation, it would eventually be exposed. If Orochimaru chose to turn against him at the last moment, it would still be a waste of Kabuto's life and he would lose a very talented medical ninja. "Go on, keep acting." Uehara Naraku smiled and looked at Orochimaru, and continued, "Didn't you tell me that this was impure world reincarnation?" As he spoke, the smile on Uehara Naraku's face instantly withdrew, and he punched next to Orochimaru, smashing the ground under him to pieces. Uehara Naraku's face was like ice that could not be melted, and he said coldly, "Orochimaru, the most important thing for a person is credibility. How can you gain a foothold in the ninja world without the spirit of contract? You even lied to a young man like me. Are you still a human being?" Orochimaru looked at Uehara Naraku speechlessly. How dare this little bastard say such a thing? It was clearly that bastard Uehara Naraku who wanted to force this old man to death. Orochimaru looked at Uehara Naraku coldly and said, "If you hadn't forcefully demanded my research results, I wouldn't have chosen to lie to you." Uehara Naraku's expression froze for a second, and then he said in a deep voice, "I can kill you at any time and prevent your resurrection." This sentence choked Orochimaru to death. After a moment, Orochimaru shook his head and said with some sadness, "Naraku-kun, a proud ninjutsu is more important to a ninja than his life. Orochimaru's voice even trembled at the end. At this time, Orochimaru actually had some helplessness of an old man in his twilight years. Uehara Naraku even wondered if he had been forcing Orochimaru too hard, and whether this was a bit excessive or something. After a long time, Uehara Naraku stretched out his hand, pulled Orochimaru to stand up, and helped him pat the dirt off his body. Okay, aren't they just 3 forbidden techniques and 2 summoning scrolls? Whether you are willing to give them to me or not, I can kill you at any time anyway. Orochimaru. Can this guy really not speak human words? But it sounds like there is still a chance for things to turn around. Just when Orochimaru was a little relieved that he had spoken his heart for a while and could actually make Uehara Naraku soften his heart, Uehara Naraku continued, "It's just that, if you give me the scroll now, if you are obedient in the future, you can still live and continue your research. If you don't give me the ninjutsu scroll, you will die now, and die miserably." Orochimaru didn't know what to say. Is this little bastard Uehara Naraku a heart of stone? It seems that there is no room for negotiation now. If a fight breaks out, there will be risks. After all, Uehara Naraku has a lot of cards in his hands, and he can even summon pain to fight together, and there is also a summoning beast that can kill 10,000 snakes with one punch. Orochimaru sighed, looked at Kabuto Yakushi, and whispered, "Kabuto, help me prepare 3 scrolls again." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto Yakushi's face was also helpless. Orochimaru's fingertips suddenly exerted force and cut his fingers again. One day, he must get back the humiliation he suffered today. An hour later, the 3 scrolls fell into the hands of Uehara Naraku. Side quest, get the 8-headed technique, 1/1. The task has been completed, and the reward is 100 gold coins. Side quest, get the reincarnation technique, 1/1. The task has been completed, and the reward is 100 gold coins. Side quest, get the impure world reincarnation technique, 1/1. The task has been completed, and the reward is the skill Son of Death. Son of Death, put a death mark on the target's head. Slowly harvest the target's life energy until the target dies. After the target dies, enslave the target's soul and body to continue fighting. The duration is 45 seconds. The skill consumes 100 chakra points, and the skill cooldown time is 60 seconds. Orochimaru's own ninjutsu seems to be really unpopular, and the system only gives the minimum reward. As for the Son of Death, this skill seems a bit useless. But if the target's body and soul are enslaved, it may allow the target to fight with all their strength. However, Uehara Naraku already has the impure world reincarnation, so this skill seems to be really useless. Uehara Naraku casually pulled out a white Zetsu and injected the chakra in his hand into the body of the white Zetsu, so that the white Zetsu wakes up. Then, Uehara Naraku pulled out the body of Uchiha Obito and took off the Kambu Mangekyou Sharingan on Obito. Obviously, what he is going to do is self-evident. There was a hint of envy in Orochimaru's eyes. He likes to collect any powerful ninja. Although Uchiha Obito did not perform well, no one would deny an Uchiha with a Mangekyou Sharingan. Oh, right. Uehara Naraku turned to look at Orochimaru and said, "Mr. Orochimaru, can you support me with a coffin? And give me a Hashirama cell?" Orochimaru's expression suddenly became even uglier. What does Uehara Naraku think of him? Why does he always take things from him? Half a minute later, after Orochimaru injected Hashirama cells into the body of the white Zetsu revived by Uehara Naraku, it immediately successfully awakened would release. This scene made Orochimaru ecstatic. It's a pity that the white Zetsu that awakened would release can't live for too long. Orochimaru knew that Uehara Naraku wanted to use this white Zetsu as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation. He looked a little regretful and said, "Don't you think it's a pity to use a would-release ninja as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation? Only in this way can the power of the impure world reincarnation be brought into full play." Uehara Naraku shook his head, slowly closed his palms, and continued softly, "If the power of the impure world reincarnation is too strong, it is easy to lose control. Of course, I don't care, but Mr. Orochimaru, your strength." Orochimaru. This problem does need attention. But Uehara Naraku obviously verbally attacked him personally again. He gave him whatever he wanted, so why did he humiliate him like this? Ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation technique. Uehara Naraku's palm suddenly slapped the ground, and a string of spells quickly formed and appeared on the ground, and Uchiha Obito's body quickly turned into a ball of ash, wrapping the body of the white Zetsu. In the pure land of the underworld, while Uchiha Obito's soul was still admitting his mistake to the short girl Nohara, his soul suddenly flew away and returned to the world of the living. A moment later, Uchiha Obito was resurrected with the help of this white Zetsu. However, there were still a few cracks on his face, which was a little different from the first and second Hokages resurrected by Orochimaru before. Kabuto Yakushi whispered his doubts. Is white Zetsu still not qualified as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation? No, it is qualified enough. A hint of fanaticism flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Because the previous sacrifices were not qualified, the first and second Hokage could not exert their full strength, and their strength was limited by the impure world reincarnation. However, white Zetsu can allow them to exert enough power. If the power they can use is too huge, some cracks will appear on their faces. These cracks show that their power is huge enough, and even the most qualified materials cannot restore their heyday. Obviously, Uchiha Obito is not weak. After the impure world reincarnation, Uchiha Obito's face was obviously irritable. Perhaps it was because he had never possessed the double Kamu Mangekyou Sharingan. He still only had the Kami Sharingan and an ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan. Uehara Naraku couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Uchiha Obito looked at everyone present coldly and clenched his fists suddenly. Asshole, you dare to use the impure world reincarnation to disturb the reunion of Lin and me. You promised me. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows. Uchiha Obito's will was so amazing that he almost broke free from the shackles of the impure world reincarnation. He is worthy of being the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki in history. He can make his will so strong just by relying on his unrequited love for a little girl. Uehara Naraku suddenly raised his finger and concentrated on using his powerful chakra to control Uchiha Obito to walk into the coffin, ignoring Obito's angry expression throughout the process. If the impure world person wants to break free from control, they must either be strong enough to break free from the restraints, or have a strong will to break free from the control. However, these are all premised on the fact that the caster does not compete with the impure world person for control of the body. If it were Orochimaru now, perhaps Uchiha Obito would have a great chance of breaking free from the restraints with his own will and strength, but unfortunately it was Uehara Naraku who controlled him. Uehara Naraku closed the coffin lid, letting Uchiha Obito fall into a deep sleep, patted the coffin and sighed. Why would we talk about love? Wouldn't it be better to concentrate on being a behind-the-scenes mastermind in the ninja world? Chapter 169 Uehara Naraku, the designated partner of the Moon Eye project. Well, it was a very successful impure world reincarnation experiment. Uehara Naraku waved his hand to put the coffin away, showing a playful smile, and stretched out his palm to Orochimaru. It seems that Mr. Orochimaru did not lie to me, so I wish us a happy cooperation. Humph, this can't be called a happy one. Orochimaru's expression was not good again. Although he also gained a little this time, he obviously lost a lot. No matter how you look at it, it is only Uehara Naraku who gained the most. Uehara Naraku looked at Orochimaru and smiled. Don't say that. Isn't your life saved? Come on, be happy. Smile. Smile at your head. Orochimaru was too lazy to pay attention to him and turned around to leave here. Anyway, his main purpose has been achieved. After obtaining white Zetsu, Orochimaru still needs to start many experiments to speed up the perfection of his corpse reincarnation and impure world reincarnation. Now Orochimaru has already had a plan. That is to use the characteristics of white Zetsu to cultivate a powerful body, so as to use this body as a blueprint and find ways to clone or copy it. Just when Orochimaru was about to leave with Kabuto Yakushi, Uehara Naraku suddenly called him again. Mr. Orochimaru, don't leave in a hurry. Have you forgotten what we said before? Won't you help me get the Rashomon summoning contract? Now is not a good time. Orochimaru shook his head and said in a deep voice, it hasn't been long since the Konoha rebellion. Konoha will be very vigilant. Don't worry, they will soon have to let down their guard. Uehara Naraku looked at Orochimaru's serious expression and couldn't help but smile at him. During this time, Konoha and Iwagakure may confront and conflict in the land of grass, so there may be a gap in defense. We can take advantage of this time to go there. If it was before Tsunade succeeded as Hokage, they might have a conflict, but after Tsunade took office, to heavenly scale Inoki should not be so unwise. Orochimaru spoke in a low voice, and after thinking for a few seconds, he looked at Uehara Naraku's mischievous smile. He seemed to have thought of something, and he didn't feel well. Orochimaru said with a gloomy face, "Uehara Naraku, you won't destroy the Kusagakure village, will you?" I guessed it right. Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes and smiled very kindly. That village is full of sons. Why should Mr. Orochimaru cooperate with them? A high quality partner like me is the most suitable. High quality ghost. You are just sucking the blood of your partners. Orochimaru couldn't help but want to curse again. After the Konoha rebellion ended, all countries were worried about being retaliated by Konoha and dared not have anything to do with him. In this case, the Kusagakure village, which has been in a state of border war, had no choice but to choose to cooperate with him. Orochimaru rarely found a new resource area and source of funds, but it was destroyed by Uehara Naraku. Damn, I want to kill someone. Orochimaru almost did not hide his murderous intent and disgust towards Uehara Naraku. Today, except for getting a few white zetsu, he got all bad news. Orochimaru, look at your eyes. Uehara Naraku paused, then slowly walked in front of Orochimaru, chuckled and continued to provoke. I really like the way you hate me, but can't get rid of me. Kabuto, let's go. Orochimaru really didn't want to pay attention to him. Uehara Naraku shouted again, what about the summoning contract of Raichi Cave and the summoning contract of Rashomon? If you can't do what you promised me, I will charge interest. Orochimaru paused and said without looking back, 3 days later, we will meet in a small town in the south of the border between the land of rice and the land of fire. I will take you to Raichi Cave first. If you can survive, we will go to Konoha together. Very good. Uehara Naraku nodded with satisfaction, and when Kabuto Yakushi walked to his side, he suddenly stretched out his arm and stopped Kabuto Yakushi. After seeing the somewhat surprised look of Kabuto Yakushi, Uehara Naraku lowered his eyes slightly and whispered, this mission was completed beautifully. After returning, you can guide Orochimaru to study the Shikifujin. There is a powerful soul in the belly of the god of death. Understood. Kabuto Yakushi nodded calmly, his expression did not change at all. After the two exchanged a few words, Kabuto Yakushi strode forward and caught up with Orochimaru. After Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi walked a distance, Orochimaru suddenly looked at Kabuto Yakushi and asked, I think you stopped just now. What did Uehara Naraku say to you? Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and instantly put on a fake smile on his face. Lord Naraku wants me to monitor Lord Orochimaru. Once you have the power to threaten him, let me report to him immediately. Orochimaru also smiled. Will you do it? Of course I will report to Lord Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi nodded and continued with a smile. But I will take Lord Orochimaru to find him, and then kill him with you. This answer made Orochimaru very satisfied. On Kabuto Yakushi, there is always layer after layer of spy coat. Everyone thinks that Kabuto Yakushi will become their spy. Orochimaru believes that Kabuto Yakushi is the most loyal to him. At least compared to others. Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction and continued to move forward. Let's go. We still have a lot of work to do. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi nodded respectfully. After the two of them left, only Uehara Naraku was left. He was doing a new experiment, which was to kill White Zetsu to see if he could trigger the Dark Harvest. Unfortunately, the system didn't seem to have this bug. Only people called ninjas could trigger the Dark Harvest. Obviously, creatures like White Zetsu were not within the scope of ninjas. After all, ordinary people would become White Zetsu through the cultivation of the sacred tree. This should be a monster. Uehara Naraku looked down at the 100,000 sleeping White Zetsu below and slowly spread his palms. Would release. Strangling vine. Countless vines with thorns spread out from the ground. Each vine quickly penetrated the body of White Zetsu and killed them completely. Sage mode on. A pair of white wings spread directly behind Uehara Naraku, and vines emerged from the ground one after another. With the support of Uehara Naraku's huge chakra, it didn't take a moment for the 100,000 White Zetsu under the ground to be completely covered by vines, causing them to die completely in their sleep. These monsters created by Kaguya Otsutsuki thousands of years ago were destroyed by Uehara Naraku overnight. But this does not mean that White Zetsu is extinct. Because Black Zetsu and White Zetsu share the same body, the one that moves with Black Zetsu is the White Zetsu, and is also the strongest White Zetsu. It can plant spores on powerful ninjas, and the spores will absorb chakra and transform into White Zetsu again. After destroying 100,000 White Zetsu, Uehara Naraku looked at the thorns on the ground and patted his palms with satisfaction. This looks like what Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru did. I hope Black Zetsu doesn't go crazy. There are not many wood-release ninjas in the entire ninja world. There are only 4 known wood-release ninjas: Zetsu of the Akatsuki organization, Hashirama Senju who was reborn from the impure world reincarnation, Uchiha Obito, and Yamato, the ninja of Konoha. If Black Zetsu saw this scene, he should have locked the murderer on Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru, right? Nothing in this ninja world is reliable. Only ninjutsu will not lie. Who can believe that the wood release used to kill 100,000 White Zetsu was actually used by Uehara Naraku, a ninja with no bloodline? Nothing works under this ironclad evidence. Uehara Naraku used his wood release and fire release skills to create some traces of fighting on this land, trying to make the battlefield more realistic. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, he still needed to continue to deceive Black Zetsu to monitor the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki, and by the way, he also wanted Black Zetsu to help find Uchiha Madara's body, otherwise who would be the body for Kaguya Otsutsuki's resurrection? After doing all this, Uehara Naraku disappeared quietly, hiding his merits and fame. Early in the morning, the sun broke through the mist. A pitcher plant drilled out of the ground, revealing Zetsu's face. It glanced at the dead White Zetsu underground, and a surge of anger suddenly rose in its heart. These White Zetsu were all saved up by Kaguya Otsutsuki bit by bit. Whether these White Zetsu are used as intelligence investigators, or as combat power, they are all excellent materials. After Zetsu drilled out of the ground, looking at the traces of thorns and vines below, it took a few more steps, and looked at the wounds on the White Zetsu. There is no doubt. The fatal wounds on these White Zetsu were all caused by wood release. There were no other wounds except for wood release ninjutsu. After a while, Black Zetsu slowly raised his head. The secrecy of this base will never be discovered by others. Even if someone notices it, the White Zetsu near the base will report it in advance to avoid the arrival of outsiders as much as possible. Uchiha Obito betrayed them. This question is difficult to understand. It is very likely that he thinks he can't control the initiative of the Moon Plan. After all, the Uchiha clan is a bunch of traitors. It is also possible that Uchiha Obito has turned back and wants to be a Konoha ninja again. In short, the death of 100,000 White Zetsu is definitely related to Uchiha Obito. Black Zetsu said in a gloomy voice, Uchiha Obito has betrayed us. Over the years, we have only seen his wood release ninjutsu improve rapidly. I didn't expect that he would use wood release to deal with us. Maybe not. White Zetsu still had some good feelings for Uchiha Obito, and explained softly, maybe it was Hashirama Senju who was reincarnated by Orochimaru. He was able to kill 100,000 of our companions in a short period of time. Hashirama Senju also has this ability. Do you think Orochimaru could have discovered this base? Black Zetsu was a little disappointed with White Zetsu's IQ. How many of your kind are entrenched around this base? Who can hide from their perception and kill all the White Zetsu? Who else can do it except Obito, whom they trust? This is due to his confidence in White Zetsu. After all, unless someone arranged it in advance, or even found out everything, it would be impossible to kill all the White Zetsu hiding near this secret base. Who else can do this except Uchiha Obito? What should we do now? White Zetsu was a little confused and seemed to have lost some confidence in the Moon Plan. Don't worry, none of this is beyond my expectations. Black Zetsu's mood gradually calmed down, and his voice was more confident. Didn't we plan to give up Uchiha Obito a long time ago? Except for Madara, most of the Uchiha clan are unreliable people. The same is true for Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi, because they are all descendants of the Uchiha who betrayed Madara in a despicable way back then. We chose Uchiha Obito as our companion, because we thought he wanted to change the ninja world like us. Now it seems that Uchiha Obito is not useful to us at all. His betrayal will not disrupt any of our plans. The only trouble is that the Moon Eye plan may be leaked, and the action to capture the tailed beasts must be prepared in advance. White Zetsu raised his own doubts, but the intelligence collection has not been completed yet. If we rashly start collecting the tailed beasts, it is very likely to arouse the vigilance of other ninja villages. If the Jinchuriki deliberately hides, it will be difficult for us to find their traces. Then let's speed up the collection of intelligence. Black Zetsu said in a gloomy voice, but the White Zetsu here has been killed, and we can only rely on your spore technique to create White Zetsu. After saying this, Black Zetsu suddenly realized something. In this way, it seems that our only ally is that kid Uehara Naraku. After Uchiha Obito betrayed, Uehara Naraku has become the only person in the ninja world who still believes in them, and the person with the highest utilization value. Before finding out the truth, this little guy must be protected. If he makes a mistake, the Moon Eye plan will be greatly increased. If there is no one else to secretly push Akatsuki to implement it, this chess piece is very important. There was a hint of nervousness in White Zetsu's voice. Uehara is an important figure who influences Konan and Nagato. We must remind him that Uchiha Obito betrayed us. Besides, Uehara will not defend against Uchiha Obito at all. Yeah. Black Zetsu's voice also became more complicated. He said in a deep voice, Uehara has always believed that Uchiha Obito is his companion in the past few years. If Obito attacks him, he will almost certainly succeed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, How the Uchiha Brothers Get Along. Uehara Naraku thought about a lot of things. The only thing he didn't think was that after Black Zetsu determined that Uchiha Obito had betrayed him, the first thing he did was to look for his whereabouts and remind him of the news of Uchiha Obito's betrayal. Uehara, as a spy, was considered successful. Black Zetsu, the mastermind who had been hiding in the ninja world for 1,000 years, actually regarded him as his only one now. I wonder if Uchiha Obito in the coffin would cry after hearing Black Zetsu's criticism. On the border between the land of rice and the land of fire, Black Zetsu found Uehara Naraku here and told him that Uchiha Obito had betrayed them and reminded Uehara Naraku to be careful of Obito's attack. Uehara Naraku looked down at the yin-yang face of Zetsu in the pitcher plant on the ground, suppressed his smile, and listened to Zetsu's reminder. I see. Naraku Uehara's face showed some hesitation and confusion. Senior Zetsu, I never thought that Senior Obito would abandon us. He has always been a warm-hearted person. This is not abandonment. Black Zetsu's voice was gloomy, and he reminded again, this is betrayal. Uehara, you must be careful of Obito. Uchiha are generally narrow-minded people. You made him suffer a great loss before. He will definitely not let you go. Naraku Uehara's face was even more confused. Senior Obito wanted to kill me, but he didn't kill me. Will he hate me for this? What's the logic? This is normal. Black Zetsu's voice was full of contempt, and he sneered. Uehara, the Uchiha clan is originally a group of narrow-minded, selfish, arrogant, and conceited guys. We will find out the location of Uchiha Obito as soon as possible and solve his hidden danger. Yeah. Naraku Uehara nodded and thanked Black Zetsu very respectfully. Thank you for the news, Senior Zetsu. I will be careful. That's good. Black Zetsu looked at Uehara Naraku with satisfaction and said softly, Uehara, we don't have many companions left. When we implement the Moon Eye plan in the future, you will have to take on many responsibilities. After that, Black Zetsu continued, I also have to find Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi to find out who they are loyal to. If they choose Uchiha Obito, then expel them from the Akatsuki organization. Senior Zetsu. After Uehara Naraku called out to Black Zetsu, he hesitated and reminded, I vaguely discovered that Uchiha Itachi may not particularly hate his brother. His situation seems to be somewhat similar to that of main Jetsu Kizatsu. Hehehe. Then you are wrong. Black Zetsu chuckled, looked at Uehara Naraku and said, you thought you discovered that Uchiha Itachi was protecting Uchiha Sasuke in secret, right? In fact, Uchiha Itachi just wanted Sasuke to open the Mangekyou Sharingan so that he could seize Sasuke's Sharingan and enhance his own pupil power. This is the truth about the Uchiha brothers. Suddenly, Black Zetsu's trust in Uehara Naraku increased a lot. It could also be that Black Zetsu really couldn't stand the Uchiha clan, so he just told the bloody truth. Uehara Naraku didn't know what to say. Has Black Zetsu not discovered in 1,000 years that the Uchiha brothers are all brother Kon and brother Kon? How did Uchiha Itachi make Black Zetsu believe him so much? Damn, he is worthy of being the Pacific Film Emperor. I guess Uchiha Itachi used this as an excuse to protect his brother. The method of taking advantage of the situation is really good. However, if Black Zetsu wants to meet a Shigeki Kisame, he should be on guard in advance. Uehara Naraku is a little envious of the Samurai. At least the Samurai can achieve ultra long distance calls, unlike him who has to run every time to pass on the message. Fortunately, a Shigeki Kisame is not far away. By the way, I will also go and secretly see how Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi get along. It must be very interesting for these two brothers to be together. Now Shigeki Kisame, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke are helping a noble in a small town to deal with the invasion of wandering ninjas. This is almost equivalent to a war mission, and the benefits are usually considerable. Now Shigeki Kisame is drinking tea. Since Uchiha Sasuke temporarily joined their team, Uchiha Itachi has obviously become more diligent and often takes Sasuke to fight on his own initiative, presumably to train his brother on the battlefield. If a ninja wants to become stronger, fighting is the best way to train people. After Shigeki Kisame slowly sipped his tea, he suddenly heard a familiar sound of cards in his ears, and the next moment he turned around and saw his boss. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows, looked at Shigeki Kisame with some displeasure and said, "You are living a good life." "That's not what I want." Shigeki Kisame shook his head and chuckled. "It's just that Mr. Itachi wants to create an opportunity for his brother to practice. How can I have the nerve to interfere? Hey, how is Sasuke?" Uehara Naraku was really a little curious. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, two brothers who nominally had a deep hatred for each other, now lived together day and night. Just thinking about it, I feel that their life must be very interesting. Very hardworking. Shigeki Kisame praised softly, and then sighed. Unfortunately, for ninjas, hard work is exactly the thing they have the least. It will be too difficult for that little brat Sasuke to catch up with Mr. Itachi. Yes. For a powerful ninja, the thing they have the least is hard work. Uchiha Sasuke's efforts cannot make up for the gap between him and Uchiha Itachi, especially since Uchiha Itachi is a person who works harder and has more talent than him. The battlefield outside the town. Under the surveillance, supervision, and protection of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke finally killed all the stray ninjas, panting and holding the ninja sword in his hand and half kneeling on the ground. Bang! Sasuke, who had just rested for a while, was kicked away by Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi looked down at Sasuke, who was full of hatred, and said in a cold voice, "Sasuke, it takes so long to deal with a bunch of garbage. You are still a waste that drags down your team as always. Asshole, I will kill you sooner or later." Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists fiercely. Sasuke did not gain nothing in this battle. He just relied on his Sharingan copying ability to secretly copy the swordsmanship and a fire escape ninjutsu used by Uchiha Itachi. Even now, Uchiha Sasuke has to admit that Uchiha Itachi is a bastard. Regardless of any ninjutsu, any physical technique and jinjutsu, he can do it at will. During this period of time, Sasuke has been using the Sharingan to secretly learn Uchiha Itachi's physical technique, ninjutsu and swordsmanship. The 3 Magatama Sharingan is enough for him to do this easily. However, Uchiha Sasuke's mouth corner slightly curved. Apart from the so-called Mangekyou Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi is just so-so. As long as he learns all the swordsmanship, taijutsu and ninjutsu, and then finds a way to find the flaws of the Mangekyou Sharingan, he will immediately kill Uchiha Itachi and replace him in Akatsuki, on a tall building in the town. Here, he can see the grievances and hatreds between the Uchiha brothers. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Does Itachi always treat his brother like this? Mr. Itachi has been very gentle today." Shigeki Kisame grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Mr. Itachi rarely used swordsmanship today, which is really eye-opening. Of course, if he really wants to kill that group of trash without using any ninjutsu, it should only take 13 to 17 seconds. When Shigeki Kasame said this, he put on a meaningful smile again. Today he only killed a few of them, but it took 15 minutes. Interesting. Uehara Naraku nodded and smiled. In 15 minutes, even a pig can use the Sharingan to copy Uchiha Itachi's swordsmanship. It's really hard for Uchiha Itachi to be a big brother. Under the surveillance of Shigeki Kasame and the hatred of Uchiha Sasuke, he can only use these little tricks to teach his younger brother. The problem is, isn't Uchiha Itachi afraid that one day, based on his daily observations, Sasuke will think that Uchiha Itachi is just so-so, and will think that he will soon surpass Uchiha Itachi? Let's not talk about their brother's trivial matters. Uehara Naraku said to Shigeki Kasame in a serious tone. Okay, let's talk business. Black Zetsu will come to you soon, because Uchiha Obito betrayed, and it probably hopes that you will no longer be loyal to Uchiha Obito. So have you thought about how to answer? Oh. Shigeki Kasame showed a hint of surprise at the right time, and after a moment he suddenly blinked his little eyes. Excuse me, why did Uchiha Obito betray? Oh, he didn't betray, I just killed him. Facing a subordinate like Shigeki Kasame who knows the priorities, Uehara Naraku will not doubt his loyalty. Shigeki Kasame nodded and said in a deep voice, understood. I will continue to lurk around Black Zetsu and explore his intelligence. Isn't it just to let him be a spy? How simple it is. However, after Uehara Naraku left, when Black Zetsu really arrived, Shigeki Kasame felt that he was still thinking too simply. Black Zetsu pointed out Uchiha Obito's betrayal. Shigeki Kasame said that he was only loyal to the Moon Eye project. Black Zetsu said that he was very satisfied with Shigeki Kasame's attitude and told him that he was not alone. Don't worry, Akatsuki's trainee Uehara Naraku is also our companion. You must unconditionally support any of his actions in the future. Shigeki Kasame was completely dumbfounded. What kind of magical operation is Uehara Naraku? The only two people in the ninja world who support Black Zetsu's Moon Eye project are Uehara Naraku and Shigeki Kasame. Does he still need to continue to be a spy? The entire Moon Eye command has been hollowed out, right? Don't look down on Uehara just because he is young. Black Zetsu looked at the somewhat surprised Shigeki Kasame and softly advised, in the future, don't always bully Uehara in the organization. He is a simple-minded little guy. In the past few years, he has only known how to study ninjutsu. The power he possesses is far beyond your imagination. Oh, I see. Shigeki Kasame grinned at his mouth full of shark teeth. How strong is his boss? As a subordinate, how could he not have any idea about it? Shigeki Kasame sighed in his heart, mourned for Black Zetsu for a few seconds, nodded calmly and said, then I will cooperate with him in the future. Lord Uehara, it's really outrageous. Chapter 171 The White Snake Immortal who refuses to show up. Uehara Naraku didn't care what Shigeki Kasame thought. As a mastermind behind the scenes, why should he care about his subordinates' complaints about him? Uehara Naraku was more concerned about the actions of Konoha village and Iwagakure village. Not surprisingly, the destruction of Kusagakure village broke out completely after 2 days of brewing. The Konoha ninja and Iwagakure ninja were like wolves that smelled blood, frantically moving around in the land of grass, trying to seize more territory. After losing the middle ground between Kusagakure village and the land of grass, the two superpowers of the land of earth and the land of fire were directly adjacent to each other, and it seemed that a war could break out at any time. Even though the third Tsuchikage, the two great Tensei Inoki, and the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, tried their best to curb the atmosphere of war, they still inevitably had to deploy too many ninja troops in the land of grass to grab a share of the interests of their respective countries. In this situation, the most suitable opportunity to sneak into Konoha has arrived. A small town on the border of the land of fields. Uehara Naraku sat in the most prosperous restaurant in this town, ordered a large table of dishes, and ate here slowly, as if it was the last meal of his life. After a while, after drinking the juice and eating a full stomach, the restaurant owner came to collect the money with an uneasy look. Uehara Naraku raised 3 fingers and laughed softly. Don't worry, someone will come to pay the bill in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Uehara Naraku had already used the fate skill to observe everything around him. The nearest Orochimaru's head was walking towards this restaurant, just in time to pay for his bill. After counting the numbers, Uehara Naraku turned his head and looked at a man wearing a bamboo hat who walked in from the restaurant door and shouted, "Hey, can you pay for this meal for me?" Orochimaru, who was disguised as an ordinary person, cursed a few words in his heart, probably knowing that Uehara Naraku recognized his identity and could only helplessly take out a few banknotes. After the two people met up, the first destination was Raichi Cave. Orochimaru's idea was to let Uehara Naraku go to see the White Snake Sage. With this kid's arrogant attitude, he would definitely be killed by the White Snake Sage, and then Orochimaru would naturally not have to accompany Uehara Naraku to Konoha for adventure. Anyway, Orochimaru had learned all the forbidden techniques of Konoha, and he had tried his best to learn all that he could. He personally had no demand for the drops in the Konoha Forbidden Technique Room copy. Uehara Naraku did not object. "Mr. Orochimaru, it seems that you have great confidence in the White Snake Sage." Uehara Naraku certainly saw through Orochimaru's thoughts and just chuckled and said, "Are you so confident that the White Snake Sage can kill me?" Orochimaru also understood this tacitly, and a mysterious smile hung on his face. "Naraku-kun wants to find a grave, so I will naturally do my best." The two partners looked like they could turn against each other at any time. It's just that the location of the Raichi Cave is indeed a bit weird. Uehara Naraku followed Orochimaru for a long time. After 2 or 3 days, they finally saw a strange little dilapidated temple. This is a temple arranged by illusion. When Uehara Naraku and Orochimaru entered, the system panel prompted Uehara Naraku to find one of the 3 holy places, the Raichi Cave. Side quest. Found the location of the Raichi Cave. 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the reward is 1000 points of life energy, 1000 points of chakra energy, and 1000 points of natural energy. As one of the 3 unknown holy places in the ninja world, the Raichi Cave has always been mysterious, and many people are probably curious about its location. Such a generous reward is also normal. After Uehara Naraku entered, he suddenly received a new reward. Side quest. Enter the immortal Holy Land Raichi Cave. 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the reward is plus 100% natural energy extraction and recovery effect. Uehara Naraku took a look at his natural energy extraction speed, which has become 12 points per second, which has exceeded the life energy recovery speed. It's a bit interesting. It's worthy of being a treasure land. Just signing in and punching a card, the reward has made him very satisfied. What else will he be rewarded after he defeats the White Snake Immortal? Uehara Naraku looked at the small snakes on the ground, circling and crawling, and then one by one they went into the cave. These should be the animals guarding the periphery of the Landi Cave. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but become curious. "Hey, Orochimaru, will there be a kind of snake in here that will suddenly turn into a beautiful ancient woman singing a song?" "Hehe, you think too much." Orochimaru looked at Uehara Naraku with contempt, smiled and said, "It's not too late to regret now, but after you see the White Snake Immortal in a while, it will be too late for you." TSK. Uehara Naraku shook his head. At this point, he would not back down. What if it is really as scary as Orochimaru said? At worst he can just turn on the invincibility and leave. However, this Landi Cave seemed to have no specific length. It was not until they had walked for a long time that they saw a dilapidated temple. Uehara Naraku slowly turned his head and looked at Orochimaru. "What's going on? Or is it an illusion? I don't know either." Orochimaru shook his head in confusion. It shouldn't be like this in the past. In the past, after he came here, he would see the White Snake Immortal when he entered the dilapidated temple, and occasionally he would have to pass through the long Raichi Cave. However, according to the current situation, they seem to have come to the cave on the next level of the Raichi Cave. Does the White Snake Immortal refuse to see them? Thinking of this, Orochimaru explained softly, "The White Snake Immortal may think that Naraku-kun is not qualified to sign a contract, so he refused to meet you." After that, Orochimaru shook his head gently and said, "It's not so easy to get the qualification for the spiritual contract of the immortal Holy Land. Naraku-kun, let's go." "Are you serious?" Uehara Naraku stared at Orochimaru closely and raised his eyebrows. "This is what you promised me?" If I don't get the spiritual contract of Ryochi Cave, you will have to pay a lot of interest for this matter if you keep owing debts. Orochimaru wanted to curse again. The White Snake Immortal of Ryochi Cave doesn't want to see you. It's clear that he doesn't want to sign a spiritual blood contract with you. Why are you looking for trouble with me? Is it because he is easy to bully? Damn, you catch someone and bully him to death. Do you have any brains? Even rabbits bite when they are anxious. What's more, he is a sinister and cruel venomous snake. Orochimaru's body was stiff for a while, and he wanted to blame the White Snake Immortal in his heart. I brought all the people here, why didn't you come out to do it? If Uehara Naraku is not qualified, he will send a powerful snake to swallow the people. Maybe the snake sent out may be a little weak, and will be killed by Uehara Naraku, but at least it shows the attitude of Ryochidan. Let's go deep underground. Uehara Naraku was not idle either, but quietly opened the Fade skill to check the traces of the White Snake Immortal. However, a huge white snake head was close at hand, but there was no snake here. Fire style, Flame Storm. Uehara Naraku waved his palm and summoned a flame storm, trying to directly destroy the strange and dilapidated temple in front of him. However, after the flame storm passed through the temple, it just turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated. I didn't expect Naraku-kun to be good at fire escape ninjutsu. Orochimaru's eyes froze for a second. This was the first time he had seen a powerful fire escape ninjutsu. Even Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen might not be able to do it. The fire escape in the ninja world is at most B-level ninjutsu. No one has ever seen a forbidden fire escape ninjutsu. Even Jiraiya only relied on the combination of fire, oil and wine to make the power of fire escape far surpass that of others. Let's go. Uehara Naraku didn't explain too much. Ryochi Cave. In a temple deep inside, a sturdy giant snake was perched on a seat in the main hall of the temple. A scroll of summoning blood contract was hung above its head. A group of snakes of varying lengths were circling on the floor, spitting out a snake core from time to time. A cloud of smoke floated above the main hall of the temple, showing the traces of Uehara Naraku and Orochimaru. Obviously, the White Snake Immortal has been monitoring everything here. Why haven't they left yet? The White Snake Immortal slowly coiled up his body, looked at Uehara Naraku in the smoke with some hesitation, and said in a muffled voice, "You obviously have powerful natural energy with other characteristics. Why do you want the spiritual contract of Ryochi Cave?" The young ninja is a little weird. The White Snake Immortal is a little reluctant to see him. And an immortal like it, who has been active for thousands of years, can already infer some unknown possibilities through the current events. The young ninja is also very dangerous. It would be very dangerous to meet him rashly. This is the sharp intuition of the White Snake Immortal for thousands of years. The White Snake Immortal spewed out the snake core and said in a cold voice, "What on earth does Orochimaru want to do by bringing this person here? Doesn't he know the rules of the three holy places? Thank you for the reward from Linchin Bathing. Thank you for the reward from Menjing Roran. Thank you for the reward from the Chief Executioner. Thank you for the reward from the old friend Yuanji 27. Thank you for the reward from the book friend 160,824,170,234,607. Thank you all book friends for your genuine support, and thank you all for your rewards and subscriptions. Chapter 172. Being so beautiful is useless. Things are getting a little weird. The White Snake Immortal has been avoiding Uehara Naraku. As the two of them traveled along the way, there were only a few tiny white snakes in the empty cave, and not even a long snake that was big enough to be used in the pot to make snake soup. A ball of fire suddenly shot out of Uehara Naraku's hand, and it shot forward to illuminate the road, and also forced back a group of small white snakes that were spying on them. What does the White Snake Immortal mean by this? Uehara Naraku's expression became more and more ugly, and a hint of gold appeared in his eyes. He instantly turned on the hunting rhythm, and observed everything nearby. Uehara Naraku looked at the small white snakes swimming into the depths of the cave, and said coldly, "Even if Ryochi Cave does not welcome my arrival, at least send a snake to say something. If there is no reason, how can I have the nerve to turn my face directly?" Orochimaru's brows also frowned slightly. To be honest, Orochimaru was also very curious about this question. However, at this moment, a small white snake suddenly emerged from the ground, climbed along Orochimaru's legs to his shoulder, and the snake core kept spewing out something, as if it was saying something. Orochimaru looked at the small white snake on his body with a puzzled look on his face. The expression on his face was a little bit ugly. Obviously, he understood the snake language spoken by the small white snake. Let me drive this kid out of the dragon cave. Orochimaru slowly turned his head and looked at Uehara Naraku next to him. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. If he had this ability, would he still bring Uehara Naraku in? The white snake immortal clearly didn't understand the situation. Snap. Uehara Naraku suddenly reached out and pinched the small white snake on Orochimaru's shoulder. He looked at the trembling little thing with cold eyes and whispered, "Go tell the white snake immortal that it didn't come out to greet me and was disrespectful to me. I'm going to burn this place." Hiss. The next moment, the trembling little white snake grew up instantly. In just a blink of an eye, the white snake, that was the length of a chopstick, just now turned into a giant python with a length of tens of meters, and swallowed Uehara Naraku in one gulp. This is really not scientific at all. Bang! Uehara punched it on the head, smashing a huge deep pit in the head of the white giant python, killing it instantly. Uehara Naraku shook off the blood on his hands and raised the corners of his mouth. "Mr. Orochimaru, you saw that it was the members of the Raichi cave who attacked me first. Orochimaru, where the hell is this? A guy who speaks so arrogantly, humiliating the white snake immortal in his mouth, and talking about burning down the Raichi cave. Why don't they attack you?" When Uehara Naraku finished speaking, a cloud of fog suddenly rose from the cave and rushed towards Uehara Naraku and Orochimaru. "Go kill him." An old voice came into Uehara Naraku's ears from the fog. The next moment, 3 sturdy pythons sprang out of the mist, rushing towards Uehara Naraku. Each python was almost as big as the 10,000 snakes. The figure of each python seemed to be a fragment, sometimes dissipating and sometimes appearing, which made people a little dumbfounded. Obviously, the identities of these 3 pythons are not ordinary. They should be the thugs in the Landi cave, similar to the 3 brothers of Gamabunta, right? It's invisible. Void Blade. Uehara Naraku showed a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth, slowly stretched out his palm, and a void blade with an extremely irregular shape appeared in his hand. Walk in the void. Uehara Naraku's figure disappeared and suddenly appeared on the head of one of the giant pythons, waving the void blade in his hand fiercely, and pierced into the head of the giant python. The scales on the head of this giant python were extremely hard, and even the void blade could only penetrate a little, which surprised Uehara Naraku a little. The other 2 giant pythons found his trail, and after their figures instantly disappeared, one of them appeared next to Uehara, opening its mouth to swallow Uehara into its stomach. My style secret. Smoke screen. Sage mode. Open. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, Uehara Naraku quickly replenished his chakra. When the chakra energy and natural energy were consistent, the sage mode was instantly activated. 2 pairs of white wings appeared from behind Uehara Naraku. His life energy was directly bursting. Whether it was strength or speed, it was far beyond the ability of these giant pythons to capture. Bang! Blood rain fell from the sky. A python was hit on the head by Uehara Naraku's punch. The huge force caused the body of the giant python to collapse directly, and cracks appeared on its scales. Blood flowed out of the cracks and wrapped its whole body, turning it into a blood python. It was not going to live long. Hiss. The remaining 2 giant pythons almost went crazy and pounced on Uehara Naraku again, but their bodies were still invisible and visible. Stop. The old voice came from the fog again. The 2 giant pythons looked back at the fog unwillingly, and then looked at Uehara Naraku with 4 wings in front of them, and finally swam away unwillingly. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru chuckled and said, "I thought Naraku-kun would kill them all. I suffered a lot from them when I was in the dragon cave. TSK, these are all my future subordinates." Uehara Naraku's wings drooped at his side and chuckled. "Mr. Orochimaru, didn't you say that, as long as I beat the white snake immortal, it would recognize me as its master?" Orochimaru's face rose. However, the fog in the cave suddenly changed drastically. Everyone knew that the owner of this cave must be very angry now. I just don't know who it is targeting. After a while, the fog finally stabilized and gradually spread outward, slowly enveloping Uehara Naraku and Orochimaru. Then, the fog slowly dissipated. Uehara and Naraku looked around and saw that they were already in an old and tall temple, and on the seat above the temple was a huge white phosphorus snake. The body of this white phosphorus snake was abnormally large, and the huge seat could only accommodate a small part of its body. Its entire body spread throughout the temple and even stretched out of the temple. It was impossible to see how long its real body was. Above the head of the white phosphorus snake was a terrifying huge beast face, and in its mouth was a huge scroll. The name of Ryuchidan was written on the scroll. The eyes of the white snake immortal on the seat suddenly glared at Uehara and Naraku and slowly crawled towards him, saying in a muffled voice, "New immortal? A new immortal clan? Do you want to challenge the power of Ryuchidan? For thousands of years, the three holy places have fought from time to time. Strictly speaking, the wet bone forest is listed separately. It is estimated that except for the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave and the Great Toad Sage of Miyaboki Mountain, no one dares to go to the wet bone forest of the Slug Sage. Only the toads of Miyaboki Mountain and the snakes of Ryuchi Cave often fight. They are mainly to seize the territory with rich natural energy. For example, Gamabunta once killed a snake that entered Miyaboki Mountain. The White Snake Sage saw Uehara and Naraku's sage mode, and it probably thought that Uehara and Naraku came to seize the blessed land of Ryuchi Cave with rich natural energy. The white phosphorus Orochimaru, who was perched on the seat, slowly straightened his snake body, looked down at Orochimaru on the ground and said, "Orochimaru, I gave you the opportunity to sign the blood contract of Ryuchi Cave when you were a teenager, but you attracted other sages to attack Ryuchi Cave. Please allow me to explain." Orochimaru smiled and spread his palms, hiding the shock in his eyes. Originally, he thought he had overestimated Uehara and Naraku's strength, but he still underestimated it by far. This kid actually cultivated into the sage mode. He was even from a certain tribe outside the three holy places. This seemed normal. After all, Uehara and Naraku had many powerful summoned beasts in his hands. Orochimaru calmed down his emotions and continued his plan to divert the blame. "White Snake Sage, that was just a joke. The Uehara and Naraku next to me is a genius ninja who really wants to challenge the White Snake Sage, so I brought him here. No, I just want the summoning contract of Ryuchi Cave." Uehara and Naraku chuckled, then slowly raised his head to look at the summoning blood contract on the head of the White Snake Sage. The reward for the summoning contract must be high. Orochimaru's smile froze on his face. What does this little bastard Uehara and Naraku mean? Is it because he feels that he can't beat the White Snake Sage, so he wants to trick him when the time comes? Is it fun to always trick him? Uehara and Naraku saw that Orochimaru's expression was a little broken. After a light laugh, his expression gradually became serious. "Okay, I'm kidding. I want the contract scroll of the Ryuchi Cave, and I also want a summoning beast like the White Snake Immortal." The new kid is always so shameless. The White Snake Immortal slowly returned to his seat, and his voice gradually became lower, and he didn't seem to react. The next second, the terrain of the entire area changed drastically. Uehara and Naraku raised his head suddenly, only to see that this temple had produced countless sharp thorns, rushing towards them at a rapid speed. The most important thing is that this small area does not allow Uehara to have other footholds. This is. A void blade suddenly appeared in Uehara and Naraku's hand, and he suddenly cut off a piece of sharp thorns, but he still couldn't stop the formation of these sharp thorns. Even Orochimaru was completely controlled by the sharp thorns. Even the White Snake Immortal himself was surrounded by dense sharp thorns. But its body can change at any time, sometimes bigger and sometimes smaller, shuttling through the death jungle created by the sharp thorns. Senjutsu inorganic reincarnation. The White Snake Immortal spoke in a muffled voice, opened his eyes again, and said slowly, "Everything here is under my control. You have no advantage in fighting here. Kid, tell me your tribe." This sentence is not without basis. Ryuchi Cave was originally the residence of the White Snake Immortal. This is the most suitable area for it to fight. No one can defeat it here, not even the Slug Immortal who restrains it. Fire-style flame storm. A ball of flame appeared in Uehara and Naraku's hand, burning the sharp thorns that came one after another, but these sharp thorns could not burn, and still could not change the situation. A little careless. If I remember correctly, in history, Kabuto Yakushi could also use the Senjutsu in organic reincarnation, but it seemed that he did not show how powerful it was. Now it seems that Kabuto Yakushi himself is too weak, and there is a big difference between him and the inorganic reincarnation of the White Snake Immortal. The inorganic reincarnation used by the White Snake Sage made it impossible for Uehara Naraku to find a foothold. Even if the sharp thorns made of inorganic matter were destroyed, they would regenerate at a faster speed. Uehara Naraku quickly opened the moment of the Holy Judgment. The golden light shield instantly blocked a group of densely packed sharp thorns. He couldn't help but frowned. Uehara Naraku suddenly stretched out his palm towards the White Snake Sage. A chain flashed between the man and the snake. Uehara Naraku simply used his own way to steal the White Snake Sage's technique to see if there was a way to crack it. However, after seeing the stolen technique, Uehara Naraku almost cursed the skill for being nonsense. Why did he steal the White Snake Sage's skill? To observe the history of the past 1,000 years of the ninja world. What the hell is this for? Uehara Naraku didn't say that he knew everything about the 1,000-year history of the ninja world, but the most important thing about the Akatsuki family was clear to Uehara. Walking in the void, Uehara Naraku's body disappeared in an instant, and the next moment he appeared in a cave outside the temple, but the entire cave was already covered with dense spikes. Uehara Naraku could only wave the void blade to find a foothold for himself, and he finally got a glimpse of the full picture of the White Snake Immortal. A white phosphorus snake that could not see the end at all. Moreover, the body of this white snake swam quickly between the sharp thorns, and its body sometimes expanded and sometimes shrank, and even when it could not pass through the sharp thorns, it would turn into a cloud of mist. How to fight this? Uehara Naraku was in a bad mood. The battlefield was originally unfavorable to him. The White Snake Immortal could walk through the jungle composed of sharp thorns in the Raichi cave without obstacles, but Uehara Naraku still needed to use the Void Blade to open up a foothold for himself. He couldn't even cancel the invincibility of the Holy Judgment, otherwise he would be pierced through his body by countless sharp thorns in an instant. The White Snake Immortal did not exert his full strength at all. He just used a trick of inorganic reincarnation to give inorganic matter life and manipulate them to attack, which put Uehara Naraku directly into a disadvantage. Damn, changing the battlefield is too annoying. Surrender, kid. The body of the White Snake Immortal slowly wrapped around a sharp thorn, and he persuaded in a muffled voice, "Little kid, tell me the name of your tribe, and I can spare your life for the sake of a new tribe." Just a long worm. Uehara Naraku suddenly raised his head and looked at the White Snake Immortal, clasped his palms and whispered, "Ninjutsu, summoning technique." This time he still tried to summon Galio. The White Snake Immortal shook his head and sighed softly. The natural energy of the Raichi cave is too rich, and there is a summoning restriction barrier I set up. Except for snake creatures, no other ninja beasts can reach here through summoning. Sure enough, Uehara Naraku couldn't help but frowned. He wasted chakra in vain, but didn't see any trace of Galio. How strong must the White Snake Immortal be that even the psychic beasts couldn't cross here? Fortunately, he really has a snake summoning beast. Well, if snake people can be considered snakes. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Uehara Naraku was not in a hurry, but quickly performed his summoning technique again. Then let me see how beautiful Soul Lotus's skin is. A puff of smoke sounded. A beautiful white tail suddenly knocked away a piece of sharp thorns, and a captivating female voice suddenly appeared in the Langdi cave. The environment here is really suitable for me. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but look up, and saw a lavender graceful robe coming into view, wrapped in a delicate and seductive body. A woman hooked her mouth with an evil smile. Her face made people involuntarily want to find a word to describe it. Sexy, sultry, seductive. It's a pity that her lower body is a snake tail. Demon serpent embrace Cassiopeia, Soul Lotus. Uehara Naraku looked at her body and couldn't help feeling a little regretful, but couldn't help thinking of two men in his mind, one surnamed Zu and the other surnamed Lee. How can you blame others for this? But it's good that she can be summoned now. Uehara Naraku finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Cassiopeia, the summoned beast, should not be too weak. After all, it takes a chakra consumption as high as Galio to summon her. The next second, Uehara Naraku's expression collapsed. The White Snake Immortal just took a look at Uehara Naraku's summoned beast and instantly manipulated countless barbs to penetrate Cassiopeia's body, directly turning the snake girl who had just been summoned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated. Uehara Naraku watched the snake girl's seductive figure disappear, and his face suddenly darkened. So much chakra summoned out, but she can't even resist at all. She can't help at all in the battle. What can you do? 3 more chapters first, and 2 more chapters in the afternoon. Rewards and more chapters. Thank you for the reward from Gak Column. Thank you for the reward from book friend 161,005,012,957,408. Thank you for the reward from the head of Gangzi Kainji. Thank you for the reward from Dawn Hundaxon. Thanks to Wasp for the reward. Thanks to Zakangan for the reward. Chapter 173 Orochimaru. Haven't you always been the one causing trouble for me? Damn, this is outrageous. Uehara Naraku cursed the snake girl in his heart. He swore that he would never use the snake girl's spiritual contract again. Now he can only rely on himself. The golden light shield surrounded Uehara Naraku's body, resisting the attack of sharp thorns for him, barely allowing him to survive in the Langdi cave. Walking in the void, Uehara Naraku's body suddenly appeared next to the White Snake Immortal, holding the void blade and slashing at the White Snake Immortal's body. In fact, Uehara did not expect the physical attack to be effective. The power of the White Snake Immortal, who can control all the terrain of the Langdi cave, has too many ways to deal with it. However, perhaps to show his strength, the White Snake Immortal allowed Uehara Naraku to chop him down. The part attacked by the void blade turned into a cloud of smoke. What the hell? Physical attacks are actually ineffective against the White Snake Immortal? Uehara Naraku stayed for a while, and his mood gradually became heavy. He began to release endless ninjutsu towards the White Snake Immortal. Fire style, Flame Storm. Fire style, Flame Pillar. Wind style, Hurricane Howling. Lightning style, 10,000 Thunder Prison. In the blink of an eye, Uehara Naraku released almost all of his attack skills towards the White Snake Immortal, and endless flames, lightning, explosions and hurricanes wrapped around the White Snake Immortal's body. However, at this moment, the attacked body of the White Snake Immortal still turned into a ball of smoke, avoiding all ninjutsu attacks, which made Uehara Naraku's eyebrows jump. Even the giant shark attack was used by Uehara Naraku. A giant void shark opened its mouth and bit a piece of the White Snake Immortal's body and disappeared, but it still had no effect on the White Snake Immortal. It seemed to be unscathed, and reappeared its own body. Soul attack is also ineffective? Uehara Naraku's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Is there something wrong with this White Snake Immortal? Uehara Naraku quietly used his purification skills. He thought he was under an illusion, but everything in front of him remained unchanged. Damn, the White Snake Sage is too strong. Why does the Toad Sage of Myaboki Mountain look so weak, as if he can be made into a roasted frog at any time? But how come the White Snake Sage is so strong? Uehara Naraku felt like he had really hit a wall. If you just use the Holy Judgment, the chakra can still hold on for a while. If there is no turnaround after another 5 minutes, the chakra can still be restored, and the natural energy recovery speed cannot keep up. So you must cancel the Sage mode and use the normal state. Uehara Naraku calculated his physical condition in his mind, staring at the White Snake Sage with more and more solemn eyes, and his brain began to work rapidly. However, Uehara Naraku couldn't figure out this problem no matter what. Why didn't the White Snake Sage's body suffer any damage? Who would have thought that Orochimaru, who had been trapped by the White Snake Sage, suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha 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 ha. Naraku-kun, I seem to understand." What? Uehara Naraku frowned, looked at Orochimaru and said, "Hey, Orochimaru, what did you understand?" Orochimaru's smile suddenly became a little stiff. He did understand something, but he really didn't want to tell Uehara Naraku. It was probably that he was the only one in the entire ninja world who could understand the fighting style of the White Snake Sage. No, or to say, he could understand the true identity of the White Snake Sage. Orochimaru turned his head to look at Uehara Naraku, chuckled and said, "Naraku-kun, do you want to know? But I just won't tell you." Orochimaru even said with some complacency, "I just want to see you want to know and want to ask me, but you know I won't tell you." Orochimaru felt so good. Damn, this feeling is really great. Uehara Naraku, the little bastard, had always humiliated him. Karma was paying back the favor, and now it was his turn to humiliate Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but frown. Orochimaru looked like a villain who had avenged his great hatred, which really made him a little uncomfortable. After a moment, Uehara Naraku suddenly said, "White Snake Immortal, I think Orochimaru may really know your secret. I may force him to tell me in a while. Do you think he will tell me?" The White Snake Immortal did not answer. It was obvious that it had already considered this issue. The next moment, sharp thorns instantly pierced through Orochimaru's body. Regardless of whether Orochimaru really saw through its secret or not, it must not leave any harm. This is the character of snakes, harming others to benefit itself, insidious and cunning. And Orochimaru's reaction was also very fast. After hearing what Uehara Naraku said, he felt bad and hated himself for being too talkative. In an instant, another human body and snake head came out of his mouth, and he fled along the gap between the sharp thorns. However, the white snake sage did not intend to let him go. One after another, sharp thorns quickly blocked Orochimaru's way. Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes, looked at Orochimaru and chuckled. "Mr. Orochimaru, remember not to be mean in the future, and never say things that you shouldn't say. Asshole." Orochimaru looked at Uehara Naraku hatefully. Now he is also being hunted by the white snake sage. Although part of the reason is that he is too proud, it is also because of the provocation of Uehara Naraku, the little bastard. Now, the two are standing on the same front. At least in Uehara Naraku's opinion, Orochimaru and he were on the same side, so Uehara Naraku did not hesitate and asked directly, "Mr. Orochimaru, tell me the information about the white snake sage. Maybe you still have a chance to escape." "Little brat." Orochimaru stared at Uehara Naraku with a fierce look, gritting his teeth and said, "Uehara Naraku, are you begging for help now? I'm giving you face." Uehara Naraku's expression suddenly turned cold. "I can leave here at any time, but Mr. Orochimaru, you may not. When I leave here, I will go to Konoha to report to Tsunade that you left something on the neck of Mitarashi Anko." Orochimaru suppressed his urge to curse, glanced at the golden light shield on Uehara Naraku's body, and couldn't help showing a trace of envy in his eyes. After thinking for a while, Orochimaru gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I can tell you, but you must agree to one condition of mine." Damn, what a development. Obviously, he should have the initiative now, but he has become the punching bag between Uehara Naraku and White Snake Sage. Both guys are bullying him. Now that he is threatened by Uehara Naraku again, Orochimaru is a little unwilling, and wants to see if he can get Uehara Naraku's inducement. "Tell me the conditions first." Uehara Naraku waved his hand, and broke a piece of sharp thorns with a punch, saving Orochimaru from a dangerous situation, and even kindly patted the dust off his body. "We are old friends, and the most important thing is fair trade." Orochimaru cast a puzzled look at him. Uehara Naraku himself might not believe this, right? This guy always trades his life with him, as if I spare your life, you owe me a big favor. Isn't it just blackmail? However, seeing that Uehara Naraku did not explicitly object, Orochimaru also planned to forget the past for the time being, and said softly, "Then my condition is Sage Technique, White Jiki Jutsu." The white snake sage suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a virtual giant snake holding a pearl. The white snake was seen spinning wildly in the air, and a dazzling light burst out. In an instant, Uehara Naraku and Orochimaru could not see anything clearly, and could not even hear anything each other said. Uehara Naraku thought of the various effects of the white Jiki Jutsu, and saw Orochimaru in pain beside him, and reluctantly stretched out his palm. Reincarnation Despair. Only the Reincarnation Despair can temporarily escape from the current predicament. By creating an absolute space field, Uehara Naraku and Orochimaru can have a space to talk, and also let them avoid the attack of the white Jiki Jutsu. It just happened to save Uehara Naraku a little chakra. The next moment, an absolute space field pulled Uehara Naraku and Orochimaru into it, and this scene couldn't help but make Orochimaru slightly shocked. In this space field, it was all desolate. Wherever you look, there is almost no hope. The area you see is full of deathly colors. Is this the pure land of the underworld? Yes, we are all in the underworld. Uehara Naraku hugged his arms, looked at Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, we have all been killed. Can you tell me the secret of the white snake immortal now? Orochimaru suddenly turned his head to look at Uehara Naraku and chuckled. Naraku-kun, are you trying to get information from me in this way? This is not in line with the fair trade you advocate. Uehara Naraku's face turned black, and he said in a cold voice, "Hey, Orochimaru, I saved your life from the attack of the white excitation technique. At least you should be grateful, right? Okay." Orochimaru looked at Uehara Naraku slowly and said softly, "My condition is that, if Naraku-kun practices the reincarnation technique one day, please allow the two of us to exchange bodies for 3 years, so that we may be able to achieve cyclical immortality." This condition couldn't be more lenient. It's just that Orochimaru said it with some tenderness. This is normal. Orochimaru is indeed envious of Uehara Naraku's body. Although he doesn't have any bloodline, he can actually practice the sage mode. But Orochimaru himself has some ideas in his mind. No matter what means he uses, he can't get Uehara Naraku's body. It's better to lure Uehara Naraku to practice the reincarnation of the living corpse. When the 3-year period is up, the two of them can try to use each other's shed bodies. In this way, wouldn't it be easy to live forever? Uehara Naraku trembled a little disgusted, subconsciously rubbed his arms, and hurriedly shook his head. Change the conditions. I won't practice the reincarnation of the living corpse, and I won't tell other irrelevant people that, if the reincarnation of the living corpse is too many times, the soul will become fragile and afraid of the weakness of illusion. Now can you tell me the secret of the white snake sage? Huh? Orochimaru's eyes twitched. This little bastard is really a ninjutsu genius. He even judged his physical condition without any experiments. Orochimaru covered his lips and coughed a few times, then said softly, "Forget it, at least we are in the same camp. The biggest secret of the white snake sage is that its body is also made up of inorganic matter. What we saw was not the true face of the white snake sage." "What do you mean?" Uehara Naraku couldn't help but scratch his ears. "I'm sorry, I'm not a good student. Can you say something I can understand? Do you understand inorganic matter?" Orochimaru's forehead twitched, and he suppressed his anger. Uehara Naraku shook his head obediently and honestly, "I don't understand. I've only heard of organic matter, organic vegetables and so on." "Then let me put it another way." Orochimaru rubbed his forehead and said in a deep voice, "The body of the white snake sage is covered with a layer of material that can change its shape at any time with fairy chakra. It can be scales, air, or soil. Do you understand what I mean?" Uehara Naraku barely understood what Orochimaru meant. "Isn't this just a layer of armor added on the outside? The real white snake sage is wrapped in its body? In other words, the white snake sage is always using fairy techniques of inorganic reincarnation to maintain its outer body? Maybe." Orochimaru shook his head dully. "The white snake sage is the most mysterious sage in the ninja world. Who knows where it will hide itself?" Uehara Naraku nodded. "Yes, snakes should be as afraid of death as Mr. Orochimaru. They can escape from danger at any time and even have the chance to resurrect." Orochimaru's face looked ugly again. Although he really cherishes his life, it always feels a bit shameful to hear it from Uehara Naraku's mouth. Can't this little bastard speak nicely? Okay. Uehara Naraku stretched out a void blade in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Now that we know its information, it won't be so difficult to deal with it." After that, Uehara Naraku looked at Orochimaru again. This guy's wisdom is indeed amazing. Uehara Naraku turned his head and said seriously, "Mr. Orochimaru, I hope we can cooperate sincerely in the future. Look how good it is when we work together. Why do you have to go against me?" "I'm against you." Orochimaru gritted his teeth and looked at Uehara Naraku fiercely. "Aren't you the little brat who has been causing trouble for me all the time?" Okay, I forgive you. But I will never forgive you." Orochimaru turned his head away angrily. Every time he communicated with Uehara Naraku, Orochimaru felt that he would be pissed off by him. Uehara Naraku waved his hand to disperse the desperate situation of reincarnation and reappeared in the Raichi cave with Orochimaru. He slowly set his eyes on the white snake sage and curled the corners of his mouth. "Very good. Now it's time to collect the summoning beasts." Chapter 174. Are you disappointed that I wasn't killed? Orochimaru guessed correctly. The White Snake Immortal has a huge amount of Senjutsu chakra in his body, plus the rich natural energy of the Ryochi cave, which is enough for it to use inorganic matter to form its own body at all times. This means that Uehara Naraku has never attacked the White Snake Immortal's true body. Orochimaru chuckled and said, the inorganic matter on the White Snake Immortal's body is both material and pure life. Fire escape ninjutsu and the like will have no effect. Understood. Then destroy its entire body. Uehara Naraku took a deep breath and looked at the White Snake Immortal's hesitant and winding snake body. Even now, he could not see the end of the length of the White Snake Immortal's body. Is the length of the Ryochi cave the same as the length of the White Snake Immortal's body? Life form energy ray. Uehara Naraku quickly closed his palms and a purple energy ray shot out from his eyes. This skill, which had not been used for a long time, played a huge role this time. Inorganic reincarnation can give life to inorganic matter, and Uehara Naraku's energy ray can directly decompose all life. When the purple energy shot into the body of the White Snake Immortal, it actually began to decompose the mist on its body. This scene made the White Snake Immortal stiffen. What an amazing little ghost. The next quarter of an hour, the White Snake Immortal turned into countless tiny white snakes in an instant and swam into the depths of the Longdi cave. Even if the purple energy ray was powerful, it could not kill all the white snakes, let alone find the true body of the White Snake Immortal. Just when Uehara Naraku was about to use the life form energy ray to destroy the entire Longdi cave and dig out the traces of the White Snake Immortal, all the sharp thorns in the Longdi cave faded away. A scroll suddenly rolled out. Obviously, it was the scroll of the spiritual contract of the Longdi cave. This scene made Uehara Naraku and Orochimaru's eyelids jump. What the hell is this? When there is a chance to defeat the White Snake Immortal, it actually gave in. How can it give in? The pants here are taken off. No, Uehara Naraku was about to start preparing for a protracted battle, but the White Snake Immortal just gave up. Where is the dignity of one of the three holy places? The summoning contract scroll you want. An old voice came out of the cave. After opening the summoning contract scroll, Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows and suddenly asked, the summoning beast I want is not a waste like Wanch. I know. The White Snake Immortal hidden deep in the cave responded in a muffled voice, if it is your summoning, I can go there with my real body to help you fight. Uehara Naraku. Orochimaru. This is too outrageous. One of the three great immortals in the ninja world just chose to agree to become Uehara Naraku's summoning beast. Don't you want your dignity? Hehe. The sinister laughter of the White Snake Immortal came out. Don't snake creatures always seek benefits and avoid harm? Since you, a little devil, have the means to hurt me, there is no need for me to waste my energy and continue to fight with you. Obviously, the White Snake Immortal doesn't care about dignity. Since it can't defeat Uehara Naraku, and even Uehara Naraku has the means to fight back against it, it chose not to resist. As long as it does not endanger its life, it does not mind becoming Uehara's summoned beast. This is very similar to Orochimaru. Should we say that they are worthy of being of the same kind? The most important reason is that the body of the White Snake Sage was wrapped in inorganic matter after thousands of years of cultivation. It does not need to waste its Senjutsu chakra just for a summoning contract. If the crisis of the demise of the ninja world comes one day, a little bit of power may help it escape. This is the thinking instinct of snakes. Interesting. Uehara Naraku bit his fingertips and wrote his name on the summoning contract scroll. He chuckled and continued, okay, don't refuse when I need you in the future. This matter, of course, is about Yakushi Kabuto coming to Ryochi Cave to learn the Sage Mode. Side quest, obtain the Ryochi Cave summoning contract, 1/1. The task has been completed, and the summoning contract Ancient Dragon is rewarded. Summoning contract, summon the Ancient Dragon, and consume 10,000 points of Senjutsu chakra. This reward made Uehara Naraku's eyebrows jump. Is this Ancient Dragon the Ancient Dragon he understood? Is it the kind with wings that can fly a few circles? It was the first time that Uehara Naraku saw a summoned beast that could only be summoned with fairy chakra. Apart from anything else, at least there is a summoned beast that will be more handsome than Galio in the future. The strength must be unimaginable. When catching the tailed beast in the future, just bring the people of the Akatsuki organization, and everyone will ride on the Ancient Dragon together to directly destroy the 5 major ninja villages. Right. The only regret is that Uehara Naraku's Sage mode has not been promoted, but there is no rush. Wait until Kabuto Yakushi successfully practices the Ryochi Cave Sage mode. Uehara Naraku turned his head and looked at Orochimaru with satisfaction. Mr. Orochimaru, since the matter has been settled, let's go. Okay. Orochimaru glanced at the depths of the Ryochi Cave with a puzzled look. Although he was worried that the White Snake Sage would kill him before, Orochimaru felt a little uncomfortable now that the White Snake Sage had given in. Because he remembered that the purpose of bringing Uehara Naraku to the Ryochi Cave was to let the White Snake Sage kill Uehara Naraku. Why is the White Snake Sage so cowardly? You are a 1,000-year-old python, can't you just rush in? Orochimaru was a little uncomfortable. Why was the White Snake Sage even more cowardly than him? At least he had thought about resisting. Damn, the snake creatures in the ninja world have such a cowardly great sage. When will the snake creatures stand up? Orochimaru was so angry that he was shivering all over. Uehara Naraku noticed that Orochimaru's expression was wrong, and he smiled secretly in his heart, but he said, Mr. Orochimaru, if you don't want to leave, why don't you stay and reminisce with the White Snake Sage? You two shouldn't have seen each other for a long time. No need. Orochimaru's expression was not good. Why should he stay and reminisce about the past? If he stayed, he would probably be eaten alive by the White Snake Immortal. This matter was done. It was anticlimactic and a little uncomfortable. Orochimaru thought of the White Snake Immortal in the Ryochi Cave, and his heart was a little blocked. If even the White Snake Immortal couldn't deal with Uehara Naraku, what else could he do with this little guy? Would he have to be threatened and blackmailed by him all the time? What's wrong, Mr. Orochimaru? Uehara Naraku looked at Orochimaru's uncertain face and said jokingly, are you disappointed that I was not killed by the White Snake Immortal? How could that be? Orochimaru said something that he didn't believe in, and he changed the subject softly. Well, during this period of time, the ninjas transferred from Konoha to the Land of Grass should have been transferred. We just went to Konoha and helped you get the Rashomon summoning contract. From now on, we will not owe each other anything, and will not have any dealings with each other. Uehara Naraku smiled and hooked the corners of his mouth, looking at Orochimaru's serious expression, and nodded gently. Whatever you say is fine. Anyway, it's his business to do it. Orochimaru obviously understood what Uehara Naraku meant, and his face suddenly became darker. He met such a little bastard, who was strong, shameless, and a little clingy. Did he do too many sins in the first half of his life? Is there really karma in this ninja world? Chapter 175 The Woman in the Konoha Forbidden Technique Room. Konoha Village. During this period, a lot of things happened in Konoha. The aftermath of the Konoha Rebellion had just passed, and the 5th Hokage Tsunade hurriedly took office. Before she even sat firmly in the position of Hokage, she was caught off guard by a rebellious ninja codenamed Orphan. It was not until the time passed that the situation gradually subsided. However, not long ago, the news of the destruction of the Kusagakure village came again. Tsunade had to urgently send the Ando to the Grass Country to investigate the news, and dispatched a group of ninjas to the Grass Country to confront the Rock Ninjas, and also to find a way to reach a division agreement with the Rock Village. Because the terrain of the Grass Country is somewhat condescending to the Fire Country, the negotiations between Konoha and the Rock Village on some strategic points, bridges and other control areas are pending, and it seems that the Ninja World War may start at any time. Tsunade has been so busy recently that even her new disciple Hiruno Sakura was pulled in to help her. Compared with these things, the news of Uchiha Sasuke's defection is like a wave in the sea, which just raised a bubble and then dissipated. Except for the 12 little warriors of Konoha who were still paying attention to the news about Sasuke, other people in the village had long since stopped caring about a traitor. However, due to Naruto Uzumaki's insistence, the 5th generation Hokage Tsunade did not issue a wanted order for Sasuke. She also agreed with Naruto Uzumaki's idea to bring Sasuke back to Konoha after Konoha destroyed Orochimaru. But what was unexpected was that when Konoha got the news about Sasuke again by chance, it was discovered that Sasuke had joined the Akatsuki organization and was with Uchiha Itachi. This is a bit magical. Fortunately, Naruto Uzumaki was taken away from Konoha by Jiraiya to practice outside, and he probably didn't know the news yet. Konoha Barbecue Restaurant. Yamanaka Rino held the chopsticks in confusion. Why is Sasuke with his brother? Obviously, they should be the biggest enemies. Who knows? Shikamaru sighed and shook his head. There have been too many changes in Konoha recently. Shikamaru can only analyze from some clues he knows. Maybe there is something fishy about the destruction of Uchiha. Unfortunately, this kind of darkness cannot be told to Ino. The conversation between Team 10 was not too secretive. At the table near them, two people also heard the news. They were Orochimaru and Uehara Naraku, who sneaked into Konoha. As a former Konoha high-level official who had planted some spies in Konoha, Orochimaru naturally knew everything about Konoha's barrier, so the two of them entered Konoha quietly. After entering, the two changed their faces. After hearing the conversation between Shikamaru and Yamanaka Rino, Orochimaru's expression was not good. He suddenly stopped his chopsticks and looked at Uehara Naraku with a fierce look on his face. However, there were too many people in the Konoha BBQ restaurant, so Orochimaru lowered his voice. Naraku-kun, this matter of Sasuke has nothing to do with you, right? Haha, how could it have anything to do with me? Uehara Naraku chuckled and shook his head and even raised his chopsticks, eagerly picking up a piece of barbecue for Orochimaru. Mr. Itachi was very tough in asking Uchiha Sasuke to join the Akatsuki organization, but everyone else disliked Sasuke's strength, so Mr. Itachi brought Sasuke with him, saying that he was used to hone his illusion. Uehara Naraku was telling the truth. Even if Uchiha Itachi came, he couldn't find any fault. Of course, if Uchiha Sasuke didn't join the Akatsuki organization, Uehara Naraku or Hoshigaki Kisame would twist Sasuke's head off and kick it like a ball. This kind of thing is a secret of the Akatsuki organization, and there is no need to tell Orochimaru more. What if Orochimaru gets angry and gets sick? After the two of them finished their meal, they went directly to the Konoha Forbidden Art Room. Orochimaru was a little surprised. Naraku-kun, you already have a summoning beast as powerful as the White Snake Sage. Do you still need Rashomon's summoning contract? Haha, the more of this kind of thing, the better. Uehara Naraku chuckled and said, hasn't Mr. Orochimaru mastered many ninjutsu? He is still learning new ninjutsu until now. This is my ideal. Orochimaru's expression was very serious. Uehara Naraku smiled and said frivolously, same. My dream is to collect some strange summoning beasts. Because the Konoha ninja was empty inside, there were no Anbu ninjas around the entire Forbidden Art Room. Only a few ordinary ninjas were guarding it, and Uehara Naraku and Orochimaru sneaked in easily. However, when Orochimaru opened the door of the Konoha Forbidden Art Room, he suddenly smelled a smell of alcohol emanating from it, mixed with the fragrance of a woman. This is a Forbidden Art Room. How could there be a smell of alcohol and fragrance? Could it be that Tsunade, that woman, drank too much last night and slept in the Forbidden Technique room? Orochimaru's expression changed, and when he was about to close the door again, a white hand suddenly stuck in the crack of the door and opened the door of the Forbidden Technique room. The strong smell of alcohol hit him in the face. Didn't I tell you yesterday not to disturb me today? A woman with a beautiful face and a plump figure appeared from behind the door. Her voice was slightly dissatisfied, and there was a little sleepiness in it. Obviously, her attitude was to be tough, but it seemed a little soft because of sleepiness. At first glance, it sounded a bit like an order. Listening carefully, it sounded a bit like coquetry. Uehara Naraku and Orochimaru looked at each other, and then looked at the woman in the door together. They both knew this woman. Konoha's 5th generation Hokage, Tsunade. Why did Tsunade appear in the Forbidden Technique room? According to Orochimaru's understanding of her, this woman should not be here anyway. After all, Tsunade has never been interested in the messy things in the Konoha Forbidden Art Room. She only likes to study some medical ninjutsu. However, in fact, this matter is actually all Orochimaru's fault. If Orochimaru had not mastered the Impure World Reincarnation and resurrected the first and second Hokage with the Impure World Reincarnation, Tsunade would not have had time to soak in the Forbidden Art Room to find a way to crack the Impure World Reincarnation. And it is necessary to find a technique other than the Shikigami Fujin. After all, Tsunade has just succeeded the 5th Hokage. If she sacrifices herself to capture Orochimaru again, Konoha may collapse directly. So every night, or in her free time, Tsunade will appear in the Konoha Forbidden Art Room with a bottle of wine, looking for whether Senju Tobirama has left away to cancel the impure world reincarnation. Suddenly seeing two strange ninjas, Tsunade frowned, and the alcohol immediately subsided. She asked in a cold voice, "Which class are you from?" Tsunade-sama. Orochimaru is indeed a master of role-playing. The next moment, his face became serious, and he responded in a deep voice with a fake face. "The advisor asked you to go to a meeting. We are here to inform you. Orochimaru and Uehara Naraku are now dressed like ordinary Konoha genin." At first glance, they look like Konoha ninja subordinates. Tsunade raised her eyebrows, looked at the two suspiciously, and suddenly hooked the corners of her mouth. "I know, you two clean up here." "Yes." Orochimaru nodded and agreed. Uehara Naraku looked at Tsunade's playful expression, sighed faintly and said, "Lord Orochimaru, Lord Tsunade has seen our flaws." The next moment, Uehara Naraku flew back. His face slowly turned into the appearance of Kabuto Yakushi. People can see that he is just a follower of Orochimaru. One is Orochimaru. The other is a follower. Who will this woman Tsunade choose to attack first? Even Might Guy knows that Tsunade must prefer to entertain old friends. Sure enough, at the moment, when Orochimaru lowered his head, Tsunade's knee slammed into Orochimaru's face, knocking Orochimaru flying backwards, and the mask on his face shattered. After seeing Orochimaru's face clearly, Tsunade's expression instantly became ferocious. "Orochimaru, you bastard, dare to come to Konoha. Why don't you dare come?" Orochimaru slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Tsunade and chuckled. "You are still so bad-tempered, Tsunade." Orochimaru slowly spread out his palms, looked at the ugly expression of his old friend, and continued with a smile. "Tsunade, we just didn't want to cause trouble, and sneaked into Konoha. Do you think I don't have the power to destroy Konoha a second time?" Orochimaru's expression instantly became ferocious and cruel, and he said confidently, "Since you have discovered me, I will just kill you, and take the things from the Forbidden Technique Room." What a pity. Konoha's prestige is going to be wiped out again. How shameless. Tsunade clenched her fists. "It's a pity that I'm not your opponent." Orochimaru smiled and shook his head, then turned to look at Uehara Naraku. "I'll leave this woman to you. I'll go find her." Orochimaru's voice suddenly got stuck, and his whole figure froze. "Wait, where's the person?" In just a few words, Uehara Naraku disappeared. Why did this Uehara Naraku run away? Although they were in Konoha, with the power of the two of them, there was a high possibility that he would want to rob the scroll. Orochimaru's heart gradually sank. On their way to Konoha, the little bastard was still talking about sincere cooperation, and Orochimaru even thought about whether to trust Uehara Naraku. After all, Uehara was very strong, and he could help do a lot of things in private, and he could also save him from being hunted down by the Akatsuki organization. Before stealing the summoning contract of Rashomon, Orochimaru had even thought about whether to win over Uehara Naraku to secretly attack Uchiha Itachi. Facts have proved that Orochimaru thought too much and too far. Orochimaru trusted the wrong person again. Uehara Naraku, that little bastard, betrayed him again. Tsunade didn't care about that. She flew towards Orochimaru and shouted for support. "Convey my order. Let the elite team come quickly and surround Orochimaru. Don't let him escape." Tsunade's voice was very loud, and soon the Konoha ninjas on the periphery came to support. After seeing the support, Tsunade added, "Arrange other teams to search for the whereabouts of Kabuto Yakushi. Never allow that spy to escape from Konoha." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.